Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Ladies and gentlemen, please applaud Junior Band.
Ladies and gentlemen, please also applaud your host for 6 consecutive years, Tony Karabashev.
Thank you, thank you. And please applaud our host for 7 consecutive years, Vladislav Violino.
And welcome to the 8th edition of
QA Challenge Accepted.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now let's send Junior Band off the stage with big and warm round of applause. Please, Junior Band.
Don't screaming, don't screaming, don't
Don't stop. No, there is no need to clap. No, there is no need. No. Come on, no.
Come on.
Don't worry. You'll have the opportunity to enjoy these wonderful talents a few more times, at least today. And also to support them.
Yes.
As you know, QA Challenge Accepted is a conference with a cause.
For the last 7 years, we've supported the youth with special needs in Friendly Support Foundation, RUSE.
Also, the medical treatment for one of our colleagues' child.
The Bulgarian Premature Babies Foundation.
A foundation for reviving the Bulgarian villages.
The Bulgarian National Fund for Children Treatment.
And also we supported Pirogov Hospital twice, once for vacuum aspirators and second time with equipment for rehabilitation.
And also we've donated all of our remaining packs, t-shirts and mugs to the people defending themselves in Ukraine.
Those of you, thank you. As you know, this dance was improvised. It was not in our script, so we need just a few seconds. So
I'm improvising English, so...
Well, those of you who were yesterday with us at the first ever edition of Dev Challenge Accepted know that this year we have a common cause with the developers, and it is to support Junior Band by a very expensive musical instrument called baritone saxophone.
Yesterday, the developers gathered the sum of the 1,480 level. Let's see who is more generous, devs or QAs.
Challenge
Accepted. For more information, visit our registration desk outside. And now, back to the main content of the conference.
There will be many new exciting things to learn, many professionals to network with, and hundreds of surprises for you throughout that day.
First thing first, let's start with the people and organization without whom this conference would not happen. Our sponsors.
Please applaud. Please applaud our gold sponsors.
Infopools.
Bosch Engineering Center, Sofia.
Burger.
Flatex De Giro.
And AmuseNet Interactive.
Our silver sponsors this year are
Nuvei. They're also our launch sponsor for the 3rd year in a row.
Dev Experts.
FFW Agency.
Commerzbank.
Luxoft.
And Endava.
Our bronze sponsors, Axway. Coherent Solutions. Merkel. Bika Services. Proxiat. Nemechek.
As well as Experian Bulgaria, Software Group, SiteGround, PokerStars, and Milestone.
Please don't forget to visit all sponsor booths outside. There will be plenty of special prizes, games, and surprises.
To participate in the raffle with plethora of wonderful prizes from our sponsors, at the end of the event, you need to get your badges stamped by every single sponsor and some of our partners.
And speaking about partners, let's hear your thankful applause for them.
The usual essentials are here for us again.
Water by Devin. Red Bull by Red Bull.
Yeah.
Catering by Coffee and Book.
We would also like to thank our volunteers. Please stand up. Yes. The volunteers are these guys with blue t-shirts. Yeah.
There are only 2 people.
If you have any questions or need something, do not hesitate to ask them. The vast majority of them are also IT professionals and your colleagues, and they help make this conference even better for you. So please give them a round of big and warm applause and respect. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And now it's time for us to move on with the official program.
Everybody thinks that there is huge, furious, and continuous battle between developers and QA engineers. That's why we decided to unite them and to make peace between them by organizing 2 separate conferences in 2 separate days.
So please welcome the first speaker at the QA conference, who of course is software developer.
Martin Chau has worked in the IT industry since 2006 and started sharing his experience on different topics at IT events in 2013. He's built several teams from scratch, and as a software architect and designer, he's won multiple awards for the best and most innovative products in the industry.
Martin loves to talking about architecture, principle for developing good software, CI/CD,
ACDC,
yes, I know. Effective teams, software design, performance, testing, and quality software systems, and many others.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh
Martin Chau, oh Martin Chau, oh Martin Chau, Martin Chau, Martin Chau, 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 Martin Chau!
Чуваме ли се? Добре. Ще ви кажа една тайна. Правилната предварителна подготовка предотвратява пълното посиране. Затова сега ще си рестартирам компютъра. Профилактично. Така, докато си връзвам тук някакви неща, да ви кажа, че съм подготвил едни фанелки, където няма откъде друга да ги вземете, защото ги свих от офиса. Така че за интересни отговори и въпроси с удоволствие ще ги раздавам. Обаче само 5, иначе тяха ме хванат. I believe it's time to switch to English. You won't believe this, but it's actually working on updates. That's actually not planned. Network. Okay, until my PC becomes operational, I would like to get to know you a bit better. So let's do a round of raising hand if you recognize yourself. So how many of you here are QAs? Okay, I maybe shouldn't be asking about other jobs, right? But in any case, are there developers here? 1, 2, 3, 5 lost souls. It was yesterday, your event was yesterday. Any other kind of professions? Just shout out. No? Project managers, designers? Okay, cool. So we can get pretty extreme today. I'm still waiting for it to boot. Well, until I get everything running, what am I going to be talking about today? It's going to be about quality assurance. I'm going to make an intro where I'm going to be asking questions. I would really like if people start shouting at me answers. Otherwise, no way for me to give out the t-shirts, right? At the end, there's also going to be a Q&A session, so that's also fine. But your answers would be very helpful for me to tailor the content as I'm going along. It says 100% working on updates, so. Okay. The HDMI. Ah, that's me. That's not my PC. Okay. Okay, so you see a black screen. That's a good thing. It's a start. We're getting close. Okay, so we kind of did the intro already. Now, besides the intro and the questions that I'm going to be asking related to t-shirts, I would do some kind of leveling. So I know that everybody has a definition of what's a bug and what's assurance, but it's going to be much easier if we are kind of on the same page what I'm referring to. So I'm going to move through them. And then I'm going to be talking about the process, which is where the meat is actually. All right, so t-shirt question. What's the purpose of testing? To find bugs. You need to shout more. I don't hear. Help company to win more money. Could you repeat again? Ensure quality of the product. To tell the developers they're wrong. Well, even though everything sounds funny, it's actually not correct. So, no t-shirt will be given on this one. The purpose of testing is to break the system, okay? So let's understand what this means. Why would I want to break the system? Because if you don't break the system, your users will. And hackers will. So the purpose of testing is to actually break your system. It's not to verify it's working, it's actually to find how it's not working. Now, if you think about it, the system is being developed according to some requirements, right? So you know what the system should do. What the system shouldn't do is what you don't know. So you need to find how this is out of the spec. All right. Again, if you don't break your system, hackers will, and they will abuse your data, they will abuse your users, and you will not know about it. So the purpose of testing is to find how the system is not working and then fix it. Okay? I don't hear you very well. You need to really shout. Sorry. So if the system is not working anyway, there's nothing for you to test, so that's fine, don't worry about it. Let's try to see if this is going to break on me. Oh, okay, it's not. I want to ask you a question, and it's like a raise hands kind of question. And the answer is not important to me, it's important to you, okay? So would you eat food that's been develop the way you develop software or test software. So you don't see it from here, but I see like 7 people. So that's kind of alarming, okay? Would you buy shoes that have been developed the way you develop software? So it's even less people now. Should I ask about the car? Would you buy a car like that? Would you fly on a plane that's been tested this way? Now, to the people who raised their hands, the actual question is, what gives you that confidence? Can you pinpoint what actually makes you trust what you do? And the people who didn't raise their hands, can you pinpoint what's the problem? Why you don't trust the process? What's missing for you? So that's an answer that you need to, that's a question that you need to answer for yourselves, not for me, obviously. But this is kind of the purpose of this talk. How can I start trusting my results? Okay? Now, imagine this situation, and this is another kind of raise hands. Okay. It's a tough experiment, so try to put yourself into the situation. You're in the office, right? You're at work. There is something going on, your project is kind of late. You need to deliver it. It's been postponed a couple of times already. There's starting to be pressure. You still think it's not ready, but come on. We cannot delay this anymore. We need to release this. And you need to sign off the project, that if it's ready or not. So how many of you have been in a similar situation? Raise hands. Okay, a lot of you. How many signed off the project? Raise hands. Few, the others are lying. How many of you quit that job on the spot? Only one. This is why I said the others are lying, you know. So this happened some time ago at NASA, and actually the result of this situation was several $1 billion wasted and 7 astronauts dead. And what happened is the director of the project refused to sign, Mr. Alan McDonald. He refused to sign. You know who did? The general manager of the company signed, and then people died. So this is not funny, but it seems to be happening in different places. And this quality is about professional integrity. If you can't deliver quality, well, maybe you should step off and, you know, change the place. So moving to a lighter topic, and that's a t-shirt type of question. What is a bug? Louder, louder. Deviation from the code. Can you repeat? Something caused by a human error. I didn't hear the first part. System failure caused by a human error. Okay. Unexpected behavior. Difference between expected and actual result. Both of you, the human error and the difference between expected and actual, you will both receive a t-shirt. So let me try to phrase it in a, just come to me afterwards. I don't see who is that, so please don't take advantage of that. So a bug is a violation of an assumption. So yeah, expectation, assumption. How did that violation happen? Well, by human error, obviously, or a gap in the process where it allowed for human error to occur. So the thing with code is that when you think of a system development, like the software development part, first of all, is a very small chunk of it, and it happens very, very late in the process. So when the code breaks, this means that actually the error occurred somewhere else, somewhere earlier. Because you know, you're getting the code that you requested. This is the task breakdown. You expect the developer to code something. And the code break, the assumptions doesn't work. It doesn't work like we expected. Exactly my point. This is what I was saying, that the error happened long before we got to coding the system. So before going into process, I would like to first ask another t-shirt question. What's assurance? It's not confidence. The system does what it's supposed to do, but that's not the definition of assurance. To proactively make sure if it works as it. Okay, this is actually close one. So the word did I disappear for a second? Okay. The word assurance have a specific meaning, and it's related to proactiveness. It's a guarantee. So you cannot guarantee quality after the fact. You can guarantee quality before the fact. So you can guarantee the quality of a system before you design and develop it. You cannot guarantee quality after that. Which leads me into a separation that I would like to have, at least during my talk. QA, quality assurance, is not quality control. Okay? So let's distinguish. Quality assurance, it's, we don't see the laser, it's proactive. This happens before the fact. Quality control happens on the output. It happens after the fact. And while quality assurance cares about the process and the system as a whole, and how all the things are going to connect in order to deliver quality, quality control, however, is interested into measuring the outputs of the parts of the different system of the product to verify the quality. So one happens before and one happens after the fact. So in other words, quality assurance encapsulates quality control, and all of this is actually part of something bigger that I don't have on a slide, which is called quality management system. All right? We agree? Okay, so now I can talk about process. So how many of you know what is the definition of SDLC? Just raise hands. Those are developers in hiding in the conference? So I took a generic picture of an SDLC. SDLC is Systems Development Lifecycle. This does not mean coding. This means system development. And development, by the way, is not related in any way to coding. Like we call the process of coding a system and programming development, but development on its own can be related even to building development, okay? So this is a kind of a template. Obviously, SDLC depends on business niche, on company, on scale, on organization structure. So take this as a essence. Don't take it as a concrete example. Now, in which of those stages the QA should be involved? All of them? Who said that? Did you get the t-shirt already? So you're not getting another one, but that's a correct answer. So yeah, all of them. I've put test here just to throw you off, but you know. Right, I will not delve into details because, again, without a specific business niche, it's very hard to discuss what exactly the QA should be doing there. But again, if you cannot test the system, you cannot plan to deliver it, obviously. So the QA here is going to be important in defining the scope of the system, what we can actually test and prove, where we can actually guarantee quality, right? This is important. What's going to be the specification and acceptance criteria? So how are we going to test this? What's going to be our strategy in delivering this with quality? What kind of SLAs and KPIs we will need to measure our results, not only business related. Obviously, during design and development phase, we need to solidify the test scenarios, what kind of use cases, edge cases, abuse cases there are. You know, hackers will find the abuse cases very quickly. We need to understand what are going to be the manual and automation steps that are going to be required if we're missing them. And we also need to get feedback from the team. Maybe they can see something else, something related to technology. So if you're developing something based on .NET, it has certain weaknesses, and your engineers know about them. So they can help you define this. And then, obviously, you need to do test reviews. So there is no like test case that is good. Okay? By definition, you don't trust the test cases and the automation. You need to review them. And I'll talk about test review a bit later. Now in test, this is where everything is executed and this is where quality control happens. So this is where you're verifying and trying to break the system and testing the performance of the system and do the user acceptance testing and so on. After the system is ready, implementation is generally used for like a rollout. You need to analyze the metric, validate it, then release it to the public and then do tests on production as well. How many of you have test suites that they're running on production? Okay, about 10 people. Cool. I would have expected more. And then maintenance. Now, somebody will say, but this is where DevOps work, right? Well, no. No. DevOps have something to do with that, but again, the QA tracks the system. There's proactive monitoring, understanding where the system is weak, where our assumptions broke, really. We track the SLAs, the metrics, and then we design a plan for preventive action. So if we see that the system is running out of resources, we can scale up, or we can define better SLAs for our next iteration of development. Then there's the evaluation. So even if we release a system successfully, in hindsight, there are things that are much, much easier to discover. So did we do it in the most effective way possible? Was it the cheapest possible way? Could have we done it sooner? So good practices obviously needs to be extracted and applied to the next cycle, and also when we identify weaknesses, we should correct for them. So how a healthy process would look like? So it kind of looks the same because it's a cycle, you know, but you need to have focus on prevention. Prevention should be built into the process. There should be quality gates. You should have monitoring and measuring, CI/CD, sounds good, great, right? AC/DC. Retrospectives should be done even in case of success, and you should have zero tolerance to bugs. Now, zero tolerance doesn't mean that bugs are not happening. It means that when your assumptions break, you will not continue developing. You will reassess that what led you to wrong assumptions will not actually damage any other parts of the system that is currently being developed. And only once you eradicate the reason, the root cause of this problem, only then you will continue working. All right, how to measure a process? That's a different thing. I've extracted some KPIs that are generally related to project management and good process management. Obviously, in different business niches and different companies, there would be more, of course. Now, this picture above, what you see is the entire SDLC up to release. So what we care about in this case is lead time versus wait time. Now, that's a good KPI that will become even more important a bit later when I discuss code coverage, for example. But in this case, what we care about is how much time we needed from conception, idea of the feature, until end users are actually playing with it. And we care about the wait time, because those are inefficiencies. So the project was in requirements for 3 months, but requirements were written in 1 week or 2 weeks. So that's a waste. It means we're not doing proper planning, and this is something that we can optimize. You know, KPIs should be like jokes. They should be self-explanatory, but nevertheless, I'll try to explain a few of them. So cycle time is what's happening, is the time where you are actually putting effort on this. We have number of production incidents, and number of production incidents is different than escaped bugs. Like an escaped bug could be a broken image or a slightly bigger font size, but that's not a production incident. That's not preventing your users from using the system. So number of production incidents and cost of fixing a bug in production are two very, very important metrics to track. Why? Well, It's very easy. Probably most of you have learned is that in the requirement stage, it costs you 1 vote to fix this. In design, it takes you 10. In development, 100, and so on and so on and so on. But do you know how much it costs your company to fix a bug on production? Any of you? Like, raise hand. Yeah, a lot more, but nobody has an idea here, at least. At least nobody is raising hand. 1,000? No, that's not. How much does it cost your company to fix a bug on production? Reputation, brand damage, lost opportunity, people moving to other companies, to other business. Okay, so now it becomes more interesting and more complicated. So these metrics are important for you to measure in a process. Now I'm going to proceed with specifying a couple of quality gates, which can like bootstrap a process and take it further, like quickly. So one is architecture review. How many of you have seen a software architecture document? Software design document? Okay, you raised hands. I will rephrase. How many of you seen software design document that includes all of these things? Okay, 3 people, 4. Nice. So a picture with boxes and arrows is not a software design document. So there is nothing to review there. A software design document includes a lot of information. Operational concepts, project overviews, assumptions, sequence of events, assembly instructions. Like when you buy stuff from the shop, new furniture, you get a booklet, and it says, take this, that, how to connect it. Rollout plan, rollback plan, NFRs, and so on and so on and so on. And this is something that you can review and then validate with the team. What does it mean, validate with the team? It means that ask the people who are going to build it if they can build it. I know it sounds ridiculous, right? Like ask the engineers, you .NET developers, can you actually build this Ruby on Rails application? And if you can't, maybe we should redesign it, or maybe you should get some training if this is somehow mandatory for us to use this specific technology. But the team needs to sign it off, obviously. Then we have code reviews. How many of you QA? How many of you QAs have participated in a code review? Raise hands. Okay, a few people. What did you do there? Why are you laughing? What did you do there? What was the purpose of you spending your time on the code review? No checks. Can you repeat? Review of automation test, that sounds cool, but that's a separate thing for us. Well, code review should be a process, and I'm not talking about pull request review. I'm talking about code review. You get the team's code from the past release and actually review it, and this should be open for everybody to participate from the company. What do you want to do there is use a checklist, obviously, keep a positive tone, but this is kind of given. But it's a formal process. It means you're going to review the requirements, the design, the implementation. You're going to review the escaped bugs, the detected bugs, which were prevented from escaping. And you will find the good practices, extract them, and update your style guide. And this is something that's called preventive action. I'm going to talk about this a bit later. And since code review should be a process, what do we do with processes? We measure them. So you need to have inspection rate, how fast you are inspecting codes. You should have detect rate, how many bugs you find per hour, or good practices you find per hour, or bad practices you identify per hour. What's the defect density? So what's the average number of bugs found per line of code, or some other type of measurement? Test review. Wow, I'm going quickly over this content. So how many of you are doing test reviews? 3 people? 5? Okay, about 10 people. Okay, what do you look for in a test review? How do we review tests? Can you shout out, please? If it's according to requirements, yeah, cool. If it's kind of related to a business need, sounds legit. So obviously we need to review test cases, but what's interesting about test cases is we don't want to do tests which are testing implementation unless this is very, very important. And this is rarely important. Your test should be functional, not function testing, but functional, business function. Use cases, edge cases, abuse cases, yada, yada, yada. So unit testing is kind of discouraged. Testing function signatures and type of output is kind of meaningless. Code coverage. How many of you know what is this? A few people? Okay, anyone want to try to answer this for a t-shirt? Okay, cool, I got you. So if functions are working as expected, we get from this side of the room, and from that side we are getting about how much of the code is being executed during testing. So kind of right on both sides, but why is code coverage important? And now we come to the meat of the problem. Code coverage is not important. Code coverage is something that's called a leading indicator, which means it changes all the time. And for you to understand how a leading indicator is performing, you need to correlate it to a lagging indicator. For example, if code coverage is correlated with lead time of the process, we can understand how less code coverage affects the overall time from start to end of a project and how high code coverage affects it. And this is when code coverage becomes important. And by the way, if your developers are measured, if they have 100% of code coverage, they will have 100% of code coverage. And they will still have bugs. So how come? Well, when you measure someone, you're influencing their behavior. So measurements influence behavior, and that's very, very important and very, very powerful. So if you're measuring code coverage alone, you're basically incentivizing people to cover the code, not to think about what it means for the code to be covered. So think about it this way. If I have all the business functions tested, test full automation, and the code coverage is not 100%, what does it mean? How come I have code that's not being executed by the business requirements? How come? So what should I do with this code? Should I delete it? Can I? If I can't, why I cannot delete code that is not being executed? Should I refactor it to remove? This code could prevent some hacker, and that's a business requirement. And there is a test case for that, and the code is covered. So the problem with code that is not covered is that you need to understand if it's a result of a permutation of business cases, like several use cases and edge cases combined together actually result in a unique code path. And there should be a test for that. And if that should not happen, you should actually have code that prevents it from happening and test that shows that this cannot happen. So there is no way for you to not to have 100% code coverage. So that's something that you think about it. Next one. How many of you know what's bug density, even though it's written on the slide? No one? Come on. Okay, one guy or girl. I don't see in the dark. Come on. So bug density is also known as defect density. So historically, this has been measured based on 1,000 lines of code. Now in a distributed system, that's a bit more complicated, obviously, because the complexity actually comes not from amount of code, but possible interactions between services, right? But bug density can help you understand gaps in the process. For example, let's say you get a bug. And how many of you label the bugs such as missing requirement, missing design, technical debt, what else could we? Okay, few people I see. The others, why are you not doing that? Why are you not qualifying the bugs? So how many of you, when you find the bug, how many of you label it according to where it occurred in the process? So if it's a missing requirement, it obviously occurred somewhere long, long ago. If it's a technical debt, that's a different topic. If it's missing design, they're saying that I'm out of time, so I will take a bit more. So bug density is important. It can identify key areas of improvement. If most of the bugs that you're getting are design problems, fire the architect. But bug density is different than production incidents. So we can have bugs that are not incidents and they did not cost us anything specific to fix. Now, I want to show you a clip, and I hope this works. So please note the hand movement. There's many things happening on this clip, but note the hand movement. So this is a racer, obviously, F1. So check how many corrections he does a second. This is called corrective action. What you don't see on this clip, however, is the amount of work that actually went into him being able to successfully do this corrective action. And the fact that this video is taken, do you think it was taken for YouTube? No, that's telemetry, that's measurement. There are actually engineers who will be correlating timestamps on this video with movement of the driver with other systems in the car, engine temperature, throttle response, brakes, temperatures of other fluids, and so on and so on and so on. So what's something that is usually missing is people are usually doing the corrective actions and then forget to do the preventive actions. So a preventive action is obviously related to quality assurance, right? Guaranteeing by preventing bugs. So what's a corrective action? Well, a corrective action could be applying defensive coding technique because we found the bug with some third-party API. But a preventive action would be training the people to use the third-party system effectively before they start developing, right? This kind of thinking. So I want to finish with a sentence. You either own the quality or the lack of quality will own you. And quality is not a specific person's responsibility. Quality is the entire team's responsibility. Nobody can compensate for the lack of quality in a different area. QA cannot compensate for lack of quality of engineer. Engineer cannot compensate for lack of quality of architect, and so on and so on and so on. So you either deliver quality as a team or you fail as a team. And when the company fails, well, maybe it's not NASA, but your livelihoods depend on the success of that business. So in some cases, if a company with 1,000 people fails, it's 1,000 families that are affected. So I'm ready for questions if we have time.
We don't have time.
We don't have time. Thank you very much.
But
Martin, ciao!
ciao!
In just a few seconds, you'll enjoy our coffee break, but just before we go, quick announcements and reminders for you.
After the talks, you also have the chance to speak from this stage. You have to just sign up for a lightning talk. So grab the marker and write down your name and topic on the whiteboard.
Which is
Somewhere.
here.
There.
Okay. Also, don't forget to visit our sponsors' booths if you like prizes. And if you
Come for t-shirts.
yeah, come go for t-shirts.
People who want t-shirts, come to take them, please.
And speak with him, ask him questions outside.
Yes. And if you have a big and warm heart, we kindly remind you, you can support the wonderful kids from Junior Band.
And lastly, if you have tickets for both QA Challenge Accepted and Dev Challenge Accepted, and you were not able to get your bags and presents from yesterday, you'll be able to do so now.
And now it's time for delicious coffee.
20 minutes break. See you in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Come for t-shirts, they're heavy, please.
Comfort t-shirts.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA,
Death challenge
QA
accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. В залата очакваме ви във всеки момент. Ще започне следващата лекция. Please come back in the hall for our second speaker.
We have 5 minutes.
2 minutes.
We have 2 minutes.
Също така забравен е телефон на шатрата на SiteGround. В момента е оставен на рецепция. Ако никой не си го потърси, ще го подарим по време на томболата, като подарък от водещите.
Надявам се да е хубав, да не се излагаме все пак пред чужденците.
So there's a lost phone at SiteGround's booth. It's now at reception.
Ако забравяте някакви неща, нека поне да са хубави, моля ви.
Заповядайте.
Заповядайте. Остават по-малко от...
Повели? Како се зове? Welcome, please, come in.
Welcome back. We will start with a quick announcement from Anton Angelov, a QA engineer, a blogger, and author of technical and non-technical book for testing.
And a multiple winner of QA of the Year award, multiple time speaker from this stage, etc., etc. You all know he's one of the most influential and contributing persons in this IT community. So please welcome Anton
Angelov.
I will be short, so I bring a lot of my books. They're near the t-shirts, so all of the money will go to 2 causes. As you know, there was a disaster like a few days ago because of the heavy rains. A lot of villages and people are hurt and suffering. Actually, even right now and tomorrow, there will be like events to help them. So most of the money from the books will go to them, and the rest will go to the cause of the conference. So thank you.
Thank you, Anton.
Thank you
very much. Thank you.
And we'll continue with our second speaker, who is coming to our stage for a second time, flying directly from Serbia.
Dr. Dušanka Lečić was involved in many projects with different technologies for more than 6 years of experience. She has also published many scientific papers during this period and was a speaker at many conferences.
She loves to sing, to drink, and to think. Well, she loves the life.
And life loves her. It's no coincidence her name means a soul healer.
Healer.
So please, your warm and big applause for
Dušanka Lečić!
Thank you, guys. So, yep, as you heard from the guys, my name is Dušanka Lečić. I am test lead and department manager in Levi 9 IT Services, that is outsourcing Dutch company that has own offices in 3 countries, Serbia, Romania, and Ukraine. I'm leading part of the people in my town, about 40 engineers. So they are test developers. It is a special role because we are manually and also automation testers. So, just a sec. Okay, so beside that, yes, I just, but it's on. Okay, yeah, a bit late, but it's okay. So what I do in my company, very small period of working hours, I am dedicated to managing people, but bigger time is technical, and I'm involved in projects. Oh, okay. I'm involved in projects, and today's topic, benefits of contract testing, is actually from my last project, and I think it's pretty much a new topic in the QA world, without many experiences, but yep, there are tools already that are developed. The tool that I worked with was Pact, but also I researched a bit Spring Cloud Contract tool that is also used for contract testing. But let's start from the agenda. In agenda, we have today term of contract testing. What is it actually, contract testing, and why do we use it? Problem with end-to-end integration tests on the top of pyramid, and advantages of contract testing, some examples. You will see what is the consumer and what is the provider side and how we are managing that. And why is this testing so specific? And of course, we have some conclusions in the end and time for questions. I hope it will be the time. Topic is very wide, and I put some basics here, but just if you are interested, documentation for Pact is very good and very good explained how to start, how to set up, how to involve in CI/CD pipelines, how to manage all that. So I think it's very good documentation and very helpful. So contract testing, I would say, yep, this is like methodology, and we need to ensure that two separate systems can communicate together and that they are compatible. For example, two microservices that have some communications. But what is specific for contract testing actually is that we are doing that independently. So each microservice, for example, we are tested it independently from the other side. So we are capturing all interactions, and we are creating something that we call packed file. Contract file, and of course, that file is connected with both sides in contract testing. Also, when we are involving contract testing, except that we need, that we can test those microservices independently, that contact file, packed file, is generated by the code itself. And that is something that is really good here. So we cannot think about that, and it is easy for managing. And on that way, it is always kept up to date and with real state in our microservices. So this is something that I will call schema, that is explaining actually what is going on in contract testing. So we have one side is consumer side, second one is provider side. Consumer side actually is that side that make contract tests, and that is a big role of consumer side in contract testing. Contract is shared between them, and it is in the middle, as we can see. This tool is packed, so one part of that tool is packed flow, and other part of the tool, so one more, is packed broker that will publish that packed file, but I will mention and explain that a bit later. Second side is provider side, and actually requests in contract need to be replayed against provider API and also verified against consumers' expectations. Why we are involving contract testing at all, and why not end-to-end integration tests? When I was on this project, we had a lot of microservices, a lot of communications. One service that had communication with all other services, very big and complex service. So we started to write end-to-end integration tests to cover everything that we need. And in one time, we figure out as QAs that it has a lot of time for running them, a lot of mistakes that we have with them. They are flaky, and then rewrite again and rewrite, and then this idea about contract testing came from one developer. I can say also his name, Artem Ptushkin, a great guy that helped us in the first moment to manage all this. And then he switched on QA role. So it was really good in a start to learn from him. So, what are the problems with end-to-end integration tests? First problem, they are slow. Mostly, we are running them serially. So, we need from couple of seconds until couple of minutes to run them and to finish them. So, definitely bad in some situations if need something to be better. Hard to maintain, yep. We need to invest some time to debug the tests, to see what is failing, what is wrong, and then in the end to see how to resolve that. Also, yes, I mentioned that they can be flaky. That was a case on our side on Everon project. And we must again invest some time to see, is it up to the configuration, or is it up to the test, or some other reason. Also, they are hard to fix because of all these reasons. So debugging, seeking the mistakes in a code or in a configuration, and if it's in the test itself, it is very hard to find it and fix it, and we cannot guarantee that that is a permanently solution. Also, scale badly, I think it's self-explained. And when we found a bugs, that is too late. Usually too late, and we have a lot of costs. Why? Because we need CI pipeline, end-to-end tests don't have any value if we are running them just locally. So usually we have some pipelines, run them, and it's after pushing our code, probably that is sometimes some testing environment, sometimes that is staging environment, also something that is pretty much hard with them. When we have environment, we need to care about all data preparations and all scripts preparations that need to be executed before those tests. So that is also a problem. I don't want to say to exclude them, no. We need to ensure that our some key business transactions are covered by them, and I think they should exist, but in a small number, not in a big number as we did it before. And advantages of contract testing, no, there are no just advantages, of course. There are also drawbacks with contract testing and very difficulties with setup and everything, but I want to talk about why yes. So first of all, we have the ability to develop them on consumer side before the API. I think this is only kind of testing that we can separate two sites that are interact with each other. Also, we have the ability to drive out the requirements for provider first. So we just need to implement exactly and only what we needed in provider side. One good side, but I think most of you probably don't like manual testing and hate to write boring test cases, but with contract testing, we have a well-documented test cases. I think that is one more great benefit. And those kind of test cases actually shows us how provider is being used. One more, for example, is to also see which fields we are consuming. So is using the consumer side, and other unused fields we can remove completely. Also, we can add some other fields in provider side without impacting other side. That is something that is pretty much hard with end-to-end integration tests. But in contract tests, it is possible. Also, this consumer side, if we change something on provider side, we can easily see what will be broken on consumer side. In integration tests, that is a bit difficult, and we need to invest some time to see if we change something in one service, what will be affected in second service. And sometimes we have some broken pipelines, failed tests, and we need to fix them and invest more time. So it is one more benefit of contract testing. But if we look this slide that says that integration tests are slow, are hard to maintain, can be flaky, are hard to fix, scale badly, find bugs too late in process. This is everything that is completely opposite in contract testing. So they are very fast because we are running consumer side and we are running separately provider side. They are really fast, they are very easy to maintain because we know exactly what API do we have. We are not guessing anything, we exactly know what is going on one side and what is going on another side. Because of that, it is very easy to fix them if it's something isn't correctly. Also, we are able to find bugs in very early phase of development. So on a developer's machine, we can find the bugs on this way. We cannot expect to wait through pipelines to run them, to finish them. We are checking them on developer's machine. And that is also one advantage of the contract testing. So also some of those tasks I already covered, but those tests are very easy to maintain, easy to debug, and easy to fix. And also about scaling, they scale because each component is tested independently, and that is something that is very important. So this is one very small example. You see on the top that I say example of contract testing, but consumer side. And we also have on the other side, provider side. So what is this consumer side? This consumer side is something that we actually creating a pact is consumer side. So what we have here, for the first pact provider rule. So we are using JUnit test, and we need stub, of course. With this annotation, pact provider rule, we are defining the stub. Also, how we are doing the transfer of pact file into stub. That is automatically done by pact libraries, JVM libraries. So, second annotation that is also here important is this pact annotation, and we are defining consumer and provider. And of course, we are defining what is given and what we expect. It is really easy to understand, so we have a method of requests, so we have path, we have given word. That is, you will see the second example that is very important to be exactly the same on consumer side and on provider side. So if we have dashes, then with dashes. If we have all together, then all together. So it is very important that it should be exactly the same. So we are using here DSL object, as you can see, and in the end, if everything is successful and pact is into the stub transferred, so then we should expect publishing pact. That is only thing that is left. But where is our pact file in the end? Pact file is in build pact folder in our structure in a project. So it is pretty much easily to manage with Gradle file publishing our pact. Here is a small test, just verification that we are fetching the tariff with some UID. It is all project related, so it's a bit strange maybe, because Everon is a company that is for charging electric cars. So they have a software that is doing everything, billing, transactions, charging, so simulating charging also. So because of that is this example, like billing, transactions, tariff for transactions. It is very interesting, but it's not a topic for today. Just fetching the tariff and just a small assertion in the end. Is it equal that actually what we expect for tariff ID? On provider side, we have something different. We need to define the state. What are the states? States are all preparations that we have for contract testing from provider side. Sometimes can be very complex. This is a small and very easy example. And if we are in a previous slide, just for a second, this given tariff for transactions, you will see that each state also have this value. On this way, we can tell our pact file what is the provider side and what is the consumer side, and pact will recognize it. So on this side, we have two states. and it's annotated with action, state change action, and annotated with state. So we have setup and we have tear down. Tear down just for the cleaning and to have, again, clean values and to be able to do a new preparation. So in tear down, we are just deleting this particular tariff by ID, and in setup, we are actually creating it, saving into a repo. Also, repo is auto-wired here, and it is tariff repository. So basically, it's everything very easily configured, and you can figure it out. We run out of the time, so I will make some conclusions. So, yeah, this first point is actually some drawbacks for contract testing. It requires many learnings, take time to manage it, to set up it, but for me it was a challenge, and yeah, challenge accepted. So I enjoyed in that project and continue to do the contract testing. Also, on this way, we are preventing breaking changes on production. That is something that I think we all have from time to time, hopefully rarely. It is used for growing project where we have a lot of integrations. For example, as my project was with microservices, and also we are on this way helping communications processes from informal messaging to some standardized processing by reviewing integrations as a code, because a packed file is a code. And I think one thing that is most important, that we need to think about the consequences before we are pushing any code change, and contract testing is something that makes you think about it. So basically, that's it from my side for today, and it's time for questions.
Are there any questions? Don't be shy. You can win T-shirt if you ask the right question.
Okay. I have a question, but I think it's wrong.
Okay. You can ask Dushank questions at the after party.
Yes.
And today outside in the coming breaks, if you don't have questions now, but now, do you have any questions? There is one.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see if it's right.
Maybe.
Hello, very good presentation. My question is about Pact. How much time you needed to learn about the tool, and based on your experience, can you compare it with different tools, whether it's easier to work with it or not?
Okay, it was harder. I am a fan of learning new tools, but it was harder than any tool before. But I had help of our colleague, developer, that I mentioned him, Artem, and it was like, okay, we are now doing contract testing, so you are learning and doing it in the same time. So I didn't have like dedicated time for just learning. It was in the middle of the project, so without specific learning, but 1 month to be comfortable with contract testing completely.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Was
Thank you.
the question right?
Yes.
You deserve t-shirt, sir. So, other questions? Let's send Dushanka with our biggest and loudest applause possible.
Thank you.
Dushanka Leci!
Doctor!
I will tell you because of that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now,
Our next speaker has more than 10 years of experience as QA. He started his career in the field from ground zero, from taking part in the Telerik Academy to becoming a principal QA engineer, trainer, and consultant at the heart of different innovation and automation initiatives. He has also developed and integrated multiple custom frameworks and tools, and is also main editor of Anton Angelov's books.
Nikolai Avramov is going to talk on one of the hottest topics nowadays, the need for speed, because everything we do, everything we test, and everything we develop requires the speed of lightning and the endurance of an elephant.
Please welcome Nikolai
Angelov!
Avramov!
Oh, Avramov, что такое? Avramov, what, please.
Someone
Nikolai
else,
Avramov.
Hey guys, thanks for the intro.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, let me just switch here, setup. Do we have it? Nice. All right, so my name is Nikolai Avramov, and I'm a developer in test and team lead at Automate the Planet. I'm also participating in Telerik Academy, where I actually started my career, and I'm a trainer in the QA Alpha track of it. About this talk, today I'm going to talk about performance testing, and I'm going to share my journey with it. Actually started at the very first day in Telerik, where one of the teammates on the dailies mentioned that he'll be doing some performance testing. I was very excited, wanted to know more, and asked him about it after that. But he was like, oh, this is not the thing you expect. I'm doing some SQL queries, and I have to performance test them. I was expecting to see some Visual Studio load tests to it. But over the time, I started working on a few projects related to performance, and I started to learn more about it, and it got more and more interesting. But years later, I learned the hard way what's the impact of performance on the actual customers. While I was working in Telerik, there was a little side project that a friend of mine offered to make, and it was about the mobile app, which was also my big passion at that time. So he was like, you know, we can try to make it. You know some stuff, I know some stuff, so we can try to do it, and we'll see how it comes up. It's great, and I knew about this platform. It was hybrid. You can just write JavaScript, HTML, and it works everywhere. So I thought we can do it. We started this project. It was an app similar to Tinder. I know no one knows about it. That's fine. And it was similar to Tinder, but it had different functionalities. And we started implementing it. I created a chat in it. There was some geofencing, some fancy stuff in it. And it was pretty cool. Until we got to the time when the product owner wanted to see it. And it's not the product owner you usually see with a tie and with cool suit. It was actually a big vodka guy from a local restaurant in Studentsky Grad. So the presentation was really exciting. He just picked the app, scrolled around it, clicked a few things, and said, "What's this crap? I hate it. I don't want it. Give me back my money." So he didn't throw it away because of the chat I made or the functionalities we had with geofencing and all of it. he just didn't like it because he didn't meet his expectations in performance and user feel. So I realized with the hard way how this affects the actual customers. Years later, after I joined Automate the Planet, I started preparing some trainings and workshops on the thematic. So everything got a little more clear, and I started getting feedback from the people what they see in performance testing, and realized that this is a term that's very undefined. You can get any kinds of answers when you ask people what performance is, and that's pretty normal. So in today's talk, I'm going to show you some of the top misconceptions I have seen, and we'll see if you agree or not with them. This is my take on this, so I'll be happy to get your opinion on all of that. The first misconception is about performance testing and load testing. What's the relation of them? And before I show you some results I took from the different sessions I had, I wanted to ask all of you to try and participate with raising hand, warm up a bit. I know you did it already, so let's ask first, how many of you were working on a performance testing project? Okay, we have one. All right, a couple here. This side, not many. Okay, we have a few. That's great. That's about 20 people, I think. Special, maybe it's time for performance challenge accepted. Okay, so please keep your hand up for just one more second. I want to ask you if this performance testing project was actually load testing project. Were you doing load testing while doing performance testing? Okay. That's about the same number of people. If you took their hands down, that's great. And this is something I was getting over the time also. I'm using some tool to generate these word clouds that I like a lot. But most of the people are saying when they hear performance testing, they talk about JMeter, about slow runner, about stress testing, about how fast the system is, and stuff like that. So we can see that there's common understanding that performance testing is actually load testing. So I want to dig a bit into that, and we'll just see my favorite answer here. Yeah, you can see it on the top. Screams in agony. This is something I really enjoyed. All right, so to untangle this story, let's talk a bit about load testing. This is a typical load test that we can make using the tool that you probably know, JMeter. So we have some ramp-up period, we have a period where we hold the load, and we have some time to cool down the system. This is a simple test I made against Automate the Planet. Tony, don't be mad at me. And this is the response I got. So on this graph, you can see the output of the system behavior. It's showing me what response I get for all these loads that I make, all these web requests that I made in my load test. But this graph is looking like a line, but it's actually made from little dots. These little dots are measurements. So these little dots are actually the performance tests that we make while load testing. So can we say that load testing is actually performance testing under load? The different metrics that we take and the different aspects of the system that we see by taking these metrics is actually performance testing. So this is just repeated over some load. Great. So why am I stressing so much on load testing and performance testing? What's the difference and so on? Well, because it matters. When you know what's the difference and that load testing is just a small part of the whole thing, you can realize that there are different types of performance testing you can make, and they will help you to understand the system better. So, we get to the next misconception. Is performance testing always going with load testing? We saw the numbers from the audience. Most of the cases, that's the case. But one day, our manager in the project I worked just said on one of the sync meetings, you know what? We have this small project going on. It's about converting the 2,500 pages that we have in our application into a single page. That was interesting. So they are trying to get this huge application into a single page application. Do you know what single page application is? Can you raise hand? Okay. You have seen it a while. So doing this on a small marketing website is a piece of cake. Challenge accepted website is also built like that. So doing it on a huge system with so many pages is not so straightforward. And I realized that we have to measure it somehow. Would it work in general? Do we have to do it at all? So I started thinking, I have my JMeter. It's installed. I have it on my machine. I have to use it. I know how to do it. But how do I measure the performance of SPA system versus multi-page system? How do I measure the user's interaction over some scenarios that we have? It's pretty hard to do it, to simulate exactly the conditions and to be sure that the actual results are the same that the clients will see. It's easy to miss that because by doing wrong measurements, you can mislead the project management and take the project into another direction. So it's a risky job. And then I started working with my friend. Say hello to web page test. Yesterday on the dev conference, there was a great talk that was using some of the charts that web page test generates. And it was surprising to me to see other people use it. But yeah, it's called the Swiss Army knife in performance testing, especially for website performance. So there are a few things that I use from it to help me in such a project. First thing is to start a performance test and to actually see the results. It's taking some time to run it. You can run it from many locations from around the globe, but the result that we get is similar to what we see in Chrome DevTools, and it's the waterfall, which you'll see in a second. Waterfalls are something I discovered a few years ago. I have seen it quite a while, but understanding the waterfalls and how they work and what information we can take from them is really interesting to me and to many web performance engineers. So the waterfall that we see here is showing us the first request to automate the planet. It might be a little small. I can try to zoom it in. And it's taking about 1 second to load. That's perfectly fine. Then we have a bunch of requests that are happening that are marked with X, which cannot be good. Then we have some other requests, and we can see the whole page load. The vertical lines that we see are showing actually at what point of time our page has loaded. So this is so important information before we start any kind of performance tests. Why? Well, because if we just focus on the first request, which is automatetheplanet.com, and do load test on it, we might get some results. But let's see what happens when this request finishes. So it's around the first second, and we can see on the video here, which doesn't want to play. Okay, now it played. We can see that on the first second, the user is not seeing anything. It's just a blank screen. So when we do load tests on this endpoint, what information do we get? We know what's the server response time. It's 1 second. That's great. I can share it to the product team and to everyone else, but it won't help us to compare it to the actual numbers we get from our browser. So I started exploring this and digging deeper into these waterfalls to understand what they mean and how they can be used. The another very useful feature I use is called web requests. The web requests are very interesting to see. This is open source system that is applying some physics on our web requests. By opening this, you can see how the actual system is built, what are the different components, and how they are affecting the page load time. How do we see it? Well, each of the requests that we have is marked here as a little planet or a circle. The size of it is showing the size of the request, and the actual distance between the different requests is showing the page load time and the response times. So having this picture is very different from doing a page load and from looking at the waterfall, but it's helping us a lot to get insights about the page performance. Now, having that information, we can analyze and decide what requests to use and how to design our testing. But we get to the next misconception. Performance testing is all about speed, and mostly server response time. This is something that we track over most of the performance tests, and we can see it on many of the performance tests and load tests that people are doing. But this is just about this. There's something called perceived performance, and this is a very interesting topic to me. In perceived performance, we start to change the measurements we make from server response time, from throughput, and other metrics that we usually do in load testing to stuff like first paint, first contentful paint, or FCP, meaningful paint, contentful paint, speed index, time to interactive. All these measurements, as we know, and they're saying enough for themselves, are very important for our users. And when you start measuring this, you can actually call this a test, so you can set baselines and try to improve it. So in performance testing, we definitely need load testing, and we need to see how our system reacts in load test. But we also need to take care of that experience user gets when he loads the page, whether the page is optimized enough to get really good experience and how it feels. So there are different tools about that. We'll talk about it in a second. Cool, so we get to the next misconception I see. This is about doing performance testing only at the end of the project, just before the release. Can we just raise hand again to say how many of you are doing performance testing just before the release? All right. Cool, that's about the half of the people that are doing performance testing. And that's pretty common. We tend to try to run it like a regression suite to make sure that system is working correctly, we don't have any load times that are higher. But doing performance testing just at the end of the project or the conclusion of system functional testing is like conducting a diagnosis blood test on a patient who's already dead. This is a quote by Scott Barber, and I really like it. So you can just say what's the current condition, but you don't have really that information. How can you do this prevention of being dead if you just do your testing at the end of the project? Taking snapshots over the course of the project, even before it's released, is critical, and we can also always find a way to do it, even though it's a little bit harder, because there might be unfinished parts of it. Now let's imagine one situation. What if you're a developer and you start working on this new project? You start developing your code, but there's something that is new. There's a problem you need to solve, and you try to find a solution for it. Then you start to think about new solutions to it, Google it, Stack Overflow, and then you find this new solution. That's great. You try it and it works. You pass it on to testing, everything is fine. Then you do it again about this different problem you have, you use the same thing and then again, and then it comes time for release. The QA team starts running their performance and load tests, and they see that there's a problem. There's a bottleneck introduced, probably with that new implementation. Going back and fixing all these places where the problem was introduced is very risky for introducing regression issues, and we have to retest everything. So this puts the project at risk. What's the best way to do it? I'm not saying it's the best, but I'll show you how they do it at Netflix. There's a great article about it. They do multiple performance test executions before and after each commit gets into their branches. So even before we release something, we get these performance metrics from the change that we introduce. And we can compare, based on the trend that we have, whether it's anomaly that we see, does it change the performance of the system, even though it might not be a bad thing, but we need that information to know what change is changing what. The only way to do it is to do that frequently by having some process in place. Performance testing cannot be done on production. Performance testing and production are two things that should not be used in the same sentence. This is because most of the people think about load testing when they say performance. And indeed, load testing on production is not a good thing. But are all performance testing types forbidden from running on production? These are just some of the tools that you can use to run your tests on production. And they're very useful. Web page test, page speed insights, KeyCD and pingdom, all of these are doing just single load on their page. You don't have to load the system, you will not break anything. But you get that insight from the source of truth, which is the production server. It's not scaled down production, so you can start tracking that, and it's really a good thing to do it. This is an example that we have for a memory leak that we found. It was not in production, but it was interesting to see that the tool that we use is not so fancy. It's just Chrome DevTools. You have your performance monitor, you can start it, you can see what metrics you can measure, and learn how to use it in the best way. Okay, this is a video of this performance leak happening. I'll just move that a bit up. But we can see that it got around 2 gigs of memory. And you can notice that this is not on the server. This is not happening on our database or something else. It's happening in the browser, especially in a single page application, React applications. There are so many things going on in the browser that we might have multiple performance issues there. So taking care of those cannot be done with the general tools that we use for load testing. Next we get to the 6th misconception. Performance testing is hard. How many of you think performance testing is hard? Can you raise hand? All right, not many of you, that's great. The rest, I guess, think it's easy. Actually, this is pretty true. Performance testing is really challenging, and it's one of those types of testing that is not strictly defined, as we said, and we don't have so strict criteria around it. This is an example of a process for running load tests. It has about 10 steps, and with the tools that we know, pretty much anyone with some API experience can just take a request, repeat it tons of times, and see some graphs, present them. Job is done. This is great, but the hardest part I found is in number 7, to prepare and to understand your environment. This is the time when you have to start thinking about the system. What do you have to prepare as a test case, how it would affect it, and you have to understand the technology behind it. This is pretty hard to get, so there might be so many different functionalities, different features that are there. Question is, can we do it as a QAs? It might be microservices. It could be so many different technologies. Do we have to understand from everything? And if we switch to another project, is that something new that we have to start learning and read all the books about it? That's something I found over the past few months. This is pretty hard. And to know all the answers and to have the expectations in the team that you can do it all by yourself is really a misconception. Why? Because performance is like a rocket and our system is like a rocket. You have to know about the different components, or you can find the people that know about it. So in this latest project that we had, we were looking for a bottleneck in the database. It was something like a deadlock happening because of the Redis cache did something that it shouldn't. I don't know about it. Like, I'm not so aware of the technical side of it in this case. But I found that the skills that we develop as QAs over time to try to channel everyone's energy towards the solving of the problem, to get everyone's opinion on what we have, and to try to structure the whole activity as a general testing activity, to prepare requirements, entry and exit criteria, is really helping a lot. So even though the topic is hard, and it's hard to know everything, we can do that as QAs and try to use our skills in this really challenging matter. Performance testing should be done only on the software under test. Misconception number 8. That's the main thing that we should do. But how about the software we develop ourselves? How many of you develop software? A few people. How many of you write automated tests? So, you also write software, you code. How about testing our own code about performance? We try to do it at Automate the Planet. Anton has a great article about it for benchmarking and assessing automated test components. We tried it a few times when triggering some change that is really important, and it's using different implementation of the same function. This really works great when you have confidence that the software you deliver is also performant as it should. Next one. Performance improvements are only verified with performance testing, and this is my favorite one. At first, I also thought that when you're involved into performance testing, you should care only about your performance tests. In a project that we had recently, the one with the SPA application, we saw that's not really true. The main thing there was our regression suite. And our automation suite is so significant and was a huge part of this project because it helped us to find so many issues over the course of the project while the team was working on performance improvements. Performance testing came at a later point. We of course did some measurements and checks, but the main thing was this: is our software working correctly? Because no one likes really blazingly fast error pages. So no matter what shape of your pyramid is it a pyramid, is it a mushroom, what kind of it, you should make sure that you have it before starting and working on performance projects. Is performance testing all about the numbers? There are so many graphs, there are so many numbers involved in it, but is it all about it? We have to start thinking about these little dots that we see on the graphs. Each of them is representing one of our users. And even if it's a bit higher or lower, we have to investigate. And the way to do it is to start thinking about the client side. So start thinking about it so you don't see that and our customers don't see that too often. Key takeaways from today. Do not solely rely on load testing. And while testing the performance of a website, work with your team. Define your own type of performance testing. Share it with everyone, get feedback on it, start drafting on performance testing plan, and before you start working on performance improvements, make sure you have your regression suite done right. This is just as an example because I did say a few things not to do, but I'll give you some example of how to do it. This is example infrastructure that you can use for your real user monitoring infrastructure, and you can apply to pretty much any system on production. The other part, the synthetic part for the infrastructure, you can use to create your own lab of performance testing, which combines all of these different aspects. It's client-side performance testing, load testing, some key measurements from page speed insights, and gathering all of this together with some alerting. Luckily for you, this is all available in my GitHub, so you can check it out, install it in Docker, and have it on your next day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai.
Any questions to Nikolai Avramov?
You got it right this time.
Any questions?
Okay, I'll be around, so you can contact me anytime. Thank you.
Please send him with big and round and warm applause. Nikolai
Avramov!
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. We will have a coffee break, and we will wait you here back at 20 minutes. In quarter past 12, let's say it like that.
And don't forget the sponsor booths,
The lightning talks,
Junior band
donations, and the non-Angelov books.
and the name of Nikolai Avramov.
Don't forget. Okay, see you later.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Здравейте, моля заповядайте в голямата зала за следващата лекция. Остават по-малко от 4 минути. По-малко от 4 минути до началото на следващата лекция. Остава по-малко от 3 минути до началото на следващата лекция. По-малко от 2 минути. 2 минути до началото на следващата лекция.
Less than 2 minutes to our next speaker. Моля, заповядайте. Не се стеснявайте. За хората отвън да знаете, че места вътре почти не останаха, изчерпват се. Ао, каква гъчканица! Не се бийте, хора! Има места за всички! "53 seconds to our next speaker."
Остава по-малко от 1 час до началото на следващата лекция.
Няма време.
Точно места са свободни, може да седнете, да. Не се бутайте, моля ви се, отстъпете това място на дамата. Да, благодаря, седнете, седнете.
Start with a question from me for you QA professionals.
Question?
Question, yeah.
Oh,
One question for
one?
one t-shirt.
I gonna win a t-shirt now. I think so. Остават по-малко от 7 секунди до началото на следващата лекция. Очакваме ви.
As you see, time is relative.
Заповядайте, дами, заповядайте.
Welcome back. Please take your seats. Clasp your seat belts.
And I think we are ready.
Okay,
For the
welcome
question.
back. I have a question for you.
I have a t-shirt.
What is the most popular QA automation tool? Who was the first? Well, I thought it's the automatic door of your office when you go home. But Selenium is the right answer, so you, sir, win a t-shirt.
But sometimes our Selenium
Tests.
Selenium tests are flaky. And that's why we are inviting our next speaker, who is famous in the QA community as the uncle.
Dimitar Tupuzov, or Chicho Mitko, as his colleagues call him, has 15 plus years of experience in quality engineering with strong focus on testing web, mobile, desktop and backend systems. He's also a big fan of the Rodopies and the Audi cars.
He's also one of our nominees for the
QA of the Year award. Make some noise for
Dimitar Topuzov!
Hi all. After this introduction, let me tell you some words about the early days of my career as QA engineer. Back then, test automation was something exotic, and we used Excel tables like this one, where we define test cases with test steps. For each step, we have expected result, we execute everything manually, and then we fill the status if it pass or fail. At that time, flakiness was a known word. A little bit later, Selenium WebDriver was born. Then we also found tools like Jenkins exist. And what we did is we created Jenkins jobs to run our Selenium tests nightly. And how my workday as a QA engineer looked at that point of time, I go into the office in the morning, look at the build status. If it's green, everything is fine. If it's red, then I should investigate what's the reason. And what were the most common reasons for failing builds? It was the issue with product under test, or the test environment, or the test data. Also, it can be an issue with external systems and not enough isolation. It can be a problem with the machine setup, networking, and of course, flaky end-to-end tests. So, what is a flaky test? A flaky test is a test that has non-deterministic outcome. It sometimes passes, another time fails, running against the same version of the product deployed on the same environment. So, what was the impact of those failing nightly builds in Jenkins? So, it decreased the productivity of the QA engineer because each time build is red, QA should spend time to investigate what's the reason. Also, QA should spend time to fix tests or take some other actions to make the build green again. But it was QA-only problem. Developers were not aware what happens. Developers were not aware that flakiness exists. And they got contacted only in case real bug is introduced in the product. What changed in recent years is so-called shift-left model. And it says that we should move the testing as early as possible in the life cycle. So, how we work nowadays, we use pull requests for each fix or feature in our product, and on those pull requests we run our end-to-end tests. And what is the impact nowadays? The impact of failing CI/CD is it causes bad emotions. Imagine a developer who is your friend, you drink beers together, he opens a pull request to fix some valid bug. And his pull request is read because you wrote some flaky end-to-end test. So definitely he will not be happy. The other impact is that it also decreased the productivity of the whole team. Not only QA should spend some time to investigate failures, fix tests, but developers will be blocked to merge their work in the main branch, or CD pipeline will be blocked to deploy it on the next environment. The biggest problem is that flakiness become visible to the whole team, and the whole team loses confidence in test automation. On the other side, Selenium is often blamed to be flaky, and even engineers at Google blame it to be flaky, and this is a screenshot from Google testing blog post, which basically says that they observe some flakiness in Selenium tests. So, why this happens? This is a very short Selenium script, which basically starts a new browser, maximize it, navigate to some URL, locate some input element, type something in it, then locate some button, click on it. Finally, we assert that we have 20 results of this search operation, so 20 results are displayed on the page, and quit the browser. So, I have a question here, and this is a question for a t-shirt. So the first who answer correctly get one. Those are 7 lines of code. How many of them you think can fail, throw an exception, or be some source of flakiness? 7? Who said 7? T-shirt for him. I'll ask someone to give him a T-shirt. So yes, basically every line of code here is possible to fail for some reason. And let's start with the first one. We try to start a new browser, Chrome browser instance. So to answer what can go wrong here, we should first understand how Selenium works. So we write our Selenium tests on language of our choice. It can be Java, Python, JavaScript, something else. Our scripts talk to so-called browser drivers, which are separate binary, and this separate binary control the browser. So when we say new Chrome driver, actually what happens under the hood is it looks for Chrome browser available on the machine. It also looks for the Chrome driver is somewhere in the path. And if both are found and versions are compatible, then it will start a new session. Otherwise, it will throw an exception and all of your end-to-end tests will fail. So, a couple of years ago, we found the WebDriver manager of Bonnie Garcia, which is popular in Java world. We also found different WebDriver managers for different ecosystems. We started using them, and initially they looked promising. Because what they do is they try to detect what is the browser version on your machine and try to download the correct driver for this version. And this happens with single line of code, and you don't care about downloading drivers, adding them to the path, such kind of stuff. But the problem are still possible. And what happened is sometimes, even with the perfect implementation of the WebDriver manager, it downloads the wrong version of the driver because sometimes browser vendor release the browser and the driver on different dates. Another case is browser vendor may decide just to move the drivers on different URL, different location, or change the release process, naming, versioning, such kind of stuff. In this case, you need to wait until new version of WebDriver Manager is available that address this issue. You should update the version of the WebDriver Manager in your project and hope that you will be able to start a browser. Finally, we encountered even more issues. So the WebDriver managers are a piece of code in the same way as your end-to-end tests are a piece of code, and in the same way as you write flaky end-to-end tests, some people write flaky WebDriver managers. And this is a screenshot from the .NET WebDriver manager. Can you guess what's the logic to download Gecko driver, which is the driver for Firefox browser? It gets the HTML source of GitHub releases page, parse the page source with XPath expression to locate the element which holds the version, then get the version as number and try to download this version of the driver. And can you guess what? If you use this WebDriver manager, your Firefox test will fail every time when GitHub release new pages with styling changes. So, this moment I just told myself you should stop using WebDriver managers. And here are my tips how to make starting new Chrome driver stable. So, the first tip, do not use machines where browser is updated automatically. By default, on Windows, Chrome browser is updated automatically each time when you start, and if new version is available, it automatically will get downloaded and installed. So my tip is, do not use Windows on CI, or at least find some way to disable automatic browser updates. Also, do not use WebDriver managers. Make it DevOps problem. Use machines where the browser and the driver are fixed version and they are already installed. In other words, run in containers, some Docker images, or use cloud vendors. And at the bottom there is link which demonstrates how I do CI on GitHub Actions in Ubuntu container, where driver and the browser are already installed, they are correct versions, and it works without WebDriver managers with zero compatibility problems. So, going to the next line, we try to maximize the browser. Well, this may produce different results on different screens, and that can make your tests work on my machine, failing on CI. So please do not maximize your browser. Instead of it, try to make the browser size deterministic, and you can achieve it with adding arguments to Chrome options. You can set window size property, which will set the pixels. But pixels are also something which is not deterministic. If you run on different displays, you may use Mac with Retina display or some display with non-default DPI size. So to solve this, you can also use argument called force divided scale factor, which will scale only the Chrome browser, not the whole desktop, to default DPI. You can also decide to use headless options, which is pretty useful one, but please note that headless affect the window size and the other option. And I have a lot of code snippets examples with a lot of comment in the code on the link on the bottom. And don't worry, you can read it. Slides will be available shortly after the event. So. The third one, we try to navigate to some URL. Once again, let's explain how Selenium works. So we write our scripts in some language, and our script sends HTTP request to the browser driver, which means that browser driver, it's not mandatory to be on our local machine. It can be on some remote machine, some cloud vendor like BrowserStack or something else. Then the browser instance is started, and in this browser instance, we load some URL, which is deployed on some web server. And imagine what happens if you are somewhere in Australia and you write your Selenium tests with Java, and you run on BrowserStack, and maybe BrowserStack starts some browser instance somewhere in America. And maybe in this browser instance, you try to load some URL which is deployed on some machine somewhere in Europe. So even if it succeeds, do not fail. When your browser loads your web page, HTTP request will travel through such network cables on the ocean bottom, and it will make your application respond slowly. So it may cause flakiness in your end-to-end test if you are not careful with weights, and you should be more careful with weights with such kind of infrastructure. It can be even a bigger problem. Imagine what happens when you say driver find element or click some element. Every Selenium command sends HTTP request to driver, and if this driver is somewhere on the other side of the ocean, it will make your Selenium tests very slow. My tips are the closer the URL, the better. Try to keep the product under test and your test in the same network. And even if possible, why not execute your end-to-end test exactly on the machine where the product is deployed. The next one, we try to locate some element, but we got no such element exception. Why this happens? By default, Selenium do not wait for elements to be available before try to interact with them. So you may encounter such an exception. And there are a couple of ways how you can fix it and how you can not fix it, should not fix it. So I still see a lot of people using thread sleeps, and this is something that you should never do, because thread sleep will make your test slower, and if your site is on the other side of the ocean, your test, it's possible to be flaky again. The next option is to use Selenium's implicit weights, which are pretty simple way to set a global weight, but this global weight is global for the session, and it has too much limitations, so please don't use implicit weights. Explicit weights are pretty good option. They are customizable, extensible. Fluent weights are also a good option if they are available for the language you use, because they are not available in all languages you can use with Selenium. So again, a lot of examples how weights work on the link. The next one. We try to locate the submit button, but is this submit button good locator? Well, I don't know, but I definitely know that some people do the following. They open the browser, open the inspector, right-click, copy selector. And this generates some expressions like this one, and those expressions contain full path from the body to the element. And this is definitely not good locator because it's likely to change every time you have new version of your application. So don't use such kind of locators. The good locator is unique, it's descriptive and unlikely to change. You can test your locators for uniqueness inside browser before you move to code. Because if you use locators that locate multiple elements in browser, it's possible that you interact with the wrong element in your test, and this will make your test failing. I encourage you to read the official Selenium documentation. Nowadays, it's much better than it was 3 years ago or 5 years ago. There is new Selenium documentation website, so please read it. Also, read some CSS and XPath tutorials, because it's like the multiplication table in maths. You should know locators like this table. What happens next? We try to click on some element, but are we sure we can really click the element? If we try to click an element, it may result in element not interactable exception, which basically happens when element is available in DOM, but not displayed or not enabled. And you can use, again, explicit waits to wait until element is displayed or clickable before you try to click it. Another thing that can happen if you try to click an element is so-called element click intercepted exception, which usually happens when your element you try to click is behind some other element and it's not clickable, some other element is on top. And my advice here is do not try to fix it. Debug your test, see what's the state of your application, because most likely it's a real problem and most likely your end user also cannot click this element. If you read Stack Overflow, some people will tell you, well, if you can't click it with Selenium, why do not execute JavaScript via driver object? Well, this may work and may click the element, but it will just hide real problems in your application. The next one, you can have issues if you try to click moving elements. And for those moving elements, you can wait until animation is finished. And how you can do it? You can use, again, WebDriver waits. And in WebDriver waits, instead of expected condition, you can use lambda functions. And this is such an example. Here I locate the element, get rectangle of the element, then do a very small sleep and get the rectangle again. And if those two rectangles are equal, then it means that element is not moving. If those rectangles are different, it means that element is changing its size or location somewhere on the screen. So we can use it to wait until animation finish. What else can go wrong? We looked for some list of results to have 20 items. And you should ask yourself, what will happen if results are ordered dynamically in this list? Maybe like this one. So we have a list of items and they are added one by one, but at the first moment, the number of items is not the one we expect. So what can we do in this case? Expected condition API is rich, and we can wait until expected condition dot number of elements to be some number. But if expected condition API is not enough, we can implement our custom expected conditions. We can also implement waits with lambda functions, like the one with animations. And the last one is we can use some utilities like awaitility, which is pretty popular library in Java world. And what awaitility do is it gives you the chance to define Boolean function, and then you can await given amount of time this Boolean function to return true. In this example, I click a button which should export some Excel file, so browser should download Excel file. And with this method, I wait until file is available on the file system. So another Selenium example. We locate some search button, click it, everything is fine at this point. We do something else, and a couple of lines later, we try to click the same button we located on the first line. And what we have is stale element reference exception, which says that element is not attached to page document. And you wonder what happens. Open the browser, test your locator in browser, you see that such element is available in the browser. But what happens here, and the reason for this exception and this failure is that somewhere between 2 attempts to click the button, the DOM refreshed, the page refreshed, and we tried to click a reference to element which is no longer there. So if you receive stale element reference exception, my advice is write your test in such a way that you do not keep reference to elements. Always locate them again before try to interact with them. Or you should also be mindful for such kind of exception, because it's also possible that this kind of exception is bug in your product. Imagine your site refresh, but it should not refresh. This refresh may make it slow, may cause some flickering, bad user experience. So sometimes stale element reference exception is actually a bug in your product. It's always a bug, but you should decide if it's in the product or in the tests. Let's talk a little bit about end-to-end test workflows. So here is a simple workflow, and to save some space on the screen, I wrote it in something like Gherkin. So the flow is, when I click on A, and click on B, and click on C, then I should see the effect of C. And this is not a good approach. Imagine what will happen if I click on A and my application go in some wrong state, and I continue with all the operation, don't care what happens with my application. I've got a test failing on the last line, and it will make it hard to debug, hard to understand where is the problem. So my advice is, when you do some operation, always check the state of application after this operation. When you click on A, check what is the effect. You see the effect of A. When you click on B, check you see the effect of B. And to make it even better, even more stable, always wait for everything. When I tell you click on A, I mean wait until A is clickable and then click it. When I tell you check if you see the result of A, then it means wait until you see the result of A, not just check it. So yes, basically wait for absolutely everything. And if you write all those waits in your test directly, it will make them look ugly. And a disclaimer here. No need to make your tests ugly. Those things with waits, it's what should happen as computing operations, but try to keep your tests readable. Use some abstractions to hide all of this complexity and keep your tests simple and readable. Here, knowledge in design pattern is something that will definitely help you. And you can also leverage some already existing frameworks like Bellatrix, Selenite, WebDriver.io, or something else that will automatically wait for element and it will solve some of the complexity, not necessarily all of the complexity. Finally, some words about visual testing. What are the most common issues with visual testing inside browser? So different browser versions render differently. So when you update the Chrome on your machine, you may have different images and you should replace your baseline. What else happens is the same browser version, same Chrome version deployed on different machine, let's say Windows 10 and Windows 11, will render differently. So you should use same kind of operating system. You may also encounter issues with blinking cursors, animation, anti-aliasing. You can also encounter issues with dynamic content areas that should be ignored from comparison. And here are my tips for visual testing. The first tip, once again, do not execute your test on machine where browser is updated automatically. Control browser updates and your host operating systems. execute in containers, eventually use some cloud vendors, or run in some in-house Selenium grid or something like that. Headless mode is something that can help your visual test for multiple reasons. Another tips, implement some logic in your image comparison to ignore different areas of your screen. Also, you can implement logic which counts pixels with very small differences in RGB values as same pixels, and this will help you to solve issues with anti-aliasing. What else you can do? You can disable blinking cursors and animations if you execute JavaScript via driver object. You can also wait until animation finished, as we showed a little bit earlier. And you can also make your image comparison function a Boolean function, and you can retry it with a utility until it returns true or timeout. So fighting flakiness is actually an easy thing if you follow this schema. For every line of code you write, ask yourself, is it deterministic? And if yes, you have no problem. If it's not deterministic, then make it deterministic and you have no problem again. Some resources. In the beginning, I told you that flaky end-to-end tests are only one of the reasons for failing Jenkins jobs. And usually it's the test data or not enough isolation, and maybe some mocking can help you. And the first resource here is the best ever presentation I watched on QA conference, and it addressed exactly this, dependency on external systems and test data. So I encourage you to look at it. Next two bullet points are very good tutorials for WebDriver weights and locators. As I said, they are like the multiplication table in maths. You should just know it. Finally is the flaky test GitHub repository in my account, where you can find a lot more examples with comments in the code for everything I showed today. I'm Ditu Puzov at GitHub, Ditu Puzov at LinkedIn, also Ditu Puzov at Gmail. So you can reach me if you have any problems with flakiness. You can try to isolate to something that you can share publicly. You can post in software quality assurance user group in Facebook, where I give my best to answer on such kind of topics. And yes, I'll be happy to help you. And thank you, and any questions?
We have time for one or two questions maybe, and more in the break. Do we have questions? There is one.
Hi, Chicho Mitko.
Hi.
I have a comment about the WebDriver Manager. We had a similar problem in Bellatrix, and a while ago, as you know, I'm involved in the Selenium project, right?
Yes.
So I have a close discussion with one of their lead developers, Diego Molina. Maybe you know him.
Yeah.
And while we discussed all of these problems with the WebDriver Manager, and he told me that actually in the next few releases, they will incorporate all of that directly in Selenium, so this will be solved. However, I have another proposition how to solve it. Actually, in Bellatrix, we have something called machine automation, which is actually in a configuration you execute for Linux or Windows. There are tools that basically they can install the proper version of the browser. This is one of the options. And the second one is you can always use tool like Selenium for Docker, and you can execute that on your local machine. And actually, this is how we do it in some of the projects.
Yes, that's my point. I like the second and the last one you taught. So use Dockers or set up correctly your machine before starting the test. So ensure correct fixed browser version, not some random browser version.
And one more thing about the wait for animations. Actually, you can do it with JavaScript. Maybe you can try it so that it's more general, you know?
True.
Thank you. Another questions? Question? There's one.
Okay, thanks. Mitko, sometimes the flakiness is caused by the test data. So Could you please share some thoughts about this?
I can give you a short answer in one sentence. The only short thing I can give you is a link to this presentation. It's really the best one for me. I watched on QA conference ever, and it addresses exactly this. So we can talk with you later, and I also encourage you to look at the first point in the resources. And maybe t-shirts for Anton and for him.
Thank you. You can find Mr. Chichumitko in the coming break to ask him more questions. Thank you, and your applause for Dimitar Topuzo!
Thank you.
And good luck to the QA of the Year award. Okay, moving on to another experienced and well-known speaker who also spoke at the previous QA Challenge Accepted edition.
Alexander Velinov has 20 plus years of experience in software development and engineering, web, mobile, embedded and desktop solutions. Currently, he is leading the testing discipline of Endava in Bulgaria.
Alex will share a potential testing approach about continuous testing at a scale. Please applaud. Wait.
Wait.
Keep your...
Wait. This is our cable. Please applaud Alexander Velinov!
You should try in the opera, guys. Pretty well. Thank you very much for having me here. Just a minute to... Yeah, I can.
Present
Hopefully I can.
No. Someone lied to me. So is it everything okay now?
I would need to also connect in this. Just another minute. Just let me show the slides.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
Okay.
Your applause again. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm extremely happy to be here for second year in a row. Again, this year I'm going to talk about continuous testing, but this time how we do it at a higher scale when you have, for example, 15, 20, 30 teams working on the same product or program in this case, because yeah, it's huge. So before we start, I would like first to introduce myself. No. This awkward moment when the presentation is not with you. Okay. Okay, so we continue. Just let me be careful. I'm switching this time. Okay, I'm going to switch from my computer. It would be easier, definitely. So first, to start a bit of introduction about me. I'm already 6 years in Endava leading the testing discipline, and also together with my great colleagues, we're responsible to grow the Endava business here in Bulgaria. As a whole, I'm from 20 years in the IT field. My passion toward computers started long time ago. I'm not sure how many of you have ever played Karateka, this 8-bit classic. Oh, I expected fewer. Well done, guys. I'm glad that I'm not so old, but you are. And yeah, everything started with Karateka on the private machine. After that, I moved to newer and more modern games. and start soon developing patience towards the system administration, networks, etc. And this is how I get my first job. After that, I was freelancing with creating websites, and after that I moved to the QA field, where I spent a lot of time changing different roles and so on and so forth. What I can say is that I'm really good with working with people. Hopefully my colleagues will also confirm, right guys? Thank you. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I'm a proud co-founder of my beautiful family together with my wife. We have 2 kids. And this is recently my hobby. Recently, in the last 10 years, but yeah. Don't touch this. Okay, so I would like first to introduce you the business trends that we are seeing in and not only, also in the enterprise world as a whole. And if I can describe everything with 2 words, this would be first, DevOps, second, cloud, right? This is impacting our work on a daily basis. More and more companies are trying to migrate and to adapt the DevOps way of working. More and more companies are relying on the cloud infrastructure as a whole, and this is growing as a demand, and definitely we are going to see this in the next years, and this would be the trend. I would like to share here some stats from Google, from the State of DevOps report. It's executed across 30,000 professionals using the Google services, and they have pretty nice ranking. As you can see, it's they pretty much ranked the companies into 4 major groups. The elite ones, who are the best in the DevOps adaptation, and the high, medium, and low. The guys with the low, it's not easy for them, I'm pretty sure. But what does this rank stand for? Pretty much Google are measuring 4 major metrics, and that's why they have classified the companies in those 4 major groups. So for example, the elite group is a group of companies that are pretty much deploying on demand. This means a few times per day if it's needed. They are just pushing the button and deploying. The elite group is a group of companies that, in case of failure, can recover their services within 1 hour, which is pretty good speed. And also, they need no more than 1 hour in the moment their code change is merged to their main branch to be deployed on production. It's a pretty good speed. And also, the last thing is related to the changes introduced into the live environment, and if those changes are resulting in any unexpected issues. So for those companies, this case is very rare. If I can give you an example with the high group, for example, the high group is deploying between once per week and once per month. They need around 1 day to recover their services, and they would need around 1 day to deploy their code to production. So definitely in the next year, I'm sure that it's going to continue rising. As you can see from the stats, in 2019, the left column in blue, this is the statistic from there, and from 2021 is the red column. So you can clearly see the move, the trend is to shift to left, to the elite group. So this will definitely continue, and this will definitely impact our life as a professionals. The next thing is the cloud. As you can see from the stats, around 80% are using cloud services or cloud infrastructure. 56% are in the public cloud. Around close to 30% are using private clouds. 34% are hybrid. This means that they are using some cloud services, but they have also a lot of things on premise. And still 21 of the enterprises are still on premise due to different reasons. So from my perspective, this trend will also continue, and we will see less and less companies that are keeping their stuff on premise only. Okay, so going back to the DevOps. What is DevOps? One pretty smart colleague of me has defined one sentence which is describing the DevOps pretty well. So DevOps is a combination of practices, tools, and philosophies to deliver and operate software. It's pretty clear, right? I cannot say it better, definitely. And here I would like to highlight 6 practices that are key from my perspective, and not only for the successful adaptation of the DevOps way of working. The first one is the continuous integration. I'm pretty sure you all know about it. You know what it is about. It pretty much gives you us the confidence of preparing the packages that could be shipped. The next practice is the continuous delivery, the way we are deploying and delivering our software. Of course, here we are talking about automated processes. And the third thing that I definitely believe is also key is the infrastructure as a code. Nowadays, we have very powerful tools that are helping us virtualizing our environments, etc. And thanks to the infrastructure as a code, we can speed up pretty quickly in an automated manner a production identical environments, which is also very useful. And also we can play a bit with the environments on demand if this is required by our process and project. The fourth thing is related to the monitoring, alerting, and logging. Nowadays, it's very disturbing when you are using a software, the software to stop operating. And for that purpose, we as a software engineers, as a teams that are delivering the software and operating the software, we should know when we have a problem before our end clients. And here comes the monitoring and the logging part where you can identify easily by monitoring these logs and also monitoring your systems, potential issues that should be alerted immediately to the corresponding teams to be fixed before the end user understands about it. The next thing is the collaboration and communication part. It seems that there are enough old people in this room, so I'm pretty sure you remember the time when everything was in a silos. In the next room are the developers. They are developing their code. They are throwing it to us in the next room. The QAs, we are testing, throwing back, say, hey, please fix your bugs and so on and so forth. And this was causing a lot of conflicts also. Nowadays, we are aiming to work together as a team. Doesn't matter the role you have inside the software development, but the DevOps really encourage people to work closely with each other, to communicate and to have the shared responsibility about their delivery and their development and delivery. And last but not least, sorry, I'm hurrying because we have a lot of things to say, is the modular architecture. Thanks to the modular architecture, nowadays we see more and more demand on the microservices, micro frontends, and those decoupling of the components into certain domains that are living independently. So thanks to the modular architecture, we are pretty much able to achieve real scale in our software development and delivery projects. Because earlier, if we have, one big monorepo working on it, like 3, 4, 5 teams, and the mess is starting. Nowadays, we have many different components which are living independently and deployed independently, and this allows the higher scale development scale. So, in today's talk, I'm going to show you an example of enterprise software in terms of how it's structured. I'm pretty sure that most of you will find some similarities with your projects also. But usually when you have one big enterprise software, it consists of different products. Of course, most of them are hosted in the cloud or using some cloud infrastructure and services. So product one, imagine product one, which consists of a single page application on top. This is our user interface. It could be a monolith repository, like a monolith single page application. It could be a microservices, micro frontends, so host up exposing different packages. It very much depends on the architecture that you have agreed on your project. After that, we have a lot of microservices on the bottom, which are again living independently in a separate repositories, developed and delivered independently. Some of these microservices, or most of them, are usually exposed through an API gateway and consumed by the single page application, by our front end. But of course, some of the microservices are for internal purpose only, and that's why we usually have a service bus, which is doing the inter-service communication between the different not exposed services. Imagine this is the structure of product one, we have product two in pretty much the same structure, product three, product four, product five. So this is building like one big enterprise software, like for example, Microsoft Office. And of course, for this high scale and for so many repositories, we would need to think on a bit different approach, how we are structuring our testing and how we are covering all these components with the required tests. So I'm going to share some insights and some thoughts about how we planned and executed, how we are planning and executing similar software projects. If you have to remember one thing, this would be remember everything. I mean, you may useful that you can definitely adapt in your context. So what's usually my high-end focus? It's not only mine, but of course to my colleagues. The first aim is to understand better what we are going to build, what we are going to deliver, and to prepare the testing strategy and approach and the required documentation that will serve as a single point of truth. You know, when somebody is asking you something related to the testing, it should be described there. Usually this contains like the architecture of the solution that we would need to test, the process that is going to be followed, the different roles and responsibilities involved, the different test levels, test types, and pretty much how you're structuring your continuous delivery, including this testing, and but definitely not least, is the onboarding plan. Onboarding plan together with the training needs, because for such high-scale programs, we definitely need to onboard a lot of QAs, and we should have a structured approach for this. So don't forget the onboarding plan. After that, we are moving to the automation part, where we usually are concepting our functional automation framework. We think about also the non-functional aspects of the things. We include the performance, the security. You know, nowadays, these are must. And then we are moving, once we have the concept of the automation, we are moving to the continuous delivery and how we can build it in the best way to build and deliver properly our software. So before we start, we have one very important task: to keep the consistency, quality across all components. As I described you earlier, you see the picture. Every single block is a different component, which is living independently, developed and delivered independently. So for this purpose, we are coming up to a template. We are using templates that helps us creating the required components. For example, we have a template. It's an automated job that creates from a template repository where we have the required structure, all the required linters, unit testing framework, and so on and so forth. This service. Pretty similar with the API gateway configuration, with the single-page applications, and also with our testing frameworks. Because usually we have to have a separate testing framework, which is living together with the corresponding microservice or component that it's covering. And of course, let's not forget about the continuous integration and delivery jobs, because this is definitely something very important. Imagine if you have to create the pipelines manually every time when you are creating new component, the DevOps would be very, very, unhappy, say it softly. So that's why we can include in our templates also all required to automatically create the continuous integration jobs and the continuous delivery jobs required for this. So going to the automation testing and the functional automation testing, such context usually requires a bit different architecture of the framework, because usually we cannot go with one single mono repo that contains all the tests and, to keep supporting it, because at some point you have like hundreds of components that are living independently, deployed independently. Sometimes you deploy like 10 at once, and every time you would need to code this repository to execute exactly this test. So that's why we need to have something more flexible, and we come up usually to an idea to separate a bit the capabilities of the framework from the actual tests. So what does this mean? Usually we're creating one core package which contains the user interface module, which is pretty much the Selenium wrapper, the API library that we are using for our REST testing, some other helpers that can help you, and also you can have another capabilities implemented. For example, if your project requires a database access or pixel perfect or some kind of visual testing, there's the place where you have to implement your needed capabilities. After that, we usually have a continuous integration job that is building this package, and the outcome of this package is a reusable package that is managed by the package manager that we are usually using. And after that, we can move to the actual testing framework that will contain the tests for the particular application. Of course, this framework is using this core package with all the capabilities as a dependency. And after that, again, we have a common, what do we have in the API template? Usually in the API template, we have an example API test, we have the Docker structure, we have some middlewares, we have different configurations and readers for the different environments. Yeah, we may have also some shared steps if it's needed, and some models, of course, that we can use. After that, again, through a continuous integration job, we are building the actual testing framework where we are going to add the tests that are covering the particular application. So, for every API application that we have, we should have a living API application testing framework containing all the required tests. So, for example, later in your project, if you decide to integrate another API library that you would like to use or to update the existing one to a newer version, you have to do it only in the core testing framework, rebuild the package, again, deploy the package and use it as a dependency from your end testing framework. What does this mean? Just change the version of the dependency that you are using and you will have the new latest updates. Pretty much the same is applicable also for the user interface template, and which is again producing a testing framework that contains the single page application tests, so the user interface tests, again, that are covering a particular application. Later in the project, if you, for example, see the need of something else to be separated as a reusable package, like, for example, maybe many of your end testing frameworks are using some logic to create and onboard different users for your testing purposes. So this again could be separated into a reusable package and used as a capability via the package manager, so as a dependency. So this is about the functional tests. Moving to the performance tests. The time is gone. Related to the, by the way, Bago said that I have 5 minutes more from him, so if you're too hungry, blame him. So usually for scope, in terms of performance testing, we have a baseline test, we have load, stress, capacity, or different types like soak, volume, scalability, or whatever is needed in your context. But something that I would like to highlight here is the baseline test, which is a must from my perspective for your continuous integration and delivery pipelines, because pretty much those are fast, pretty quick tests that are loading your microservice with the, for example, with 10 transactions, with when every new code change is deployed. It runs those tests, it gathers the metrics, and it pretty much validates against the previous executions. If it has a big deviation of the response times, then it should be something that you should pay attention on and also investigate. So, usually in order to do a load and stress tests, we would need a bit different setup from our local machines or a virtual machine in the cloud, because it's not scalable enough. That's why we are usually using the JMeter and the concept of distributed testing, where we pretty much set up one Docker container with the controller node. So this is like the server instance of the JMeter, from where we are commanding the worker nodes. These are the actual nodes that are executing the tests. So through the controller node, we are saying use these worker nodes and execute the tests to cover the corresponding website. After that, you can also easily, because there is pretty easy implementation with InfluxDB, you can easily store your metric inside InfluxDB and choose, for example, Grafana, because there is also pretty straightforward integration between both. To visualize your results and also to prepare any type of dashboards that you might need for your stakeholders. Of course, everything this run in a Kubernetes cluster. Yeah, you can assume it from the images that you are seeing. So this is pretty much related to performance testing. Moving to the security testing. Again, very important, very crucial part of what we are doing. Usually in scope, we have 4 major types of tests that we are doing. The first one is static code analysis. It's pretty straightforward, right? Most of the linters are doing this. I would name here Sonar. I think is the most used one. And thanks to this, you are able to identify potential code vulnerabilities that you have inside your code. The next thing that I would like to highlight is the software composition analysis. Nowadays, I'm sure that even most of you are using a lot of open source libraries to speed up your development. That's also pretty applicable for every aspect of the software development. And this software composition analysis is pretty useful for that purpose, to manage our open source dependencies. Thanks to this scan, we have a clear visibility of what are all our open source components that we are using in our system. We have the license agreement of every component, the actual version that we are using, the known vulnerabilities, because your application might be penetrated via your third parties, who knows. And of course, it contains also suggestions on how to fix those open source vulnerabilities. For that purpose, in Endava, we are using Black Duck, which is a pretty powerful commercial tool. But if you don't have the budget for this, you can use the OWASP dependency check. It's an alternative open source, which is, I believe, truly pretty useful and easy to be configured. The next thing that I would like to highlight is the UI and API passive scans. For them, we are mainly using the OWASP ZAP, Z-Attack Proxy tool. What does this mean? Pretty much, when you are executing your functional tests, for example, you have already developed some functional tests, some user flows that you're going through, you can configure ZAP to act as a proxy in this case, in this execution, and to pretty much track all the traffic through the HTTP. And after that, it gives you potential vulnerabilities that you have inside your configurations, potentially wrongly exposed data inside your header body, and so on and so forth. The next type of tests that I would like definitely to recommend you to start using is the active scan. This is pretty much like an automated penetration testing that's trying to, again, based on the traffic that ZAP has recorded from your functional test, you can configure after that ZAP to try to penetrate the same flows with generating different and fake requests. Of course, this type of testing results usually in a lot of junk data inside the database, but we'll talk about this a bit later. So going to the continuous delivery approach, it's really nice to have all the automation in place. It's really nice to run it with one click, but we have to have a proper process to deliver our software. Here I would like to highlight one example pipeline. You can use it to adapt it for your context, or you can come to something completely different. But yeah, usually we have the continuous integration process, and as we said, thanks to this process, we're aiming to build in an automated way a reliable package that could be shipped. So as part of this process, we definitely should have a configured quality gates. Usually the quality gates are checking your code against the unit testing coverage, against newly introduced code issues, against duplicated code, against technical debt introduced, and so on and so forth. So you can control everything this through your quality gates and can put some thresholds that cannot pass. After that, we have usually the unit testing execution. Again, all your tests should be green in order for you to continue building your package. And at the end, we can put here also the software composition analysis that I just described. So in case this analysis finds a new library with new vulnerability that you are using, major or critical, it can again fail the continuous integration process. But yeah, assuming that everything is passing, we have already the package prepared and ready to be deployed. For our purposes, I've decided to use 3 environments. In the reality, could be 4, could be 2, could be, who knows, could be on demand. So yeah. It depends. In our case, the dev test environment is using for development testing purposes. The pre-prod is similar to the production, identical, I would say, and the production is pretty clear. So usually we aim to have, as Mitko said, to try to shift all the verifications and validations to left. So usually we are aiming to have our intensive testing on the lower environment. In this case, we are running our full regression tests of our APIs or UI, depending on the component that we are testing. We have here set up the performance baseline test that I described what they are doing, and we have the active scans here. Again, you should be very careful with the active scans because they are generating a lot of junk data and they are also impacting the usage of the environment. So you should do it in a controlled manner on a nightly basis, and after that you have to clean up a bit the database. So you can include here also another testing types that are required for your context, like accessibility, cross-browser platform, I don't know what else might be needed. Going to the pre-production environment. Once we pass through all these steps, we are deploying on pre-production and running our sanity tests, which is a relatively small pack containing only the important, the business critical functionalities as a test. And after that, we can do here our JMeter load and stress testing. Why here? Because usually pre-production is not so used environment. And again, when you are doing load stress, etc., you are impacting very much the work of the others. You know, the system starts being responsive, or sometimes even somebody is trying to do something with the system or deploying something on the environment. This usually impact your results and you have to rerun again the tests. Here we can have also the passive scans because we believe that pre-production is similar to the production, so any configuration issues that we might have in our services could be caught here very easily. And if everything is okay, we're moving to production where we usually have a smoke test pack, which purpose is just to validate that the deployment is successful, and we can go with that version of the software. So this is a nice, I would say, nice pipeline, but again, here key is to enforce your testing and your checks as part of this pipeline. So make sure that your deployment jobs, for example, if somebody of your colleagues would like to deploy on pre-production, and you know, usually he just need to go and to click a button and the software goes to the pre-production. Make sure that you're configuring your pipeline so that before that, the job is checking that your functional performance and security tests are passing. Otherwise, your colleague should not go to the pre-production since it's a bit risky. So for this purpose, I would definitely recommend you to implement your quality gates and to force them. You know, if your quality gates are not met. So for example, if the newly developed code has a lower unit testing coverage or has new code issues introduced, just stop the process and fix it, fix those issues. The next thing is the functional test. They should be passing on 100%. I know for user interface it's not so easy. Mitko talked about the flaky test, so I hope you learned a lot from him. But if you have such flaky tests that are not working, try to remove them from these automated jobs and execute them earlier during your development to make sure that everything is working. After that, try to enforce your security scans. In case you find a new major or critical vulnerability, again, just stop your deployment process. And something similar also for the performance testing. If you're seeing a performance degradation caused by the newer version, just stop it and investigate it. Nobody will die if you don't deploy your code today, you know. So, I'm completely over the time. So I would like just quickly to recap everything what I said. First, focus from the beginning on the all quality attributes that you have of your system that you need to develop and all the required testing types. Also include performance and security. I'm pretty sure even if you don't have them in the beginning as a need from your clients, they will start asking at some point about them. The next thing is rely on automation. Automate as much as possible from your testing and from your delivery process. And at the end, just enforce the quality. Don't count on the goodwill of the people that, before I deploy, I will go to run the tests. This very rarely happens, so enforce them. So that was from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It was a hard start.
Your applause for Alexander
Velinov.
Velinov. You can find him and ask questions him in the coming breaks.
And before we go to lunch, a very, very important announcement in the agenda.
The last talk planned for today, Netko Christov's talk, is cancelled. Therefore, we are making the following change in the agenda.
The last talk for the day will be given by Natalia Romanska, finishing at 4:30 p.m.
After that, there will be a long beer break until 5 o'clock. Know that the raffle of Zeeburger will not be at 5 o'clock, but at 4:35. I repeat, Zeeburger raffle will be at 4:35.
Then at 5 o'clock, we do everything all together. Lightning talks,
QA
QA of the Year award, and the final raffle
raffle
of our sponsors.
In short, 4:30 beer break, 5 o'clock closing ceremony. And the delicious sandwiches waiting for you outside are provided by Nuve.
Nuve.
Third year in a row. Each sandwich is color-coded as follows.
Red is for pork, blue is for turkey, yellow is for vegetarian,
I'm vegetarian.
and green is for vegan.
Okay. Meat lovers, please do not eat the vegetarians and vegans sandwiches because we don't think the opposite needs announcing. Thank you.
So,
Bon
appétit!
Oh.
My name is Martin, and I really hope you enjoy the conference. In this session, I'm going to talk to you about Elasticsearch and why is it essential not only for developers, administrators, but also for QA engineers. Just a few words about me. My name is Martin. I'm currently a solution architect at the European Patient Office, where we deal with anything related to patients specifically on the European market. I'm also one of the guys that helps organize the events of the Bulgarian Java user group and primarily one other conference that we organized called JPrime. Now, before we start talking about Elasticsearch, it is essential to mention that Elasticsearch gains more and more popularity in recent years, and it's been widely deployed in a variety of scenarios, such as, for example, for log aggregation, as a NoSQL database, for data analytics, and so on and so forth. And primarily, the Elasticsearch stack is centered around Elasticsearch and includes different applications, such as Elasticsearch, being at the center of the Elk stack, Kibana as the main user interface that allows you to interact with Elasticsearch, Logstash as a data ingestion pipeline that provides the capability to put data in Elasticsearch or different sources by means of various plugins. Beats, which is a collective name for a number of applications that allow you to collect data from different data sources, such as the file system or syslog entries, and so on and so forth. Elasticsearch, in fact, is a full-text search engine with numerous capabilities. And at present, Elasticsearch is one of the most widely deployed solutions for search that allows you to do a number of interesting things on the data that's being aggregated. This is how the different applications from the Elk stack interact with each other. And the center, we have Elasticsearch that's used to index and store data, and we'll talk about that in a few slides. We have Kibana that allows you to interact with Elasticsearch but provides a large amount of additional nice capabilities, like, for example, the possibility to build visualizations and dashboards. We have Logstash for data aggregation and Beats that allow you to put data in Elasticsearch either through Logstash or directly to Elasticsearch. You can think of Elasticsearch as a web server built on top of the Lucene Java library. Essentially, you can use directly Lucene in your applications, for example. However, it lacks a number of capabilities like clustering, additional advanced caching, also a way to easily query data that's stored through Lucene. And for that reason, Elasticsearch, in fact, builds a web server on top of the Apache Lucene library to provide all of those missing capabilities. There are a number of capabilities provided by Elasticsearch, and in fact, one of the main mechanisms to interact with Elasticsearch is through a really nice JSON-based REST API. And in the demo that will follow, we'll have a look into it. Internally, Elasticsearch interacts with Lucene by creating a different number of Elasticsearch shards. So when you create an Elasticsearch index, we need to specify what's the number of primary shards that distribute the data in the Elasticsearch cluster, and what's the number of replica shards that replicates data across nodes in the cluster. In effect, each Elasticsearch shard is a Lucene index, and that Lucene index stores data in one or more Lucene segments, which are the actual physical files on the file system that allow Lucene to store persistently the data that's indexed through Elasticsearch. When we execute a write request to write data to Elasticsearch, the data is first sent to a so-called coordinating node in the Elasticsearch cluster. And from that node, in fact, coordinates the document that's being written in Elasticsearch to a particular shard or to a particular node in the Elasticsearch cluster. From there, the data is not written directly on disk in one or more Lucene segments, but first, Elasticsearch provides two main areas in memory called memory buffer and transaction lock to store the data. And by default, the memory buffer is flushed every second on the disk, and the transaction lock flushes every 30 minutes or when it gets too big. So in fact, when you write some document to Elasticsearch, you cannot expect that it's available for searches right away. But also you can force indexing to persist the data right away. But by default, that's not the case. Internally, Elasticsearch is comprised of different modules. And some of the core modules of Elasticsearch are, for example, discovery and cluster formation that provides the main capabilities for nodes in an Elasticsearch cluster to communicate and to discover each other. We have HTTP module that provides the REST-based API of Elasticsearch. We have other modules like plugins, for example, that allow you to build different plugins for Elasticsearch. And the Elasticsearch ecosystem contains a large number of plugins, both developed by Elastic and by the Elasticsearch community. We have other internal modules like thread pools and transport, for example, that provide capabilities for Elasticsearch to execute different tasks internally and to provide additional communication layer for the Elasticsearch nodes. The basic data structure used by Elasticsearch is an inverted index. The reason that Elasticsearch uses that data structure is that it provides really nice capabilities when we talk about searching for data. Indexes are stored on disk in separate files, as we already mentioned, by means of Lucene segments. And another nice capability is that searches can be performed on multiple indexes at once. In earlier versions of Elasticsearch, documents used to be grouped locally by type, but that's not the case. It's been deprecated in version 7.0 of Elasticsearch. And the index is the primary unit of grouping of documents that are indexed in Elasticsearch. In order to ensure relevancy, Elasticsearch uses a few algorithms to calculate the relevance score for a document. The relevance score in fact determines how are documents returned by default from Elasticsearch based of course on the relevance score. And the default one used is the TF-IDF algorithm, or term frequency inverse document frequency, which provides two main criteria for determining how relevant a term is in a document. So the first criteria is how many times does this term occur in the document. And the second criteria is how many times does this term occur across all currently indexed documents in target index. One may think, why shall we use Elasticsearch for searches instead of directly, for example, interacting with a relational database that the application may already use? And the reason is that in a number of scenarios, Elasticsearch provides faster retrieval of documents than a traditional relational database. A traditional relational database, as most of you know, uses indexes that provide the possibility to speed up searches across database tables. And those indexes are implemented using different data structures like a B-tree or a hash table structure. However, Elasticsearch and the inverted index provide better capabilities for more types of search queries. As you know, in a traditional relational database, indexes pose limitation based on the types of queries that they can be applied on. In Elasticsearch, the other main difference with the traditional relational database is that documents might not have an explicit schema specified. If you don't specify an explicit schema for the documents stored in Elasticsearch, which by the way are based on JSON format, then Elasticsearch tries to deduct the schema itself. So if you don't have a schema defined for an index, Elasticsearch creates one for you. Certain document fields can match a pattern that identifies their field type, or so-called dynamic mapping. So you can define a type for not just one, but multiple types of fields based on a pattern. And the same field, in fact, can be indexed multiple times using different mechanisms or different types in the same index. Now let's talk a bit about Kibana. As we mentioned, Kibana is the standard user interface that provides a number of additional tools to simplify interaction with Elasticsearch. It also provides capabilities to create different kinds of visualizations, dashboards that allow you to collect visualizations. It also provides a really nice browser-based interface that allows you to write queries against Elasticsearch REST API. Logstash, as we mentioned earlier, is a data collection engine with pipeline processing capabilities. It provides integration with a variety of third-party data sources like message queues such as RabbitMQ or Kafka, relational databases, and so on and so forth. It was originally targeted to be used for log aggregation, but in fact, in a number of scenarios, Logstash has been applied as a data integration pipeline, not only for log aggregation, but in fact for any different number of scenarios that provide integration points with Elasticsearch or even other systems. Data in Logstash is processed in an input, filter, output manner. Output data is typically stored in Elasticsearch, but it may be stored somewhere else based on the output plugin being specified. And in fact, Logstash provides a number of third-party plugins that we can use for the purpose. Beats is a series of applications or a set of so-called log shippers, and each Beat application is lightweight in nature, which means that it aims to collect as low resources as possible in terms of CPU, memory, and so on. And each Beat application is targeted to provide a mechanism to ship data either to Logstash or to Elasticsearch directly. Also in Elasticsearch there is something called XPack, which is a set of extra features for the Elasticsearch stack. In earlier versions, some of the features provided by the XPack extension were in fact part of the licensed version of Elasticsearch. But in recent versions of Elasticsearch, more and more capabilities have been provided in the free version of Elasticsearch. This is, for example, many of the security features of Elasticsearch. And however, there are still some capabilities part of XPack that are part of the licensed versions of Elasticsearch. These are just some of the scenarios where Elasticsearch is used in practice. For example, Wikipedia search uses Elasticsearch. Volkswagen uses Elasticsearch for distributed monitoring and logging. GitHub code search is based on Elasticsearch. Stack Overflow. Even companies like Blizzard use Elasticsearch to generate actionable data from gameplay. So as you can see, Elasticsearch is being widely deployed in a number of scenarios and continues to be deployed in a number of projects. Now let's see how Elasticsearch works in action. I started locally an instance of Elasticsearch in Kibana, which is as simple as running a bat file. And it runs, in fact, Elasticsearch in Kibana with default configuration, such as default port, default security settings, and so on and so forth. Once Elasticsearch in Kibana started, you can open Kibana on default port 5601. And in fact, in Kibana, we have two main capabilities to interact with Elasticsearch. One of them is the Discover view. And the Discover view provides a so-called KQL or Kibana query language, which is a simplified query language that allows you to query Elasticsearch data in a more easy manner. However, most people prefer the most flexible way, and that's the Kibana Dev Console, which uses the Elasticsearch query language to interact with Elasticsearch. Now we are going to create a mapping for an index. I have one already pre-configured. So I'm going to create an index called log data, and for that I just need to execute a put request. And that index has certain configuration. First we have the settings block, which defines how many shards do we want that index to have across the Elasticsearch nodes in the Elasticsearch cluster. Currently I have just one node. And then we define how many replica nodes do we want to create for high availability. However, based on those two criteria, the number of primary shards is more difficult to change because that would typically require reindexing of data. So that's why it's good that when one creates an index, he carefully plans what's the number of primary shards. The number of replica shards can more easily be changed on the fly. Then we have mappings, and mappings in fact defines what are the different types of fields of the documents that are being indexed in that index. So in that mapping we define different fields for our log data. We have log date, which is of type date, and we specify the formats of the data that arrives to Elasticsearch. We have thread ID. Imagine that it's a Java or .NET application. In the log entry, we store the thread from which that log entry was created. We also have the log level, which might be, for example, info, fatal, warning, and so on. And we have the actual log message. And that defines actually the settings and the mapping of our log data index. Now, if we execute that from the developer console, we should see that the index mapping is created just fine. Now we can start manipulating our index. First, I'm going to use a so-called bulk API, which allows me to put multiple records at once in Elasticsearch. So the bulk API, we use a post request to the index with this bulk request. And then on each line, we specify the documents that we want to put. So on the first line, I specify that I put a document with an ID of 2. Each document in Elasticsearch has a unique ID that identifies it. And this ID can be created in multiple times. We either specify it explicitly when we index a document, or if we omit it, Elasticsearch creates it for us, or it might be our application that somehow generates it. So I put several entries. In fact, we have one entry which is with level info. It determines that this is a sort algorithm that has been executed. Then another entry which is with debug. Two more entries which are with debug level. And that's it. So now let's index those entries in our document. All right, so I have some new lines here which I need to remove, which in fact break the query. Now we can execute again. Oops, so what we have? Again, some.
Моля, заповядайте в голямата зала. Започваме след 5 минути. 5 минути. Очакваме ви за началото на следващата лекция в голямата зала, която ще бъде доста интересна. 5 минути до началото на следващата лекция.
Okay, let's make it easier. I'll just put one entry here. And as we can see, this entry is being created. So now we have just one entry in our index. We can get the entry by different mechanisms. So for example, I can get just an entry with a document ID of 2, which is the ID of the document that I just indexed. And as you can see, this document gets returned by Elasticsearch. I can also delete documents by ID. So for example, here I can specify missing ID of that document. So as I can see, it's not deleting anything. It's just saying that this document is not found. I can also update documents, and updating in Elasticsearch, in fact, does not modify the document, but in fact, it creates a new document with a new version. So in fact, update of documents creates a new version of that document with the modified data. And as you can see, we can perform pretty much basic CRUD operations like in a standard database. Now, the actual mechanism that allows us to query for data from an index is through the search API, which implements the Elasticsearch query language. And the most simple type of query I can specify is the match all query. As you can see here, when I type, I have really nice auto-completion provided by Kibana. And if I do a match all query here, I see that I get just one result. And that's the document that I indexed earlier through the bulk API. Now, what we can do, for example, we can also do other types of queries. So, for example, we can run a match query. A match query allows me to search in a particular field, like, for example, the log message field. I can search for all the documents that have the sort term stored. And as you can see, I have one document returned that contains the sort term, which is this one. Now, if we want to see how is this document, in fact, analyzed internally by Elasticsearch, I can, in fact, use the Analyze API for the purpose. As the analyzer, I can use the default one, which is being used by Elasticsearch. An analyzer, in fact, specifies how the target field is analyzed by Elasticsearch. The default analyzer, in fact, splits the document in terms by white space, special symbols, and so on, and also makes the terms internally lowercase. And apart from the analyzer, I can also specify the text for which I want to check for. I take the text from my log message. So now let's see what this returns. If I run the analyze query, I see that this is how this text gets split into tokens internally. I have example sort algo as one token, then entered, the sort method. As you can see, I can then use any of the query capabilities of Elasticsearch to search by those tokens that are stored as part of this document internally. Now we have a number of other types of queries. I'm not going to demonstrate all of them, but for example, we can also do a match phase prefix query where we can just search by a term prefix, let's say.
Gentlemen, we were waiting for you inside. You can watch online or offsite, I don't know what is that called. You can watch the end of this lecture, which is playing right now, inside of the hall. So we were waiting for you for the next speaker who is live.
Yes. Чакаме ви в залата. Остават 17 секунди до началото на следващата лекция.
Да, заповядайте, седете вътре, за да догледате тази
прекрасна
лекция, която тече на вашите екрани.
Спокойно, няма нужда.
Да гледате и отвътре.
Няма нужда да тичате, спокойно, но все пак остават около 10 секунди до началото на следващата лекция. Ако някой стои отвънка, това е просто една загуба на време, когато тук има толкова хубава лекция. После ще има пак почивка и пак ще може да се разходите до шатрите на нашите спонсори. Така че елате, очакваме ви, а шатрите на нашите спонсори са днес цял ден тук. Нали така? Точно така. Започваме след 13 секунди. Времето лети толкова бързо. Кога бяха 7, как минаха 5 секунди. И така, очакваме ви.
Okay. Are we live? Not yet.
Вече се обърках, не знам. Това съм малко се чувствам като тебе.
Welcome back. Who was yesterday on Dev Challenge Accepted session about cars? Can I see? Without the volunteers, okay? So
and without t-shirts.
Yeah.
Okay. If you listen carefully, you should know what ADAS is. Yes?
Who knows what ADAS is? You can use Google, the fastest win.
No.
But
without, I think it's, yes, without Bosch.
Without Bosch. Someone, you can use Google, the fastest wins. Sorry? Warm. ADAS. Yes!
Okay.
Yes, sir, you win a wonderful t-shirt. It is...
Извинявайте, аз мисля, че той отговори. Да, добре. Окей, но да. Благодаря.
Yes, this is advanced t-shirt.
So, our next speaker is one of the leading managers in Bosch in the sphere of ADAS testing. He has more than 20 years in the automotive area and has vast experience in testing and developing safety braking system and ADAS systems, especially on central computing units.
Mr. Noller is passionate mountain biker, climber and skier. His private challenge accepted is to climb all the peaks in the Alps, and currently he has just 9 to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Achim Noller! Welcome to Bulgaria, welcome to our stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, warm welcome from my side as well. And it's a pleasure for me to be here in Sofia. As talked already, my name is Achim Noller, and from Bosch in Germany. And besides my role as department head of system and software testing there, I'm also leading
the worldwide test community from Bosch. And within this, I have also a very close cooperation with our test centers here in Sofia, from Bosch Engineering over here, which is right next to the door. And I'm really happy that I today have the possibility to give you some insights about ADAS testing and how we test our automated systems and what are the challenges behind and how we cope with these challenges. Okay, but to start with, I want to give you an overview what is an ADAS system about. Some might have heard of this, some might not. However, I would like to start how to get such a system running. To run such a system, you need many sensors. I just placed here some of them. You, for example, have a radar in the car to detect objects with radar sensor. Higher evaluations of ADAS also need a LiDAR to use laser sensors to detect objects. And in addition to that, we also use video cameras to detect objects. And for sure, also ultrasonic signals, especially for parking features. So why do we use these sensors? If you just look into what to do with that, I brought you a very simple picture. This shows a modern ADAS car with a 360-degree surrounding model that is created out of all this sensor data. And as you see, you can cover 360 degrees with the different cameras, radar sensors, ultrasonics, depending on your application and your function we want to do. This is the base that the car has eyes and can see in a way like a driver is doing that, at least in some cases. But this is the half part of the story. The other part is we have to act the car as well, and we have to manage it. I just brought a small picture here where you see what is beside all the sensor set needed to get the ADAS system running, and where we also need to act in our functional devices and in our functions that the system is working in the right way. For sure, we need to steer and to brake, but not only that, we also need to influence the powertrain, for example. And I just have one sign marked in blue and the other one in gray. This depends on, sometimes you need these systems even doubled. For higher safety levels, if the functionality get more automated, you even need redundancy in to reach the different safety levels. Because you can imagine if there is a function where the driver is no longer into the game, then if a system is failed, it can come to quite severe situations, and we have to avoid this. Besides the powertrain, navigation also is a quite important topic for other systems. And also here, we have to look into the topic and see how we can handle navigation, and beside navigation, also such called cloud-based applications. To give you an example about a cloud-based application, it is very useful if you do an automated drive to know where road construction is going on. This is usually not in your usual navigation system and it changed also drastically and in short times. So you need to load this data from a database that this is always in a current state in your car. That's what an ADAS system is about. Now, what means this of size of systems and size of codes? I just brought two figures with me. One is the software size of a modern high-class car or upper-class car. which is currently roughly around 100 million lines of code. With this, a modern ADAS system has 20 to 30 million lines of code, which is a quite high number. And I don't know if something of you have ever heard how much paper is 1 million lines of code. It's roughly 18,000 pages if you print this, and this gives you a smart imagination how complex and structured systems are meanwhile. And when we're looking into the near future, this trend gets even worse, let's say like this. What is the reason? Modern car architectures are driven from putting domains together more and more. This has several reasons. I can just give you one example on that. For example, last few years it was usual to have an independent camera which is taking the function of the camera, doing the object detection, and also the related functionality is in that camera included, which is under the windshield. Now, it is not that nice to have a camera in the windshield. It blocks the sight of the driver. It has problems with thermal dissipation in summertime and so on. So it is decided in modern architectures to put this in the central ECU unit, which makes this bigger and even more complex. On the other side, computation power is very expensive. So in most cases, driving and parking are completely different applications which you not need to bring it together. If you are driving, you are not parking, and if you are parking, you are not driving. So why not using the computation power for both? But also this is then an increase, a massive increase of complexity in your software system. Why is this so important for testing as well? I just brought you here one classical book of software development. Fred Brooks, he was a guy in IBM who developed the first operating systems with more than 100 or 200 software developers in one project. And what he found out was it is not able to scale from very small software projects to bigger ones. A small software project, you can imagine, you have a small team of 6 or 7 people. Everybody knows what is in there, what is out there. You can keep it in a lean way. But as long as you are you size up, you have to define interfaces. You have to split the work. And it is getting more and more complex. And he looked at his first projects and made a lot of estimations, which are meanwhile also proven. And what he came up with, in modern software systems, you have 1/3 effort to plan, also the interfaces, also your software structure, your architecture. 1/6 is coding, 1/4 is module testing, and another 1/4 is system testing. Means writing the code is the easy part of the story. But getting a complex system established in the right way, main part is testing. 50% at least is testing. Having this in mind, and 100 million lines of code in mind, you have a quite big elephant that you have to work on. Now, how to handle such an elephant? The elephant is too huge that a small team can handle this on its own. So you have to cut this elephant into pieces. To give you a short example, how many people are working there, sometimes you have a single project, 300 to 400 testers working in there. And so the big question is how to get the system safe, how to get it in a good quality and how to get it tested in the right manner. And you have to be careful because there are some risks from my point of view. If you cut the elephant into pieces, you don't have to create new elephants that are as big as the old ones. You also have to carefully look that you really take the interfaces into account. And the most important thing, have still the picture of the elephant into mind. Keeping this picture a little bit in mind, we now look back into other systems and how we can handle them. So what we did, we have taken up several levels in the car to get the system divided and to get it structured in a good way. For this, I just listed down here the different levels we have taken up. There is a vehicle world, the vehicle itself, the domain, like a ADAS domain or braking systems. There's an engineering domain, for example, hardware and software. Or you have also components from electronic to software, down then modules and so-called elements. If we look into that, we have a good system architecture that can structure us such a huge software project. And now is the question how to link this to testing. I don't know how many of you out of the automotive development. Usually we are working in the so-called V model. A V model means you are looking first of all on an architectural level. Then you have a so-called detailed design. You are implementing your software. Then once implemented, you test your software, you test your design, you test your architecture, and at least everything in a safety relevant system has also to be traceable. Otherwise, you won't be able to release it later on as a safety system. And for this, we are going through like a V in each and every area. And what we do to get such a big and huge system derived into different levels is to split it up and handle it always in such a V model. Means we are very close to engineering and to the software developers on the one hand, and we have to ensure that each of this level is tested in a right manner and in the right way. You can understand it's not an easy task, and at the end, the interfaces are very important. So you really have to look that all of your tests are really working together and cover each and everything. For this, it is very important to have an overall test strategy and release strategy for such projects that cover you the complete project and give you the possibility to release it in a safe manner. Now, going a little bit more into the detail of what is important to reach such a level where we can release a ADAS system on a safe way on the road. I have just put down here 5 key elements where we are looking into. One is the ISTQB standardization. There's the International Software Testing Qualification Board, which said there are several rules that are more or less the basic rules for all testing in automotive. This includes, for example, to be right from the beginning, test has to be included in the project. We have a close alignment with the architectures. We plan together with the software developers and the architectures our testing, and we define also in the architecture interfaces that can be tested well. And all of this is included in ISTQB and gives us the base for valid and good kind of testing. On the other hand, and I will show you later on a little bit an example how we handle this, we really have to look how to reuse as much as possible to get the effort in a way that it can anyhow handle it. Because think about 100 million lines of code to test it each and every time is really not the best idea. You will need thousands of test engineers at the end of the day. So you have to really focus on to reuse. And to focus on to reuse starts with your tooling around, with your frameworks that you really can apply reuse later on in projects. Another important part, as I mentioned already, the strategy of your overall testing. Don't lose the overall picture of the elephant out of the mind. It has to fit together at the end, and it has to release a complete system, a ADA system, or product. Simulation is a very important part that we are using as well, because as early we can test, as better for our development and our overall system. As early we can find bugs, it is better for our overall development and system. And often you have the practical use cases that hardware is only limited available or late in the project available. So if we can really use simulation and test on the earliest stage that is possible, it is an absolute benefit for ourselves. And beside this, we also try to test always on the lowest level that are possible to be ensured the modules or the smallest parts are working already fine. There will be enough problems later on by putting all this stuff together and get it running again. And at the end, very important, look at your framework. Is it efficient? Can it handle multiple use cases? Do you also test the right topics? Sometimes it makes no sense to do a same test again and again. It will get you no benefit anymore. You really need also to have the capability, beside testing requirements, also to test the corner cases of your system and think about where are the weak points of my system. And we should have really to accept this challenge to find especially these corner cases. Because especially in automotive industry, you have the usual case that production is going into 100,000s or even millions. And I can promise you a bug that is in the system will occur in some time, and it will occur sure. So it has to be our challenge to find them all before they are out in the street. And I think you know it out of several news that it is really a big mess if a recall has to be done. It's a lot of money that will be lost there for the car manufacturers. Okay, I just brought now an example on our ADAS sill and hill concept, which, by the way, we are using also here in Sofia. This is the picture of our framework which we are using. On the one hand, we have the possibility to have several simulation engines, and we try to be as flexible as possible. Then we have a so-called SIL core, a software in the loop core, which allows us to take sensor models in, which allows us to take vehicle dynamic models in, and we have there a stable core that provides us the simulation for different ADAS systems. This is our core, and this is what we are using as a platform, which then will be also provided in multiple projects. And on the other hand, we also have a so-called hill test, a hardware-in-the-loop test, which is then mainly with the real hardware in. And together with the hardware, we often have customer-specific parts that we have to test. Think about the communication in the car. Each car manufacturer has a different communication, for example, or also the diagnostic features or anything else. We can better test than with a hill system, but reuse already what we done in the SIL and just adapt what we need then for the dedicated customer projects. And so we are managed to find an effective way to really handle such huge projects. Now, I just wanted to show you a little bit how it looks like and what is, for example, done here in Sofia as well. I just brought here two ADAS features. One is to park a car automatically, and we are simulating this in an hill or in the SIL environment. And this is now some feature that was tested here in our Sofia test center. You see the car that is arriving, and now he detects the cars on the side road. He has to measure the length of the free parking space and then calculate the route to get into the parking lot. And before doing this out on the road, we can already do these tests in the SIL environment only based on the software and the functionality, and test it there and see if it's working in a correct mood and try to find the errors that could be in that system. Just brought a second example, which is the automated emergency brake. There is a function, which is also safety critical, that a car should stop automatically if, for example, a pedestrian is crossing the road and was missed by the driver and he missed to brake. So the car has to react quite fast, detect and with the radar and video sensor that there is a human on the street, and then brake quite as hard as possible that we don't injure the pedestrian. And also this we already can simulate and test before we bring it in the car and on the road. And you can imagine how much effort it is to test such a scenario in real life. It is possible, but don't worry, we don't have people there. You can, there are possibilities, but it is quite not that easy. And it is very beneficial there to do that for us. All right, that's what I wanted to show you today. And if you have questions, please feel free to ask.
Danke,
Thank you.
Rolle. So, any questions? There is a question there.
Hi, sorry if my question is silly, but I cannot wrap my head around, okay, at some point you need to test the system as a whole, and you need to run regression testing. Do you rely more on automated testing, and isn't it dangerous in this situation because it's very responsible. I honestly don't know how you sleep at night.
For sure, we are doing tests on all levels. Yeah, but as the system overall is a quite big one, we have to start at the earliest and continue testing through the complete life cycle of the project. This is the one thing. We also do, for example, continuous testing each and every software step, and so on. And finally, we will also go in the car and realize it there that everything is safe, absolutely. So there are really these different kind of levels that I showed, starting from a software module up to a vehicle level. Hope this answers.
Thank you. There's another question there.
Yeah, thanks for the great talk. I wanted to ask, nowadays, most of the cars are equipped with cameras. Do you use the feed of these cameras to make your system smarter from production? So from cars running around the streets?
Yes. Topic is, it's also started to use artificial intelligence into cameras especially. And to get artificial intelligence software tested, there is at the moment, for example, no good way then to really run in a shadow mode this function as long as you have enough kilometers that you can release this function. Such topics are already implemented partly.
Thank you. There is another question. No.
Може би копчето да се натисне.
Yes.
The online audience will not hear.
Now?
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I really like the simulator part. So that's a good one. But what about after that? I mean, you gotta try the system in real life, I guess, to be 100% sure that it's working right. So basically, the question is, what is the next step after a simulator? Do you actually have somebody? Okay, so you have the car and you have somebody, and they're crossing the street, nonchalant, you know? And do you just be like, okay, I've tested it with a simulator,
No.
let's try it in real life?
No.
Or how does that work? Because for sure, like, how do you
No.
sleep at night? So it would be nice to know before going into this industry.
In general, we have a test track, to be very honest, and then we have an automatic, how to say in English, dummy, which is mechanically pulled into the street. That's how it's getting tested at the end of the day.
Thank you. There is another question there.
Another question? Okay.
The last one.
A few too many.
And you can ask further questions during the rain break, which we'll make it right now.
Keo, a really good presentation. I'm interested what is happening with pedestrian when you're testing instant braking of the car. What happens if the radar stop working? Does the car is going to stop, the other systems are going to proceed working, or you're going to show something that the systems are not working and then you're going to hit the pedestrian? It's important because...
So, I hope I got your question right. On the one hand, if you would have this system not in, the pedestrian would have hit anyhow. And for sure, you have to look that your detection rate is as high as possible. Not only for pedestrians, also you can have a look on cyclists, you can have a look on animals. And so on. Yeah. And for sure, yeah, it will be there no absolutely 100% insurance that the system will detect it, but we are at 99%. And for sure, to live or to see such a braking in life, it's really
Impressive.
Impressive, exactly. Because if such a emergency brakes happens, the brake will be pulled to a maximum. It is really impressive to see that, how hard the car is brake, and I think no human will do like this. So anyhow, it is a big beneficial for the safety on the streets, but for sure, every case that is known where a system is not working absolutely correctly will be used to get the system better in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your
Big
big
applause
applause
for
for
Ahim
Mr.
Noller.
Noller. Here is your present.
Thanks a lot.
Coco.
So, 10 minutes raining. Coffee break for 10 minutes. Очакваме ви в залата. Моля хората, които са в коридора, да влязат в залата, защото вярвам, че няма хора навън.
The people who are inside to come more inside.
More inside.
in the hall for the next speaker. We have less than 3 minutes left.
Yes, 3 minutes left.
What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Not all the slots of the lightning talks are filled, that's why lightning falls. So please take these free spots for lightning talks. Kindly ask the people who are coming in to come in silence because we're continuing with our program. And also we would like, the organizers of the conference would like to kindly ask the person who is testing the weather in product to stop doing it. Has Slavic name, but he's coming from Portugal to speak about Swiss knives.
Dmitry Gorbunov is a deputy head of QA and QA automation lead who works at Dev Experts and has 12 plus years of experience.
His main field of experience is fintech projects. Dmitry has shared his knowledge at many conferences and meetups.
In his spare time, he writes electronic music.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dmitry Gorbunov! Welcome.
That was the best greeting in my life, actually. Thank you, guys. So, hello, everyone. You see my speech on the screen, but let's start with introducing myself. Guys did a great job of introducing me, but let me rephrase them. So yeah, hi, my name is Dmitry. You can call me Dima. I'm in IT industry for 15 years, more than 15 years actually, and 12 of them I've spent on Dev Experts, in different projects inside QA. During my career, I participated in numerous big testing projects within the fintech domain, primarily because Dev Experts specializes in fintech. And let me tell you, during these 12 years, I experienced a lot of last mile pain. The term I will describe you just a little bit later. So what we're going to talk today. First of all, I will describe you what the last mile pain is. Second, we will take a look on the approach, and then we will explore a few solutions, especially the solution I will be talking about. Okay, in order to understand what is the last mile pain, let's start with what actually test plan is, no matter automatic or manual, how it usually goes. So it all starts with a test plan, obviously, based on user requirements, the product, whatever. Test plan is composed into test suites, which are then decomposed to numerous checklists. Eventually, checklists are being converted into actual testing, no matter manual or automatic, it doesn't matter on this level of discussion. And after testing, we eventually get some reports, and reports are being aggregated into a sign-off, which best of us, I believe we have a lot of great people around there, the best of us are using the sign-off documentation and sign-off results to fine-tune the test plans for the next iteration. And obviously, in 2022, if we take a look on each part of this cycle, there are numerous really great ways to implement any step. Like, we have a lot of frameworks, I mean, technological frameworks, process frameworks, and coding frameworks, which can help us do this stuff right. What are the typical challenges testers see in order to our experience, especially in the complex projects such as fintech? Let's start with one of the biggest ones. Test suites are almost always risk-based. What does it mean? Let me introduce you to the risk-based testing. I believe all of you know that, but if you don't happen to use it, let me go through it. Most probably, you already use it. The risk-based testing strategy is used to build effective testing strategy based on project scope, not all the scope you have. Basically, you only test something that has been directly changed into release, or you're adding something that was not exactly changed, but you want to test it because it's an important scenario for your system. As a result, this technique saves some money and time and allows you to do the testing faster in return of some kind of acceptable risk that you just admit and just try to, you just consider it to be low. What is important, especially in test automation, is that risk-based testing is applicable to test automation. Why is it important to have risk-based testing applied to automation? Let's take a look on one of the examples we have for our training systems. So let's just try to understand how trading looks like, testing of the trading, in the simplest example possible. So when we try to understand how to test trading algorithms, we are taking into consideration that we have to cover at least 4 order types, just market, limit, stop, and stop limit. We are testing 2 sides, because people can buy and sell, for example, stocks. We are testing 5 different types of executions. We are testing at least 8 instrument types, starting from basic ones like stocks, options, futures, and there are more advanced or less popular ones, such as ETFs or maybe different types of aggregations. We are testing that using 2 account types, cash and margin. And to actually test something, we have to test at least 8 actions. So we can place the order to buy something, we can update the order, we can reject it, we can fill it, we can make it working. So multiple actions. So if we calculate everything, then in order to get the exhaustive testing of only trading scenarios, we have to do more than 5,000 executions. Why is it important? Because if you try to apply this on automation testing, for example, UI testing, And if you are really, really positive, and if you are really, really sure about the reliability of your technology, if you put like 30 seconds on execution of one test case, because UI tests, they are quite fragile and slow, but if you are really optimistic, you put 30 seconds for each test case, and you put it into 10 threads, that gives you more than 4 hours of execution only for this pretty simplified trading subset. And that's not the worst. The worst is that out of these 5,000 tests, each failure has to be investigated and reproduced because you have to know why it failed. As a result, this exhaustive testing practically creates more carbon than sense. That's obvious. So if we apply risk-based testing, so we only run something relevant for our release, we only test only critical parts, we get only meaningful failures, we have to accept some kind of risk because it's obvious that we can miss a bug if we don't test something. It contributes to manual work reduction because we do not test just everything we have. We are only testing something that is important for the functional team. And the worst part here is that practically it may turn your pipeline configurations into a nightmare. Why? Let's take a look. So if we are considering not trading, but maybe 4 different functional areas, in a trading system, this is also a very simplified example. So in a trading system, you can trade, you can look at some charts of the trading data, you can check your reports, how your trade were, and you can check some integrations with third parties like news. So if we assume that full scope of each of these functional area is big, right? But every patch of your release or every release, you are adjusting it in order to match it to the scope of release. So you select first slice of risk-based testing, second release you slice another type of slice, and then you slice again, and then you slice again. As a result, you will have, for only 4 releases, for only 4 functional areas, you will have to create at least 16 different executions with different parameters, different types of execution environment, different types of users, different types of prepared data, and so on and so forth. While in real life, I told you that example was really simplified. In real life, our functional areas are really up to 30. So we can have different types of trading, we can have different types of integrations, we have many, many types of testing that we have to convey in parallel. So if you take this into consideration, then you easily end up in 600 unique executions per release, and each of these executions has to have specific parameters that it will run with. And just to visualize that, that means that our test suites per release are split into several checklists, which are many-to-many result in absolutely random-sized testing batches. So as a result, we clearly understand that test cases we have in our test database are always many-to-many with physical executions and actual releases. And that means that we have to spend a lot of time and progressively more and more time on fine-tuning our pipelines, fine-tuning our execution, fine-tuning our strategies on how we allocate test resources and execution resources. Another example, it's pretty often when after execution, your results have to be post-processed. For example, your process or your client may require you to upload the results to test management system, or you have to provide baseline of the tests. I mean, the physical copy of the test cases you were testing against to the client as a part of deliverable, as a package. Or it's a little bit exotic example, but it is real. we have to synchronize our code base with the real test cases on the client side. So that means that we are just exporting the tests. Well, and if you take a look on these problems, you often see that no matter how good your frameworks are, and no matter how good, how perfect your tooling is, no matter custom, no matter commercial or open source, you end up creating a lot of last mile custom tools here and there and there. And we solve that. For example, for the problem of pipeline configuration, we are using test batching per each framework. Obviously, we have multiple frameworks for different types of tasks. So we created a separate CI connector per each framework. So each framework knows how to deal with the pipelines itself. And also, there are some challenges that we have fought against. That means the problem was that obviously frameworks will fight for resources because amount of machines that we can run on is limited, unfortunately. So frameworks that are running absolutely independently have to deal with each other in order to create some brotherhood between each other. So on the other hand, the problem of the exporting that I mentioned, we have solved it with test parsing using multiple libs. We are using Java parser and library, for example, to actually parse the source code, and we can create test cases out of the source code. We are using TMS connector via API. For example, the simplest example here is Jira API, so we can create documentation in Jira directly from the code. And obviously, we have a matching engine between test entities. But here is the thing. When you work long enough, you start noticing patterns in these solutions, here and there, here and there. And as time goes forward and you have more projects in your portfolio, you start noticing that tooling is really repeats itself. So the problem, at some point, you realize the problem that you have to have a framework and have a solution or a way of thinking to properly design such custom solution and maintain them so it will not take that much of your time. So we decided that the test integration solutions can be unified, and we wrote a cool tool called Switchboard. You might ask absolutely legit question. Why do you need another tool to solve your tools problem? That would be fair. So here are some ideas that we thought of. First, we need a tool that will be highly configurable for our needs. It should be easily extendable and unified so we can reuse it by changing the existing configuration. It should be in-house and portable, so we should not create another piece of code in a new repo, but we can reuse the existing solution. And last but definitely not least, we want to adopt to current practices and do not break them. That's important because, especially for the projects that we are not the source of, for example, if we have to help our clients with automation of the existing project, we have existed for a very long time, our main goal is to help them, not to interrupt them with our ideas or whatever. So, what is the model behind Switchboard? We thought about any integration of the testing tools as unified model that can do either test extraction, test processing, filtering, splitting, that means preparing tests for consumption by certain target, batching, that means moving tests into a desired mode, and last but not least, optimizing, because sometimes after batching you have to post-process your tests in order to remove duplication or save resources and execution time. So given that model, we thought about our existing tools, how we can move them into a single solution. And it turns out really quickly that, for example, our existing Jira integration can extract data, can process it, can filter it, and split it. Our Java code integration can do only extraction and processing. Our TeamCity integration, and TeamCity is our continuous integration tool, we are able to do splitting, batching, and optimizing. And for Cucumber, which is our unloved small brother, we can do extraction, filtering, and splitting. So after analyzing that, we tried to build a solution, like unified solution, and for every integration, we define it with the identifier components and parameters. And given the example of the risk-based execution that I started with, let's take a look on how it works. So I remember the idea here is that we have to take tests directly from Jira, not tests, but test scope, the JQL basically. We have to, based on this JQL, we have to select test cases from 3 different frameworks that we have to run, and then have to batch them properly to run into TeamCity, and then TeamCity will take care of the execution. So with the switchboard unification, it's pretty simple. So we just set, in a unified model, we set all the integrations. So for example, Jira has extraction and filtering in this configuration. Java parser has consuming and processing features, and TeamCity is just a consumer. So what is important here is that we consider integration as an abstract entity that is available by just its features. And given that model, it's really easy to see how other tools that we already have match the same model of something moving into something. So yeah, a lot of different stuff that happens. So we define everything by XML configuration, and that sums up the overall idea that using switchboard and existing integrations that we have already written for it, we can get any consumable source, process it by any set of pre- and post-processes, and then the result can be applied to any applicable targets, which are also supported by integrations. So the idea here is that in advanced systems, such as fintech, or I believe there are many systems out there that are also very complex, creating custom tools, you cannot avoid that. And Switchboard does not only provide some solutions that we have already developed, right? But it provides a unification framework that you can use to just optimize and save some time on designing the infrastructure of your integration. You can just pick maybe something that is already created and maybe write something small that you need, and then using this integration framework, you can use it in your own project. Some real life, so how we use it now. We have combined everything we did for other projects under Switchboard idea. So we are able to parse code, we are able to filter it, we are able to put it through our CI system. We try to not take control over CI system because it is good on its own. Then after testing has been completed, results are being collected, and we can use Switchboard to import the test data onto test management system. So what do we have as of today? We do have integrations with Cucumber. We can parse Java, and we can do a lot of things with Jira. We have integration with TeamCity. And I actually forgot that one of the latest things we have added to code parsing is we can parse Kotlin and we can parse a TypeScript. And there are some things yet to be done. We have room to improve. And things that we are working right now is some kind of a configuration manager, because as I said before, our configuration is managed by XML file. And again, in 2022, XML files are not our favorite way to configure anything, right? So we are working on even better Jira integration. That is important for us in scope of very complex data registering in Jira. And we are thinking about better packaging, because as you can imagine, we have many dependencies, and we want to be able to pack it safely and with respect to community and with respect to copyrights. So Switchboard as a tool is available today. You can get it on our GitHub. Yeah, basically, if you want to scan the code, I will stay here for a little bit. Yeah, so that was it about the Switchboard, a small handy tool which we are using now. I'm ready for your questions.
So, any questions? Any questions?
Hey. Hello. Strano. Any questions? Okay. Do you have any questions now, or you'll leave them for later when you find Mr. Gorbunov in the break?
In the rain? Outside?
Okay. Okay. No questions for now.
So please
Thank you,
applaud.
and please applaud Dmitry Gorbunov. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And, sorry, last but not least, we will have a special event a week after, right? Here in Sofia, where we will talk a little more about the tool. If you want to join us, please join. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ага. Так. Должен это отключить. Ага. Ага.
Do you need help?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'm okay.
And
Thank you very much.
Let's continue with not one, but two speakers, both coming from Merkle, which is the new name of Isobar Commerce.
Everybody knows Nikolai Stanoev, a QA architect with 12+ years of experience, QA automation team's leader, guru, master, and mentor, who's so skilled, so capable, so knowledgeable and experienced that he came here especially for you today on this stage to stay in silence and support his colleague Momchil, who will speak you the important things.
Momchil Krstev. Momchil Krstev is a QA engineer with experience in a project for the cosmetic giant Clarins. Momchil participates actively in mentoring and onboarding newcomers and leading knowledge transfer sessions.
They will talk about automation analysis today. Please welcome Nikolai Ivonchik!
Yes, today I'm just a co-speaker, and we start with normal technical defect. We need the clicking to change the slides, so please can you give it to us?
Does this click? Doesn't? No.
Can you try it again?
You can show with the other hand, maybe.
Yeah, it's like a stand-up comedy show. Now it's time to storm.
And now we make some rain in the room.
Let's see if it's working.
It's working. Okay, you ready? Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Let's applaud them once more time. Nikki and Monty.
Hello, everyone. My name is Momchil Krastev, and I'm a QA engineer at Merkle. Today I'm here with Nikolai Stanoev, who is a QA architect at Merkle. The automation tests and the automation of the tests themselves has been the hottest topic for the past few years, and everybody has been talking about it. But the thing is that there is one aspect of it that is rarely mentioned, and this is the analysis of the results from the automation runs. Today, with Nikki, we're going to show you how exactly we managed to boost this process. This is the agenda we're going to cover today. We're going to go to the whys, the whats, the solution we found, and the lessons we learned along the way. Starting off with why exactly we do automation testing and the analysis of the results after that. Well, it's pretty simple, really. In that way, we find the defects as early as possible, and we can detect the root cause of the problems really, really early on. In that way, we get increased confidence in both our team, in our product, and what is even better, confidence of our clients in us. So the automation activities start with deciding what exactly needs to be automated at first. What are the absolute must set of cases that need to be executed on a certain basis in order to guarantee that the acceptance criteria are met and that the main functionalities of our product are working as expected. After that, we proceed with the test creation and a test case execution. Once the test cases are executed, we get our test results. Now, the analysis of these test results, on the one hand, heavily depends on how exactly the tests are written and how the different errors and thrown exceptions are handled. But on the other hand, it really comes down to the tools we use to aggregate the data and present it to us.
So, what do we use when we do results analysis? The most important thing is the stack trace. Based on it, we can really decide what kind of problem we need to handle. Is it a product bug? Is it a product change? Or it's something wrong in our automation scripts? Another option, if our testing framework provides that, we can make different screenshots or take the full image video of our testing session. This way, it can give us a lot of information what exactly has happened, and we can see visually some error messages that we don't have information based on the stack trace for them. And the last thing is all the different logs that we can add while the test is working. All those items, we can see them quite well packed in different reporting tools. For example, in Cucumber reports, we have all that information pretty well aggregated and easy for our eyes. Another example is our reporting. It's really good, free, open source reporting tool, and it has two more features which are quite good for analyzing results, and they save us a lot of time. First one is grouping failed test cases based on stack trace, and this way we can see how many unique failures we have from our execution. So if you analyze one of them, you'll know what's the root cause of the problem for the rest which are part of that group, and saves a lot of time. Another feature is the timeline report. I'm pretty sure that every one of you is running your test cases in parallel, and sometimes you have concurrence issues. With the timeline report, you can quite easily see which tests were running in parallel, try to reproduce the situation, and catch the bug and fix it. It could be an automation problem, it could be a product problem. At this point of time, you don't know. So, what's the problem with those two great reporting tools? I can give you two reasons. First one is that they are static. This means that you can read, watch the data, but you cannot write inside of them. So once you make your analysis today or yesterday, you need to use another system to put that information and to reuse it for tomorrow's analysis, which is bad because you need to mess with another system. It could be Excel, it could be different test case management system, it could be a notepad on someone's laptop. It's really bad. Another problem is that they are not quite useful when multiple people are doing the analysis at the same time, because you don't know which test was already analyzed, you don't know what are the root cause problems for the previous failures, and even if you get that information by communicating with your colleagues in different channels or live, when you start analyzing certain tests which is not analyzed, another colleague which is with the headset on their head and listening some heavy loud music, they will not hear you, and they will do and spend same time with analysis of the same test. And the solution for all those problems we found in.
So this is the solution we found. This is the report portal. The report portal is free test automation dashboard. It uses artificial intelligence and visual representation of the test runs to provide us with a clear picture of how the specific run went and what's wrong with it. The combination of machine learning and real-life analytics make it a really powerful tool for our team, and it really helps us in making go or no-go decisions. So these are the 4 characteristics of the report portal we are going to cover today. We're going to start with the basics. We're going to mention the unique error analysis. We're going to go through the dashboards. And after that, we'll finish with the cherry on the cake, the auto-analysis itself. Starting off with the report portal basics. This is the default view that you're going to see when you open the report portal for the first time. All the different runs are collected in different launches. It's called launch in the report portal. And as you can see, it has some basic info in it, like the duration of the run and how many hours ago it was started. But more importantly, it has a breakdown of all the test cases that were run by their pass and fail rates. After that, we have a breakdown of the failed cases themselves by the different types of them. Now, we have configured only 4 types of statuses for it, but this can be configured by how many you can have, like 10 different types or 20. However you need, how many you need, how many specific you need, you can do that. As you can see, everything is color-coded. All the different types are color-coded. They have counters on them. So starting from just from a quick glance, you can get an idea how did the run went, what is wrong with it, and how to proceed with it. And this is how the different tests look when you open them. Starting from the top to the bottom, in this green rectangle, we have the history of the case. These are all the previous runs for a certain time period that were run with the case. So everything, again, is color-coded with red for failed and green for passed, of course. Below it, below each run, there is an abbreviation of the cause for the failing of the case. For example, PB for product bug, etc., etc. Moving down forward is the retries counter. Now, the report portal gives us this ability to have different retries of the same case within the same run. Not in a different one, but within the same one. In that way, we can easily distinguish and filter out the failings of the case because of faulty environment or misconfiguration or whatever else is going on with the run right now. And below that, in the blue rectangle, is all the information that is gathered for the case from the run. We get all stacks, we get the all logs, we got the stack trace, we got the details for it, we got different attachments, we get item details, everything a QA might need for making a decision about this specific case and how to proceed with it. Once we finalized all this data, just a few clicks away, once we finalized it, we are ready to make our decision, and this is how the screen for it looks. As you can see, manual selection is selected by default, and below it we have the different failed case types displayed. Below it there is a comment section, and below it there are 2 options, one for linking a brand new issue and one for creating an issue. Right, so after that I'm going to just go a bit over the auto-analysis suggestions we get. As you can see, on the left of the manual selection, there are 3 different tabs with different percentages, and they are called analyzer suggestions. Now, these suggestions are made by the auto-analysis itself, and it's a bit of a combination of black magic and algorithms and working with the stack trace from the previous cases. But this gives us a pretty good suggestion of what might be wrong with the case, and we can quickly link the already existing issue to this run. Moving on with the last thing we have for the decision making, this is the history of the case. In this tab are linked all the previously linked tasks and JIRAs and whatever you have to this case. From here, you can quickly select whatever you're going to need, link it with all its artifacts to the current case run. And with that, we continue with the unique error analysis.
That's the next feature that we want to speak about. It was added in Report Portal quite soon. It was like in June this year. It's live since version 5.7.0. And basically, it has something that we already saw in our reporting. It gives you capability to group your failures based on a stack trace. And this way, with just a couple of clicks, once you know what is the root cause of the problem for the failed test case that you have already analyzed, with just a couple of clicks, you can provide the same information, status, issues, comments, connections with different bug tracking issues, with just a couple of clicks. And this is going to save you, again, a lot of time if you do this manually for every test one by one.
So the dashboards are where you're going to spend most of your time when you're working with the report portal. This is what a dashboard will look like in our team. As you can see, these are 4 different dashboards, but I'll get into that a bit later. So you can see on the left, there is a breakdown of the failed and the past cases. Once again, everything is color-coded. There is a progress bar below it, really nice and easy to follow through. After that, on the right, we have a breakdown again of the failed cases by their types. Everything color-coded, everything is clickable, and for example, if you want to see only the product books, you can click on the product book link, or if you want to go to all the system issues, you can click on the system issue links, etc., etc. Now, all these dashboards that give us the information about the run are working with different widgets. The widgets give us different information from the run. They are aggregated and present different aspects of the run. For example, the ones you just saw were the widgets for the overall statistics, but there are many, like 20, I believe even more, widgets right now working with the report portal. One of them, in the blue rectangle, is the flaky case table that gives us the 20 flakiest cases within a certain time period. And in the orange rectangle, we have the most failed cases table, which gives us the 20 most failed cases within a certain time period. Now, the good thing about these widgets is that they can work together within a single dashboard. So whatever you might need as a team will look probably something like that. In this dashboard, we have the overall statistics, we have the flaky tests, we have the most failed cases. Whatever your team might need, or you as a team member might need, or maybe on a project level might be needed as an information, this can be done with these widgets. Combined, customized, and tailor-made for your needs.
And this leads to the next topic and feature that we want to speak. It's called auto-analysis. To be honest, it was like 2019 when we heard for the first time about that tool. Our colleagues from EPAM just released it and put it open source for the full QA on everywhere in the world. And we started trying hardly with it to play and to understand how it works. It's during the COVID. It was 2020 or 2021. It took us around 6-7 months to experiment with it and to learn how it works, how to tune it, and properly use it. It takes time to get familiar with all the tricky parts inside of the tool itself. And then, for almost a year, we already use it in some of our projects. But before I go in details, I would like to share how you can configure it. Some key things that we have learned in the hard way for those couple of months. So first, in Report Portal, you might have different projects. Every project has its own configuration, and that configuration is auto-analysis also part of it. The feature by default can be disabled or enabled. This means that when you trigger a launch and launch completes, if the feature is enabled, it is going to trigger auto-analysis automatically, and based on the results, you might have changes into the tests to be moved from to investigate state to some other state. If the feature is disabled by default, then you need manually to trigger auto-analysis if you want to use it. Next thing, which is in a green, shows how many log lines will be collected and added into the Elasticsearch. After a few months, Report Portal is going to use only Elasticsearch as a database, and this is information which is added and used after that to provide different suggestions produced by auto-analysis. So collecting the right information here is important to have good results and to have suggestions reaching the threshold. The threshold configuration is part into the red box, and this is the minimum value which must be met by different suggestions in order auto-analysis to automatically move a test from to investigate state to another type of state. It could be automation bug, product bug, system issue, or any other custom status that you create. And now leads to the next page where you can see how auto-analysis is working. For everyone who wanna know everything to smallest details, you can scan the QR code, watch the full video, it's 90 minutes, and you're going to have information like me. For everyone else who don't want to do that and want to listen to me in next 1 minute, you'll see how on a high level it works. So let's start with the stack trace. You can see just 2 colors, but they are basically 3. In the green, the main thing is that you have the assertion message, the failure, and after that you have some information in the stack trace about the assertion library that was used. Below it, you have other lines, which is telling which method exactly has failed on which line, from which class, and so on. So auto-analysis is taking that information, and on the background, it does a couple of things. First, they remove the timestamp and the punctuations. Why the timestamp is removed? Because it is going to increase the boost of uniqueness, and this is going, yes, it is going to boost the uniqueness, which is going to reduce the chance to find the matches and suggestions. So in that case, they replace it with a timestamp. Also, they remove some punctuations, remove some special keywords from which are provided by your testing framework. Guys, resolution is not good, so people does not see everything in a good way. Then they also remove punctuations, any numbers which are provided on which line, which method something has failed. And then they put all that data, which is called sanitized test into the Elasticsearch. Some heavy mathematical formulas are applied, some vectors are created into the space, a little bit more magic is created on the background, which you need to have high proficiency in mathematics to understand it in deepest details. And then the basic users see this. Me, Momchi, all my colleagues, we assume that we are basic users. We play with the system, we use it, but we still don't know to small details how exactly it works. So if you're lucky, like in our case, on a launch view, you're going to see that your test was moved from to investigate to another state. If you go into test case view, you're going to see that respective tests which are already analyzed have AA tag. This means that auto-analysis was triggered, and the suggestion, the information, the analysis which was done on those tests was done by auto-analysis. When such analysis triggers and provides suggestions, you have automatically copy all the information which you have into the baseline analysis. This means if you have connected the old analysis with a new bug tracking issue, that information will be automatically added to the latest one. If you have some other comments, they'll be automatically added into this one. So with just a couple of clicks and waiting a minute or 2 in order the auto-analysis to complete, you're going to have all that information ready for you.
Working with the report portal is more like a two-way process. As much as the report portal is learning to work with our framework and our test cases and everything, we are learning just as much from him about how to work exactly with him. And for the past year that we've been using the report portal, we've gathered some knowledge and some insights that we'd like to share with you. Starting with the first one, which is not to use generalized assertion messages. Try to make them as specific and as unique as possible. In that way, both your QA team will make better decisions about the cases, and also the report portal's auto-analysis will make even better and more precise decisions and suggestions.
Next one that we learned on a hard way is that every time when you decide to upgrade your report portal instance, you need to rebuild your indexes. Otherwise, you're risking for a couple of days until you remember to rebuild them to see that auto-analysis is not working, unique error analysis is not working, and some other features might also break. So every time when you do that and update your report portal instance, just rebuild the indexes.
The third one is pretty simple, actually, and part of our profession. So, as they say, validation or verification is the highest form of trust, and this goes also for the auto-analysis of the report portal. It is quite possible that a regression has been made and a bug has re-emerged that has already been fixed. When the auto-analysis goes through that bug, to the failed case, it will link the already closed bug to that. And this will lead on the QA team to think that the issue is already being taken care of, while it is not. And it will remain like that until somebody takes note of it.
And the last advice is that you need to be careful with code refactoring. I know that everyone likes code refactoring because after every refactoring, things are better and better. But if you do quite often code refactoring, first, there is a chance to lose your history of the test. And second, the suggestions which are provided by the auto-analysis might not hit the threshold that you have set. So if you do that quite often, you need to change the threshold, which must be met in order for auto-analysis to provide results and to change the test from to investigate to another state.
So everything so far sounds great, but we'd like to share with you some statistics and feedback from our colleagues to show you the progress that we've made since we've been using the report portal. And let's start off with the actual people involved in the analysis. So before we started using the report portal, only one team member at a time could do the automation analysis. Right now, 1 year after that, 4 or more people can do the analysis at a time, depending on our team's needs. So we get 4 or more people that do the analysis at a time. Nobody's hitting over each other's hands. And this actually leads to 80% increase of the people, 80% of the QA team right now are using the report portal and are heavily involved in the automation analysis. The second thing I'd like to point out is the time spent on analysis. Now, before we started using the report portal, only one team member could do the analysis, and it took them between 4 and 8 hours each and every day to do the analysis. In that way, we get the results way, way later in the day, and this was of no use to us, especially in go or no-go situations. Right now, with everybody on board working on the report portal, we get the results within 2 hours of the start of the working day. So we get our analysis by 11 in the morning, and we have more than enough time to make a decision for go or no-go. And the last thing I'm going to share with you is some feedback from my colleagues. Starting from the top, everybody in my team is more than happy to work with these dashboards. Visually, they're really intuitive, really simple to work with. You get an idea of what's going on, what is wrong, what is right with the run. So it's easy. So it's really easy for them to navigate visually through all this information. The test case history is also really important because, as the people before me mentioned, there are a lot of flaky tests, and you need to have an idea why exactly this case is flaky, what is wrong with it, and with just a few clicks away, you can see what exactly went wrong with each run. The auto-analysis is the thing that actually cuts the most of our time spent on analysis of the automation run. So it takes a bit of time for the report portal to start using it properly, yes, but after that, it's been making great and even better suggestions with each run. And one last thing that we actually didn't anticipate to achieve with importing the report portal for use with us, it's a low learning curve. It is really user-friendly, even from the first look, it is really user-friendly, and it's super easy to use, even from people with little to no experience with the report portal itself, or even with people with little to no experience with automation analysis too. This is really helpful for all our new joiners to the team and people that are just starting to get into the automation. So with this, we conclude our presentation, and we'd like to thank you for your attention.
Hey. Thank you, Momci and Nikki. Well done, that was great. I'm really
very well.
So, do you have any questions?
Guys, just a second, 1 minute.
Okay.
I would like huge applauses for Momciu. This is the first time he's speaking for more than 10 people, and I think he did quite well. Well done, Momci.
Well done, Momci.
Thank you.
So, questions?
Any questions?
David.
One question here.
1, 2, 3, Yeah. Just a question regarding how you maintain it. So you build it every time. Closer. Oh, hello. So you build it every time you run the test, or it's still up to date somewhere? So, for example, you have the Docker set up in a cloud. So what's going on with availability?
You mean how we set up the tool?
Yeah, how it's accessible.
Well, documentation in Report Portal is quite good. It's a lot better what it was 4 years ago, and all the small things that you need to tune in order to set it up for the first time are already mentioned. It's a Docker container, and when we need to rebuild it, it's just writing two commands, which Report Portal already has been shared, and then everything is working out of the box. The only thing that you need to not forget is to rebuild the indexes, which is just a click.
Yeah, so it's like plug and play basically nowadays.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any questions? Here?
One more question over here.
Mr. Nikolai Avramov.
Yeah, thanks for the great talk. You mentioned that you do some rerun of the failed tests. Do you do it automatically, and what's the criteria that you use if you do it?
Go ahead.
Well, the retries functionality is now, we have it set it up in Jenkins just for us to have a single, like a first run and then a second run. We have a look at them, and if the case fails in different steps, then we decide like maybe if the environment went wrong or misconfiguration or something, or node build is on the environment right now. So in that case, to get a better picture, we try to eliminate all these, like we do the proper configurations, we get the last build, and then if needed, we make a third rerun. And that this is then counted on the retries counter.
Okay, so you take the decisions?
Yes, we as the QA team do them manually, decisions.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Another question?
If there are no more, okay.
One more?
One more?
Mr. Gorbunov.
Thank you. So have you ever considered naming report portal just reportal?
It's not our tool. It's created by colleagues from EPAM,
okay.
And they made it open source for the rest of QA community to use it. So that's a question to them.
Oh, okay, okay. Another interesting thing that you mentioned at the very end is like a slow learning curve, like low learning curve, like short, okay. But how it matches with you spending 7 months on understanding how it works?
That's a really good question. To use the tool is not a problem. Even a child can start using it, and after 2 hours, they will know all the screens, how to go to different things, and how to use it. The problem is how to tune it to do the job and auto-analysis to return valid results. And that really depends on how good your failing messages are and how much data you want to collect and add into the Elasticsearch to provide the suggestions.
Basically, so the idea here is that you may use this tool to improve your process. So you have to get started with it, then maybe change your code that it will throw more meaningful exceptions or more unified exceptions. That's the way to use it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
This is just one of the steps in order to use it in the wise way.
Okay. And last question, maybe. No. Okay. Please applause for...
Just one question from my side. Are there people using Report Portal in their companies and they want to share their feedback for just 1 or 2 minutes or their expectation from the tool? Now is the time to shine. Okay.
Mr. Anton Angelov.
I was wondering whether to share like a question or a statement about it, because as you know, last year I talked about it at my speech, and actually we were using it with Nikki in some of the projects, and actually my feeling there is that we had some problems. First, it takes too many resources, like you need to pay a lot for machines, especially if you run it on many projects, you know. It's for one team, it's fine, but when you scale it, it's expensive. The second thing is that I'm really surprised that you didn't hit problems when you're doing upgrading, because we were using it for 3 years maybe, and there were many upgrades, and not all of them went really well. On many of the upgrades, actually, there were breaking changes, which means that you need to delete everything and start from scratch, and then this auto-analysis is pointless. At least this was our experience, and then we were, at some point, wasting so many time to maintain it, and then we moved to other tools. And also, if you use the real-time, when you run with the test runner, you have real-time data, like test by test, but this, it connects every time to the Docker, and it depends where it's hosted. And this was really slowing down many of the tests, especially if they're somewhere else. And this means that we had to do some hacks, for example, upload directly the results later on to report portal, which is, again, not really good. But this is my experience. I like the tool. I present it every time on many lectures. However, it has some problems. Many they mitigated them. I don't know. I will give it a try again after your talk.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback, because this is why we gathered here to exchange experiences and everything. So for the past year, we haven't had any serious problems like that. We've been using it, to knock on wood, successfully. We haven't had any major failures. Whatever failures we've had, the most of them weren't related with the report portal itself, but some with the Jenkins, some with our environments, but with it's nothing that related. So hopefully it stays like that.
Just an idea. In October this year, there will be another probably breaking upgrade from the one that you spoke, because probably you have started with report portal 4, and then when you move to 5 with post-grade changes of the database, this is when those issues happened. Now in October, they are going to release a version where all the database information will be just in Elasticsearch in order to reduce the problem with the storage, because now with the post-grade, it takes huge amount of storage, and if you own the hardware, it's not a problem. But if you go in AWS or another cloud, yes, you might going to hit the problems which Anton mentioned. And now, if you use the latest version, it is still using Postgre and Elasticsearch, but after October, it will be just Elasticsearch, and I believe that the things will be even better. And from a resource point of view, you might see a change.
Okay.
Thank you. And I have an idea for you. There are 2 more slots free for lightning talks. You can take them and just do this talk on the stage. I think it will be really interesting, wouldn't it? Okay? So, your applause for Nikki and for Monty! Thank you, thank you. And that was really great first experience. You're naturally born for the stage, you have to know.
Now,
beer break. 15 minutes beer break, so we'll waiting for you here. 5 past 6. 5 past 4.
Остават 3 минути до началото на следващата лекция. Моля, заповядайте в залата.
Please come back inside. There are less than 3 minutes to our next speaker, who is the last for today. It is the last one for today, and after that you'll have longer beer break. So don't drink all the beer now. You will not have what to do in the next beer break. 30 minutes without beer is like a whole life without, I don't know. Please come in. for our last speaker. Ernest Hemingway once said, "When people talk, listen completely. Most people never listen."
Alfred Brendel once said, "The word listen contains the same letters as the word silent."
Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak."
Our next talk is all about listening.
Natalia Romaińska comes from Krakow, Poland, and is a big fan of a holistic approach to quality assurance, which starts from neatly designed processes. Privately passionate about planning shorter or longer trips, and crazy a bit about Friends, Harry Potter, and perfume industry.
Let's welcome to our stage Natalia Romaińska!
And good luck.
Okay. Oh, I guess you can hear me now. So yeah, welcome everybody. I'm glad that you, like, maybe after a beer can come here anyway. So yeah, and thank you for the presentation. I think that one of the biggest pain when it comes to how do you feel is when you have a sense that you are not listened. We can observe that children are crying about this, teenagers are moving out from home, couples split, or companies break down. But at the same time, among other skills that we are practicing, active listening is not always perceived as something worth to practice, and as we are practicing, reading, writing, speaking other languages, and so on. So maybe let's start from the basics and have together okay. I'm not sure what should I pointing. Oh, right. Let's bake together a small cake basing on the active listening recipe. So what we will need at the very beginning? We should have the following ingredients, which are pinch of definitions, just to know what actually active listening is, how to use it, and so on. 1 ounce of explanation, how we can treat it, what are the benefits, what are the tricks or methods of active listening. Then we can add a few cups of tips and tricks how we can use it on a daily basis, no matter if we are working in IT industry or in our private life or wherever we want. And yeah, at the very big end, just to polish the whole taste, we can grab some spoons of the effect of the whole cake that we're gonna prepare today. So, step 1, let's preheat the oven. Active listening contains of 3 core elements. The very first one is to comprehend, which means basically to understand what someone has said. It sounds silly, as something a bit obvious, but it's a bit trickier than we can think, and I will come back to this later. The next step is to retain, which means basically to memorize what has been said and be prepared for further response, which is under the respond point. So actually, again, we could think that okay, this is pretty obvious. That's all. Why do even bother about active listening? But let's take a closer look. When it comes to comprehending, usually we don't think that we are actually seeing or hearing something. It takes place, in most cases, unconsciously. And it may take place also from top down or bottom up listening strategies. What does it mean? If you are listening using top-down strategy, it means that in general you know something about the topic, and like you are adding extra points, glasses, puzzles, however you count it, to make a bigger building or bigger picture of you already know. When it comes to bottom-up listening techniques, you are actually totally new joiner about the topic, so you have to build this, I don't know how to say it, but you are adding piece one at the time. So usually we are mixing all of those techniques. But again, even at this point, at the very beginning, it might be affected by various stuff. For example, the very first one, also very often skipped when it comes to communication at workplace, is cultural difference. For some reason, or the way you are speaking in one culture might be perceived as something totally different in another one. At the same time, we have language barriers here. So again, if you are new at some language you are studying, and you are not able to understand fully and properly what has been said, it may cause problems with what you memorize, what you understand, memorize, and then the way you respond. And at the same time, we also have differences between individuals. Like, we are all different. So depends, for example, on your personality, on your age, whether you are talking to the toddler who is 3 years old or to the retired professor of some super physics or whatever topic. It all may cause problems with memorizing and understanding what has been said actually, and then the full process of communication. Same when it comes to retaining. Actually, the same statement might be perceived and memorized in totally different way, but two different persons. It's the same like you are taking a picture and your friend is taking a picture standing in the same place. You will get the same frame, but your picture would be totally different because you have a bit different point of focus here. So, when it comes to retaining, if it's something related to your personal experience, it's a bit easier for you to memorize it because you already have some roots when you can connect what you already heard. But here we also can have some problems. For example, cognitive biases. When you hear something that only fit and make your opinion about the particular topic stronger, it again may cause problems in further communication. And also we here have a lot of distractions. Even you are hear something, when you are distracted, it's a bit hard to memorize all the details that has been said during the whole speech or the whole communication. And when it comes to also, I forgot, also memory issues are pretty important here. It might be dementia, it might be, again, some issues when you are elder than the speaker who are saying, and so on and so forth. But not all people who are actually trying to hear, listen, and then communicate are aware of those factors. And here we have responding. So, ideally, as it said, it should present what you understand that has been said and somehow fit to the original statement. But again, usually it should, in ideal world, correspond with the intention or with the words that has been said by the speaker. But still, not still, but also at that point, we can have some problems, or it might be affected by various factors. For example, cognitive bias, conversational narcissism at first, because it's even more important. Have you ever heard about something like that? No, only one hand. So basically, conversational narcissism refers to the situation. When you are in the middle of the talk with someone, and you are sharing some information, thoughts, beliefs, whatever, but the person, instead of responding to you and like contributing to you, to what you actually have said, it's transferring the whole conversation to I. So you can show experience and okay, but I have this, and this, and the whole conversation transforms into the receiver instead of the speaker who started the conversation. And the second point here is mentioned before, cognitive biases, because when you are confirm your bias in the previous step, it's kind of a natural way that you are prolong what you understood in the further steps. So, how to deal with all of this? Is there any methods or tips, tricks, hacks, whatever, how we can address those issues? So let's start to mix the ingredients together and let's see what we will get. The very first and pretty obvious technique of active listening is facing the speaker. Again, it seems pretty obvious, but there is a lot of situation, especially when we, in most cases, actually, or at least I, work remotely. It's really hard to maintain an eye contact with a person that you are on call, or if you are with a group on some refinement or whatever meeting, when you are doing something in a separate tab, or like you see some notification on a phone and so on. Same with conversation face-to-face when you are offline with someone. So if possible, try to, at least from time to time, maintain this eye contact. It's a bit more important than many people actually can think it is. While facing the speaker and like being in the middle of conversation, it's also worth to mirror people's feelings. And at first glance, it might sound a bit like tricky, okay, like I will be doing like, okay, okay. It sounds fake. But if you are training yourself with mirroring feelings and trying to understand what actually the person is thinking, it will become a bit more natural and easier for you to read the person. Like, again, it might be not fully nicely described, but remember that words, it's not everything. Also, like the body language and the face expression matters when it comes to communication. Another technique is paraphrasing. So, again, if you want to answer in a proper way, try to somehow change the previous statement, but without like taking the essence. By that, you can also combine it with reflecting and clarify, especially if you don't understand something. It's always safer instead of like moving in totally different topic or assuming you understand even if you don't. Same with body language, or I'm aware that body language is not everything. And again, when we are working remotely in most cases, it's pretty hard to know what the person is doing if we cannot observe the full posture. But imagine a situation when, example, you are about to tell that you are not okay with something, and you are telling to your husband, partner, whatever, honey, I feel bad because of you did this and that, or you said this and that. But compare this with such statement. Honey, I'm not angry at all. Like the words that I used, like the receiver should assume that I'm okay, but like my body language and my modulation of tone and so on says something totally in opposite. So again, I'm not saying you have to be following the checklist, okay, mirroring feelings, reflecting, clarifying body language, but at least being aware of that of existence of such technique. Distractions also, if possible, is worth to limit them, especially when we are working remotely. The most common problem I have is that when I, again, see notification on a phone, there is some nice or important discussion during the call, and after a couple of seconds, I'm already lost and I don't know where we are. So if possible, try to limit those distractions as much as you can. If you have problems with staying focused, you can always use sticky notes for preparing some notes for you, or having some calm, I don't know how to explain it properly in English, but those little stuff that help you do something with hands if you cannot staying focused on the speaker. And yet another technique is withholding judgment. It's something that I would say especially useful when you are in the middle of the conflict. Imagine a situation that you are, maybe again with a partner, with a bit more clear example here. You are in the middle of the argument, and actually when someone is explaining what happened or trying to provide you a feedback or didn't like something, when you're angry, somehow inside of you is starting to, okay, I will stop saying and I will interrupt and I will do on my way in the conversation. That's the most trickiest part, but if you let yourself calm down and stop assuming someone's intentions during the conversation, it may happen later that actually you didn't have the reason to be angry at your partner or at your colleague, at whatever. It's also a bit tricky when you, for example, has to deal something with a person that you don't like. We can, or people usually tend to, okay, I don't like him, so for sure that he used a shortcut just to offend me or something like that. Again, it might sound as something obvious, but if you are aware of this situation when you are in the middle of a conversation or even training yourself each time, in the time it should help you to, again, avoid staying calm and maintain emotions and be okay with yourself during the conversation. And one of the last and pretty, again, someone might say obvious techniques of active listening is asking open questions. But what I've learned some months ago, actually, it also might be a bit tricky. If you are using question why, I'm not sure if it appeals to English, but let's assume it is. Referring to the situation that has happened in the past, it's very easy to become a prosecutor instead of a person who wants to know the essence of the problem. So if you are shooting someone with questions like, why did you do this, why did you do that, and why, and those whys, even though they are in their definition something good, again, beware of the situation that you are using it. And again, it's a bit easier to ask open question how, because you are somehow maybe not forcing, but you are encouraging the second person to answer you fully instead of are you okay? Yes. So it doesn't maintain the conversation, especially in the conflict. So now we have ingredients, now we had our oven prepared, so now it's the baking time, I guess. What we will get by using active listening techniques. Here you have a list of soft skills that I believe that are positively affected, sorry, the pointer, This is my personal list, but I fully believe if you want to be someday a good leader, for example, in the QA or in any other industry you are, you might be a technical virtuoso, but without soft skills, without being active listener and being aware of the people, you won't be a senior and you won't be a good leader here. Yesterday, we had a talk about training good leaders about this, and I fully believe that it should be part of such training. And again, if you are a better listener, it's easier to you to manage conflicts that appears in a team, in your private life, in a company on a C-level. If you are training yourself with active listening, and then you are actually automatically develop other soft skills, like being more empathic, being more adaptable in the company, because you are becoming, again, more aware that you are not like standalone person and we are all differ from each other. And actually, I fully believe that all of you can like prepare such list for yourself. Depends on the way you want to communicate, depends on your personality type, depends on the areas in communication that you have problem with. This is my personal list, and yeah, hope you find it somehow maybe inspired later. But if we have, even if we have really nice recipe for a cake, sometimes we may see that, okay, oven is broken, or we are missing some ingredients, and what to do in such situation. So what if? Here I have some questions that I got while preparing this topic few weeks ago, and I think that they are so important to even like spread it like for others. So what if you misunderstood something because using other words? So for example, British versus American English, or some slang, jargon, or whatever dialect you may have. Again, if you are aware of the situation, that something like that may affect your active listening, it's always better to admit that, okay, I didn't get it. You can use one of the techniques like reflecting and clarifying. What if the situation that you are think about yourself that you are an active listener, but you actually have a tendency to look somewhere aware, not because you want to be offensive to the person, but for example, it's easier for you to collect your thoughts. In such situation, it might be perceived as offended or that you are not listening. And again, what I would recommend in such situation is simply to admit, okay, I have a problem, let me think about it. Again, if you are paraphrasing and explain your body language or like the way you are reacting in such situation, it's always better than saying nothing and let other person assume that you are doing something. What if we have situation that someone is just shooting you by offensive questions, like those whys referring to the past? Here we have actually the matter of feedback, but I would say that it depends on the situation that you are getting. It's always better to stop the conversation and saying, how do you feel? But what is super important here, how do you feel because of the situation, not how do you feel because of the person. Without like, you are doing this or you are bad because of something, try instead of this, okay, I don't feel comfortable with such question or with such topic. Let's come back to this later. Let's pause, let's park a bit this conversation and come back to this while our emotions are okay. What if you are a buddy or a mentor to your junior colleague, and they keep saying that everything's fine, everything's okay, but you clearly see it's not. You cannot say that they are lying. Maybe they are shy, but they try to pretend that everything is okay. Again, you can use mirroring feelings, for example, when you are in the middle of the conversation. You can keep asking by showing your example that we are all were juniors once and we can have similar situation. You can be more human or more available to the person who is starting by showing some, I don't know, stories, that's finding some place that you will have a connection with those person. And what if you simply feel that you suck at some of like mirroring feelings or any other techniques? Well, the simple answer is even the awareness that you are not good at something, it's better at starting, because you can know what is the area you should improve. You can beware or warn another person how it's gonna work with you, or just simply admit it. And it might be your priority when it comes to like developing yourself in the soft skills area. So actually, let's say we have a cake after this, and what I would like you to remember after my speech. Active listening contains 3 core elements. The first one is understanding what has been said, then memorizing it, and then responding. Like core basics, but for further development. Then try to just build your awareness, expand your knowledge among of this topic, without of treating it, okay, I have a checklist that I have to follow, that I mentioned, but rather as a kind of inspiration. Okay, soft skills are matter, so what can I do, what can I improve in my way of communication? And practice, simply. The more you do it, the more comfortable you will feel. It doesn't mean you have to use all of those techniques at once. Start from the one, and one at a time, and it will become much more natural for you to read, to understand what's going on. And basically that's it, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have
Any
time
questions?
for a few questions, maybe 1 or 2. There's one. There it is.
No, also
You're
here.
the second question, as you see. Oh my God, there's so many questions. So you don't want beer. Everybody who doesn't want beer to stay here for the questions, and no. Okay, let's hear the questions. This is more important for the beer. Who wants beer to go? Questions. I want questions.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for the speech. I guess the topic is often overlooked, especially in our everyday work. So the question is, out of these 3 core elements, that understanding, retaining the knowledge, and responding, do you think, from your own experience, or maybe from some statistics, I don't know, which is the most common, the most challenging, or maybe the easiest one to tackle?
Being the most challenging and at the same time being the easiest to tackle, I wouldn't say that any of those core elements are like that. I would personally say that the most challenging is the first one. When you understand something correctly, then it affects how do you memorize it and how do you prepare the response. There is a report, I cannot recall the name, but it says like around 70–80% of the time that we are actually communicating with others, we are doing stuff, this is communication, but among 55% of that time is actually listening. So if you start from proper understanding, it should somehow naturally, at least how I see it, help you with other areas, like one step at the time, not everything at once. Hope it answers your question.
Thank you. And lots of other questions, just ask them. There will be not t-shirts for all of you.
I will just throw later, so you have to.
Hi,
Fine.
thanks for
Yeah.
the lecture. My question is, do you have some tips when the other person is not giving you offensive questions, but just you can see that they're not actively listening to you?
I would just say it depends again on the situation. If you're having one-on-one with such person, I would just stop the topic that we are looking, and I would say, okay, I feel or I think because of your behavior, and describe the behavior, that you are not fully focused and you are not listening to me. But I would like again to come back to the situation. You have to refer to the situation, not to the person. You cannot start for the, okay, you are not listening, because you are assuming in that way. You have to start from the communication, communicate I, or the message I feel like, or something like that. But when it comes to such situation in the meeting with other people, I would avoid doing something. You can try something entertainment to like grab the people's attention or the person's attention. But if it's not working, it's better to provide a constructive feedback after the meeting, at least how I see it, instead of like doing this among others, because like the person might feel offended.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I don't see.
Can I just add something more to the answer, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
Well, also some people have ADHD, and that prevents them on multiple occasions they cannot even understand because they cannot hear what people are talking. So most of their lives, especially in Eastern Europe, those people feel like losers because they just cannot hear. They cannot help it. So yeah, it's better to ask them later on.
Other questions?
I see lady here was like showing hand for a couple of times, but
thank you for the lecture. I have a question regarding something that is overlooked. I think is the age difference as well with different team members. What is the best way to handle those conflicts? Because sometimes, due to their experience and due to their knowledge, they often don't listen.
That's tricky, but again, like first constructive feedback after all, or depends on the situation you are. And the second, I truly believe if someone is a great professionalist, great professional in some particular topic, the person should be able to explain it to you in the simplest words possible. So if they are really good at something, they should be able to sell it to you in an easy, affordable way. But yeah, like you cannot affect the people's like personality in the way how they behave. Feedback here, like it's good to train it, no matter if you are working or in your private life.
And one question from a man.
Hello, I have a question.
Hi.
Okay. During your presentation, you seem to have made a strong point about empathy, and empathy is strongly correlated with compassion, conformity, avoidance of conflict. Those are also strongly correlated by statistical distribution with the female gender. Isn't it a better approach to have a differentiated approach to males and females, which have often different expressions of their personality and traits, so we can work to their strengths instead of to their weaknesses. For not many men on average have very good scores in empathy, etc., etc. Your take on that, please.
Let me collect thoughts for a second. I think that the basic step is to being, from the speaker's perspective, aware of such differences you've mentioned. So, for example, the list that I presented, it's my personal that I highlighted. So maybe it's a bit easier to women to be like more empathic and like calm and have the natural like fling with empathy. But again, why do not train each other with such soft skills? So if you are good with empathy and, for example, like as a woman, and your partner is better at providing feedback and conflict management, why you don't cooperate? The same with colleagues. Like, you don't have to only teach others hard skills or like tech skills only, but also with soft ones, I guess it applies as well. But at first, you have to be aware of your weak and strong points here. So that would be my answer. I'm not sure if you're satisfied, but yeah.
Thank you very much. We have just 15 minutes left for our next beer break. You can continue asking questions, Natalia, in the beer break. And then we will wait for you for the closing ceremony, lightning talks, raffle draw, surprises, and so on.
And
so you have 15 minutes. We're waiting for you at 5.
And there is a T-shirt, some left, but okay, so, woo! Sorry. And the person who asked the question, whoa, whap. Yeah, thank you so much.
At Luxoft, we know that time is priceless. That's why we're not wasting it. Thanks to advanced hiring, there are only 2 steps for you to take before getting a job offer. I've successfully passed the interview. What's next? We hire you and we work together as to find a project for you. Will I get paid while looking for a project? Yes, you will get your full salary starting from your first workday. What happens if an employee fails to find a project? There have been no such cases at Luxoft, but if you end up needing to upgrade your skills, we will be happy to welcome you to our upskilling program, where you will be able to study and get a salary. Don't like to wait? Then buckle up, because we are going to turbocharge your career. Join Luxoft and explore limitless professional horizons.
Let's make a truce. A dev challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Моля, заповядайте в голямата зала, защото идва най-интересната и забавна част.
Please welcome. We're starting with our raffle with prizes.
please. We would like to thank them for being with us today. And thank you all for helping them to buy a baritone saxophone.
So, the amount gathered today is 1876 leva. And we add that to the money gathered from yesterday, which was 1,480 leva from Dev Challenge accepted. And that gets to 3356, which was rounded by the organizers to 3,500 leva. So applause for you, applause for them. And we will hope the next time we will hear you will be with one more baritone saxophone more. Thank you very much. You're wonderful. See you again.
Please note that we cannot track and count the direct donation which you can make at any time.
Bravo, 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 bravo.
Make some noise, Junior Band!
Well, we will update you later about our other calls, the books given by Anton Angelov. And now, it is time for the long-awaited lightning talks.
The rules are as follows.
Every speaker has maximum of 5 minutes to speak on any topic they want on the stage. But when the 5 minutes are elapsed, you will hear this sound. This sound.
Bong!
Yeah. Or something like that. You hear a sound, which means that the time of the speaker has elapsed.
Jing, chong, something like this. Yes. Now, let's give the microphone.
We have to make clarifications. We do not recommend to the speakers to make explicit advertising. It is not forbidden, but the audience doesn't like it, and you will get boo. So, and the final and the most important rule for the lightning talks is that Milen Strahinsky is always speaking when he's in the hall.
Yes, where is the Milen?
So, let's give the mic to the first one who expressed the...
First speaker is Omar.
Omar, you're welcome.
Please applause.
Please applause for Omar. You have your 5 minutes, sir.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So, I would like to talk to you about encouraging yourself and encouraging others in your team and in your... Thank you very much.
No, don't worry.
Okay.
Another more 5 minutes from me.
Okay, thank you. So we as QA engineers in our teams we get to decide how are we going to test certain features. So let's take this as an advantage, and let's try to optimize all the tools that we can use for testing certain features. For example, if you have to test some new email that you will receive when your user achieves certain state, your goal is checking the email. So why not try to automate all the previous tests before, let's say using APIs or any other stuff. So in order to gather this information, you will have to bother all the people because you might not know what are the API endpoints, so you will need to start contacting people. So that's why my presentation is called The Benefits of Being a Pain in the Ass. It's not really that you're a pain in the ass, it's just that you are trying to get information and you are trying to push things. It's not only about getting the endpoints of the API, but it's also getting access to certain tool. So do all what you can do in order to get this access. So you will have the power of controlling your environment, and this will make your testing easier and faster. So you will achieve these things in a better way. So it's not only about this, it's not only about making your life easier, but the most important thing is to share this knowledge with your teammates, because it's not only you that you might need to accelerate some things in the environment, but also another person in another team might need to get this. So if you have it already figured out, and even better, if you already documented it, this person will be really glad to do this. So yeah, it's basically it. So with all these accesses that you gather, remember that with great power comes great responsibility, especially in the production environment. Thank you.
So we're waiting for Evelina.
Hi all. Hi, I'm Evelina, and my role currently is lead quality engineer. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about pre-mortem risk assessment. For whoever was here yesterday, it was mentioned, and it's a great topic. The one problem, though, that I've noticed, when people hear risks or risk assessment or risk registers or anything like that, you think, well, that's my project manager's task. I don't care about that. They're supposed to monitor that, document it, whatever. Why am I just doing my test cases, test executions, metrics, things like that? Well, it's not necessarily only their tasks. And if you're only doing this, you're doing quality control only. Again, something that we heard a little bit more about today. So this practice is actually very proactive, and all of you, not just being quality engineers, but I know we have developers today, you can also do this. Simply suggest it to your teams, if that's something that you haven't done before. Why pre-mortem? Basically, we're trying to figure out how our project will die before it has died already. The most important elements to try this for the first time and adopt it in your projects is to make sure that everyone is invited. Everyone from your teams, regardless of the role, because as quality engineers, we cannot know what possible risks can exist for developers. Our project managers cannot figure out all the tech specs and risks that might arise. So you realize that we do need different roles so that we can collect everyone's opinions and basically think about what to do if those scenarios actually happen in the future. You can also invite any level. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a senior trainee, everyone can have fresh ideas, so make sure not to skip anybody. And this doesn't necessarily take away from your time a lot. You don't need to do it every iteration whatsoever. So what's important for this? Make sure that you pick a moderator in advance and explain to your team what this is going to be about, because the mistake I see more often is that people actually mistake risks that might appear in the future with problems that we have right now, right? People start complaining using these sessions to complain about everything that's happening right now, which most of you know this is something for retrospective sessions, something to fix. But in this case, you're trying to figure out what can happen in the future. What can happen if we work with third-party vendors and they disappear? What can happen if documentation is missing and we have just one point of contact? Anything, literally it can be anything. So once you collect all of this, it's important that, again, you review it with all of your team members and make sure that you come up with some scoring for this, right? You want to see what's the impact if this situation appears, what's the likelihood that it might happen, and of course, what you want to do after this. This is basically creating different plans, different scenarios, so that you're always prepared if it does arise in the future. Again, not something that you need to do all the time. People are often scared that it takes too long. Definitely will be more than a few sessions. But this is something that you may want to attempt with your teams. Again, I would just advise don't wait for your management to come up with this. this is a great opportunity for all of you to try and own this process yourself. So that's pretty much my suggestion. You can, of course, check out some details additionally if you want straight scenario of how to organize this, but I think in the long run, it's something that would generally help you out. So that's it. I hope it is helpful for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next lightning speaker is Anton Angelov.
Hi guys. I don't want to expose our local problems in front of foreigners, so I will switch to Bulgarian. Ще ви говоря за балони и нали, обикновено, когато хора до работа, слушам подкасти и много често слушам Капитал. И там наскоро имаше подкаст с един много известен български автор, където говориха, че всеки един от нас живее в собствен балон и това много повече го забелязвам, особено в IT сферата, където са по-добри заплатите и така нататък. И много хора почват да не ги интересува какво се случва, когато живеят в новото строителство, в фенси офиса и така нататък. Но виждате какво се случва около нас, нали? С наводненията, там може да живеят бабави, дядови, леляви и така нататък. Не искате, нали, това да се случва на ваши близки, но се случва. И вярвам, че ние, вие, като високообразовани хора, ние сме хората, които трябва да правим обществото такова каквото е и да даваме пример. Това се опитвам и аз да правя. И това как може да го направим? Нали, аз силно вярвам по-скоро в хуманизма, отколкото в егоизма, идеализма и така нататък, където идват и от американската. Не им са кефе на американците. Не са кефе и на другите на изток, където дори не са чували за хуманизма, нали, както го виждате в момента. Как може да започнем да излезем от балона? Трябва да започнете да се интересувате. Много от вас го правят, но има и много колеги, нали, които съм чувал, аз нямам телевизор, не гледам новини, нищо не чета и така нататък. Дори имах един приятел в IT, който дори не беше чувал, че има протести и като чу, че има протести, се ядосваше, защо му запушвали пътя и хорел бавно на работа. Хората протестират и има, нали, защо. И това е, нали, правилното нещо последните години, което се случва. Но трябва да започнем да се информираме. Но всички ще попитате, и, нали, имаше такива хора, които ме питат, окей, но откъде да чета, и, нали, където не е пропаганда, нали, където е вярно и така нататък. Вие сте високообразованите хора. Вие го правите всеки ден, нали, на работа, където правим анализ на какво се случва и какво е common sense. Давам ви пример. Ако гледате телевизия, примерно Алфа, нали, на Волен Сидеров, вече ви е ясно, че може би това е предубедено. Ако гледате някой шоумен по Фейсбук, нали, който си прави пропагандата и го пита неговия водещ предварително направени въпроси, очевидно това е пропаганда. Не ви казвам за кой да гласувате, просто това е много важно и е важно по-скоро, защото много хора гласуват, но примерно брат ми, който е много по-малък, той казва, окей, аз ще гласувам за Божков, защото те дават 70 лева, нали, вместо 50. И аз казвам, аз ще дам 100, ама да отидеш ти да гласуваш и ти обаче да отвориш сайтовете и да прочетеш за какво става въпрос. Защото може да отворите много от сайтовете и просто ще бъдете много изненадани какво говорят по Фейсбук, нали, с цялата пропаганда. Чухте вчера, който е бил министъра, където те спорят с Фейсбук, защото е ясно, че експлойтват всичките алгоритми и така нататък с цялата пропаганда, но не трябва да вярваме изцяло на Фейсбук. Трябва да се четат новини. И какъв е common sense-а? Сега, като гледате всякаква телевизия, едва ли се търсите любимия в Тянков ТВ, като пускате SMS и, нали, това не знам дали го знаете, но, нали, там пускаш един SMS и казваш, аз съм млада девойка, търся си някой на 50 години, нали, където да изкарва 5000 лева и съм негова. Едва ли, нали, се търсите така, или гледате канал 3 с гледачките, където ще ви посъветват как да си сложите в бидон с масло, пирон и после да си го разредите и да го изпиете на пълнолуние. Едва ли го правите това? Има и такива хора, те най-вероятно си решават проблемите перманентно. Но това, което, нали, искам да ви кажа е, че просто може да гледате телевизия от време на време, нали, да знаете какво става и аз гледам различни източници, ги сверявам. това е най-важното. Просто да се верифицира кой какво говори, защото очевидно се вижда, че с времето кой е говорил абализми. Като ви каже някой преди 10 години бензинът беше 2 лева, нали, при нас, пък сега е 3 лева. Еми, каква е връзката, нали, в момента? Никаква. Нали, очевидно това пак е common sense, където вие го правите всеки ден, като сте инженери, и това трябва ние да се опитваме да влияем на другите, да се информират. И пак защо го казвам? Защото всеки един, сега с каузата сме събрали 5000 лева, примерно. Ама всеки един от вас минимум 5000 лева плаща на година данъци. 30% от заплатата ви чисто, защото съм работодател и го знам, се плаща като данъци. Едва ли не ви интересува, че примерно 5 или 10 хиляди лева няма да ги давате, нали?
Thank you, Anton, and thank you for активна гражданска позиция. And now, the next lightning speaker on our stage is Christian.
So, excuse my notes, but I need them to transfer the message as correctly as possible. This is what stars around the planet downloaded in between the years of this human gadget to be preached to you all. Remember the approach of Dr. Strange to break dogma for the greater good when he possessed the body of another self after preparing a teammate to help him and afterwards using this dead body to fight the evil heroine for the greater good. Translated in IT language, this is do you know your process and how to use it for the good of your teammates? Which part of the process to use, how much process to use, and which will bring benefit to your team? Can you learn the tools in your company and how to abuse them for the same reason? Tools are good, but how good can they be if you follow strict process? And will this help your teammates or not? Flex your approach towards the goal. It's good to have good best practices, but are those best practices best for your team, for your project, for your company? Always keep end user's perspective on. Always the reason for a company to exist is its end users, clients, name it. So this should be the most important focus for entire company. Human-to-human interactions are key and the most important in the teamwork. Remember the last talk from the conference? How we communicate with our teammates is huge amount of the percentage of actions that contribute to the success of the team, and as many successful teams we have in the company, the better the company is. And the last thing transferred from the stars, leading by example has the greatest effect and spreads useful practices like storm wind in between the colleagues in the company. You can preach whatever you want. Do you practice it with your colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. And the next lightning speaker is Milen Strahinsky. Ние мислихме ти носим бира, ама ти...
Добър вечер. Yeah, I'm sure I need to switch to English, I guess. So I'm feeling like I'm lately like of the event, the fair bear of the event. So Panairska mečka for the Bulgarians. So Petar Srbev is the one with the instrument, and I'm the one dancing around with as a bear. In the communist countries, we know that. But ex-communist countries, you know. So he put me here, you see, Milan S, that's my name, Milan Strahinsky, and here we see not exclamation, question marks. And I have no idea what does those question marks mean, and I have to talk something. And what I decided to talk about is I want to offend everybody. Well, that's why I'm here. I want to offend everybody. So I'm sure a huge amount of you are leads, not stupid. Shut up, you're fat, by the way. And I'm so beautiful. A huge amount of team leads, managers, and whatever. You look normally. I have had the chance to talk with multiple people around here, not with the beer. So around the area, and they shared with me. I won't tell who's the exact one that shared that with me. But it's a she. She said, you know, I will go to that company because I like the lead, the team lead. Most of the team leads look like надырвана ложица, видели? So, in English, just a spoon, you know. Most of the team leads look like a spoon. So they're great. They need to be there. They need to help. But have you tried? The spoon is useful. But have you tried to use a spoon with an apple? No? Yeah? It's good. So the team leads behave like fucking idiots. And they don't sit down with their people. So they have their own rooms, only glass, So the local orangutan is there. And when people are crossing around their office, oh, hello, how are you? And he's, oh, mommy, can you see me now? So the mommy is not there, but that person is special. He feels special and puts the specialty into the relation with their people. And they don't sit with all of us, the poor apes down on the earth. So don't be egocentric. I forgot the name of the girl that was talking about all your feelings, and I saw the questions. Oh, I want to say something. You hurt my feelings. So yeah, it's kind of that's how it goes. The team leads needs to be with their team. Additionally, I want to offend the people that are coming to that stage. Use your fucking body to have everybody to see you. Can you see me? I see a lot of people are seeing me. But if you don't move, if you talk like, today we're going to be talking. Normally it's great, so let's cross the fingers now. Let's put that. Yeah, she was talking, that girl was also talking about the body language. I love it. She's right, completely. But please, fucking tempo, do it. You move, do something. So please, guys, you don't need to be with a tie. You don't need to be, as your mommy said, go to the kindergarten extremely clean and come back as such. You can be a fucking idiot with a beer on the stage. And you can still, everybody can see you as a result. Be a little bit vocal. Can you see? I'm screaming as a villager. But everybody are listening, or at least I try to see, but I don't care. That's your problem, it's not mine. So, the fair bear or the panirska mečka, that's what I had to say. I don't want to continue forever. Probably I will annoy you at some point if I continue to offend everybody. But it's especially for the leads here, mostly. I'm one of them, and I'm trying to offend myself also. Yeah, I'm fucking stupid. So, sit down with your people. Don't be a person behind a window, and your mommy is not seeing you there. Whenever someone wants a vacation, for fuck's sake, approve that fucking vacation because that person have taken 5 parents and whatever to take care of the child and blah, 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 and all those stuff that are coming around. And then there is the one, the lead, the manager. No, your vacation is not approved because blah, blah, blah. Show your hidden rule. You always approve vacation no matter fucking what. Because people are suffering from your egocentric fucking shit to feel important, and you're not sitting with your people. Please, just fucking do it.
Thank you. And another fucking beer this is for you.
And now the final lightning speaker, and this is Nikki Stanoev.
Hello, hello. I really wanted to speak about something about QA, automation, but I was provoked from Anton, and I'm going to speak again in Bulgarian because of the elections next month. So please, bear with me, and sorry for all the foreigners. Хора, IT-то сме опасна работа. Всяка година растем, стъпка по стъпка. От малки, преди 10-20 години, бяха само 100 човека. Сега сме 10, 20, 30 хиляди. Почваме да ги плашим. Всички в управлението почват да се страхуват, защото се образува едно голямо комюнити от хора, които са независими. И не защото от вас нищо не зависи, а защото никой не може да ви повлияе на вашите решения. Вие виждате колко е готино да може да взимате решения, да пътувате често, да виждате какво се случва около нас, на запад, на изток, на юг, в Африка, в Азия. Затова личното ми предложение към вас е: гласувайте. Не оставайте на хора, които вече е минало тяхното време, да взимат решенията вместо вас. И още повече, с всеки един от вас, всеки ден работа, която вършите, нашето комюнити се увеличава. С един човек, двама човека, трима човека. Хора от различни професии сменят да дойдат при нас. И не е само заради парите, освен заради парите, е и да опитат тази сладост, която ние притежаваме в момента, да може да пътуваме и да бъдем независими. Затова на следващите избори не чакайте другите да вземат решението вместо вас, а вие излезте и гласувайте. Успех!
Thank you, Niki.
Thank you, Niki.
Аз съм на работа и не мога да кажа, но благодаря за това, което казаха последните, нали, Антон и Ники. Сега продължаваме на английски отново. And now,
time for some awards and prizes.
It's time for QA of the Year Award.
Let us introduce you the 3 nominees this year. They are
Dimitar Topuzov. Dimitar Topuzov is responsible for enormous positive changes in his company progress. He helped 7 different teams with technical guidance for building scalable and stable test automations and CI. Dimitar has written thousands of E2E tests, done hundreds of code reviews, and optimized multiple CI pipelines for speed, up to 5 times faster, and stability, aiming for less than 1% flakiness. He's also been a lecturer at many events such as dev.bg meetups, QA Challenge Accepted, including this current edition, DevReach, and so forth. He is also an active participant in the Software Quality Assurance Bulgaria group. Applause for
Dimitar
Dimitar.
Topuzov.
Where is Dimitar?
The next is Dimitar Topuzov. The next is Kamen Yankov. Kamen Yankov. Woo! Kamen Yankov built and developed a core on-prem automation QA team at Zeeburger in the last 15 years. He and his team successfully migrated an enormous enterprise product using a comprehensive technological stack.
His department members describe him as inspirational QM team leader with solid teamwork skills. He is a crucial member of the management potential development in the company and the brand ambassador. Kamen strives to develop his team daily and shares his knowledge in many different meetups and events, including QA Challenge Accepted. Applause for Kamen.
Kamen Yankov.
Fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet tall. Okay, and the third one is Rumen Zlatev. Rumen Zlatev has been a QA engineer since 2003, working for various companies and projects, product and consulting, both in Bulgaria and other EU countries. Rumen has held technical and managerial positions and is currently senior QA and team facilitator at iThao. Rumen has been helping dozens of young professionals acquire new skills in software testing as a lecturer at Skillo IT Academy. He also takes part in various conferences and seminars. Please applaud Rumen. Let's welcome him. And now, the rules. Half of the assessment was formed by a 12-member jury composed of specialists from various software companies.
The other 50% are formed by the public voting. 373 votes were recorded.
This year, the vote of the public fully matched the vote of the jury.
There is no Shurbajaneshtina here, but the winner is Chicho Mitko!
This is your award. Let's stick that here. You can say a few thankful words.
I will.
Okay.
Just
Let's, while we're sticking this, let's applaud again the nominees because they deserve it too.
Thank you. I want to say something. Well, so thank you very much for this award. I suppose a lot of people voted for me to receive it. So I hope I did something useful for them, for the community, or for my company. So thank you. Thank you all who voted, not only for me, everyone who voted. But I also want to thank to Progress and my mother, yes, as well. My wife too. I want to thank to Progress because I helped a lot of people in the community, but to help them, I first gained some skills. And I gained those skills because of the role I have in Progress, most likely. There I am something like a technical guidance of a lot of teams, so I encounter a lot of problems, fight them, gain some knowledge, and then I try to share it with the community. So thanks to everyone, to all of you, to Progress, to my mother, to my wife, to Kamen, and to Chichu Rumen, because he is also a Chichu, and if you wonder what's the story behind Chichu Mitku, it's because of Chichu Rumen. Thank you all.
Thank you. Let's hear your big and warm applause for the nominees and the winner of QA of the Year Award. Thank you.
And now,
another important announcement. We would like to invite Anton
Angelov
Angelov to our stage. Tony, we're waiting for you. He didn't know, so maybe, he's here, okay. So, your applause for Anton Angelov. Thanks to his books, we managed to gather 1,300 leva, and the organizers of the conference decided to round the sum up to 1,500 leva. So, thanks and applause for Anton. Well, probably you have noticed that this is really unusual, but he wasn't nominated for QA of the Year award. There is a very special reason behind that. But let's invite on the stage the father of QA Challenge Accepted, Peter Sabev.
Applause for them.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I have heard many words today about making difference, and yesterday we also talked about that with most of the speakers. Why we are doing all of this? It is for making a difference. Why those people in the blue shirts, they all have jobs, they all have occupations. Why do they do that? To make a difference. Why we are all here, why all the sponsors, all the organizers are spending so much time to make a better community. And this guy here, he has been striving to make this better community for so many years. You have seen him several times only today. But I know him very well. And yeah, this may be just a piece of glass, but behind this piece of glass, there is a lot of effort put to make the things better, to make the community better, to make all of us better, better professionals, better people, better community. And that is why, on the behalf of the organizational committee of QA Challenge Accepted, we have decided to give an award for overall contribution to Anton. So, congratulations, this is all yours.
Добре, пак ще говоря на български. Да, това също ме изненада, нали, наистина не знаех. И тези неща, нали, където се опитвам да ги правя, един от колегите ми преди малко, нали, говори, окей, нали, като го питат в коя компания, много често, както виждате, аз много дори не споменаваме, нали, компанията. Не е, нали, това причината за тези каузи и неща. Нали, по-скоро, точно за да не се опоручават каузите, никога не съм го, нали, правил заради това. Да стоя за думите си, нали, където ви ги казах преди малко, нали, за добротата и така нататък. До някъде и, нали, за книгите и така нататък не знам. С някои от вас съм си говорил, с други не. Всъщност от миналата година аз активно, нали, продължавам да работя и по други книги. Повярвайте ми, всичките пари, където се изкарват и така нататък, те отиват за някакви такива каузи. Това цялото нещо го правя уикенда. Нали, след като имам 20 души в компанията, нали, където се грижа за тях. Но както и предната година, нали, си говорихме, смятам, че споделянето е това, което прави комюнитито такова каквото е. Затова има QA групата, нали, където си споделяме някакви неща. И всеки не трябва да е егоист и да споделя знанието. Тук не сме преди 300 години шивачи, ковачи и така нататък, някой да ви взима хляба. Няма, нали, такова нещо. Затова обучаваме хора, споделяме видеа, нали, книги, статии и така нататък. И затова сме всички тук на конференцията. За да споделяме знанията си, не да ги крием и така нататък. Така че наистина това значи много за мен. Благодаря.
Thank you, Anton. Let's end him off with last big applause. Thank you. And now, our favorite part, our sponsors raffle.
So, the rules are, if the person is not in the room until I say first time, second time, third time, we draw another winner, okay? Okay.
Another important rule, the volunteers are just people, after all. They're all our colleagues and who voluntarily came here to help with the conference, and they are also eligible to participate in the raffle. They are not connected anyway, so thank you. You have to know that. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? The first The first sponsor who will come on our stage to give their prize is Infopulse, our gun sponsor.
I can without. Good evening, Sophia!
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank everyone involved in the organization of this great conference. Thank you, gentlemen, for keeping us entertained the past couple of days. Thank you to every single volunteer who, despite the rain, made it very comfortable for us for everyone to present their company the best way possible to as many people as possible. Very much appreciated. As for us, Infopulse, we're looking forward to continue our growth here in Bulgaria. We're looking forward to collaborate with as many of you as possible, so appreciate it. And without further ado, we have a couple of prizes for you guys today. First is this Lego motorbike, which is going to be from the raffle over here. So let's see who's the lucky winner.
Явор Цанов.
Явор? Къде е Явор?
Явор Цанов.
There he is.
Там ли е?
Явор Цанов, first time.
There he is.
Явор Цанов, second time.
Направо скачай.
Did you hear чули тия завистливи пляскани оттам?
Не, само ги видях физиономията. And big applause for Javor.
And the second prize is the Marshall Retro speaker right here, the Bluetooth speaker. My colleague Alina right now will do the raffle.
Yes.
You must see this all right.
Yes, I see.
So here we insert all data which we collected today from our registration forum. And right now, we will see who will be the winner today. As I said previously, it's so beautiful, white speakerphone. And I hope that maybe today girl can take it. So, we have, I suppose, in this hall, Georgieva Dani.
Dani Georgieva.
Very close.
No, very close, yeah. Dani Georgieva.
There she is.
And she's wearing white, I think, yeah. And she's wearing white.
So lucky you.
So, sorry for this mistake, because I really would like to know Bulgarian language more. From Infopulse Ukraine side, I would like to say thank you, all people here. I would like to say thank you, father, mother, children of this beautiful conference. And you are really great people. And I hope that we will have possibility to see each other in the next edition of this incredible conference. See you later next year. Благодаря.
Благодаря. Thank you very much for the kind words. Once more, applause for Infopulse, our gold sponsors.
And next
next gold sponsor
is Bosch.
Please applaud their representative who will present their presents. Oh, hello again.
Hello again. I would like first to say thank you to all the wonderful people who visited our booth today. I would like to say very big thank you to you too, because you make fun all the day, to the organizers, to the volunteers who make it happen and problemless, let's say, like every year, and also to our speakers delivering such a wonderful presentations. So, Achim?
Thanks also from my side. It was really a pleasure to be here, and it is really a great event. And I could just say, please continue like that. Great.
Thank you. So what are the prizes you want to say?
The prizes are backpack and power bank. 3 prizes, one and the same.
Okay. And so the first of 3.
The first one is Popova Marcella Popova.
Petrova? Marcella Petrova.
Yeah.
Marcella.
Yeah.
Big applause for Marcella.
So this is the first one of 3.
The first backpack with power bank.
Congratulations.
And the next. Thank you, Marcella.
This one is Ivailo Vasiliev. Yeah.
There he is. The second of 3. Thank you. Congratulations. And the final 3 of 3.
It is
Christian Stoyanov.
Yes.
Christian Stoyanov.
Christian Stoyanov.
First time.
First time.
Christian
Stoyanov. And Christian Stoyanov.
Applause for
In the very last second. 5 to 12.
Christian Stoyanov. It's here.
Congratulations. Thank you, Bosch. Thank you for supporting us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you next year.
And we are waiting here people from Zeeburger. Wow, big applause for Zeeburger.
And you see one of the nominees of QA of the year who will give. What's your present, mister?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Test, 6. I was advised to test.
Why?
Looks good. Everything's fine.
One tests here.
So, before announcing the present, again, year later, perfect, as usual. Nothing else that I could say, just perfect. Organization, everything. Again, thanks to my colleagues, HRs, marketing managers, QAs, automation developers. We have put a lot of work in this. Oops. Should I be afraid?
This surprise? Oh, careful.
So, let's get to the point, the reward. There are always people that are hungry and come to our booth ask, where are the burgers? So we have decided to match those questions with our reward. Even though we make software, we like burgers. So this year's reward is 200 leva for street chefs. Can you please quote? And that. Let's hope I get my name. I'm hungry. Not me. Damn. Lucky guy, Nikola Найденов.
Nikola Найденов. Ето го.
Никола Найденов първи път. Втори път.
Nikola,
Май не е гладен.
it's just a luck, but you should share. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here you are.
Applause.
Look, and this is the actual thing. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you again next year.
Thank you. Applause for Zeeburger. And the next goal sponsor, we will invite their representative is Flatex de Giro. Their representative will present their prize and will draw it.
Hello. Probably I will speak in Bulgarski English because we have a lot of mixture here. I'm waiting for one slide.
Sorry?
Guys, I want to see a list of names here. Oh, okay, it's on our left side.
You can see it here. Huh?
Okay, great. So,
Technique.
we have not one award, we have 20 beer lovers, hopefully. So, next Friday, these guys are invited to our expiration drink with our team. We had this each third Friday, each month. So, if you saw your name, here is Danny. He'll be outside on the right side of the door. So you could say your invitation and join our team. And what else? This is not my notes here. Actually, I could say, so do you know what is next after work hard? Play hard. And after that?
Die hard.
No, relax hard. We have a spa weekend for a couple at Katarino Spa. So I will choose someone from you, and please read the small letters. The second person is me. Sorry, it's a joke. Let's see. Okay. I'm sure who is the winner. The first. Okay. Wow. It's Diana Gospodinova. Is she here? First
Diana
time.
Gospodinova?
We are looking for
Это
her.
я.
Guys, I'm joking. I'm here. So the winner is Nikolai Stanoev. I cannot see you. Welcome. Congratulations. Oh, no, not this one. Sorry. And
they would like to make a photo? Yeah. It's ready? Is it good?
We are ready.
Okay.
So read the small letters. Don't forget this. And people, enjoy the party. See you later.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now your applause
for the Amusenet Interactive. Yes. Please, applause.
Amusenet and Interactive's representatives.
Hi. Hello, happy to see you all here. So our prize is a portable printer for photos. You can go everywhere you like and you can make nice photos and print them immediately. So let's see who the lucky winner is going to be. Thanks for the support. So the lucky winner is Desislava Tabakova.
Desislava Tabakova!
Is she here? I cannot see her.
Desislava Tabakova. First time.
Second time.
And Desislava Tabakova.
So let's pick another lucky winner. Sorry for Desislava. Probably next time.
Applause for Desislava because she's not here and you have another chance.
So the next lucky winner is Marin Ivanov.
Marin Ivanov. Първи път. Marin Ivanov. Second time. Мартин ли?
Мартин или Марин?
Марин.
Марин Иванов. 3,14 тайм.
Марин.
Трети тайм. Трети път. Third път. So applause for Marin because he's not here and you get another chance.
Чувал съм, Чувал съм, че третия път е на късмет.
Ако и трети път човека го няма, ние са водещи да взимаме наградата.
Иво Найденов.
Иво всичко обърка. And Ivo first time. Това се брои за докато човек се качи на сцената. Second time. And applause for Ivo.
Thank you. Applause for Amusenet Interactive one more time.
And now it's our silver sponsors.
So, let's hear your applause for me and Tony because we will draw it.
For Nuve!
And bigger applause for Nuve because they're giving a Samsung watch. That's for Nuve and Samsung watch.
Samsung watch.
So the winner is?
The winner is Haider Abdul Hussein.
Is he here? Oh, congratulations, Haider. Congratulations. Thank you. So your applause for Haider and Nuve.
And now, please, big applause for Deaf Experts.
And their representative who will come on the stage to present their prize.
Hello, everyone. We have a tent, fancy tent in our beautiful color, corporate color. So, yeah. Thank you. It should be this. Okay, and who is that? Maya Цветкова.
Maya Цветкова.
There she
Ето
is.
я.
And applause
for Deaf Experts.
And Dimitri and Maya, applause.
And now the next
prize comes from Commerzbank. And it
Commerzbank.
will be drawn by us.
Oh, great.
Let me draw it. Okay, the bug will draw it, okay? Can the bug It's really blind draw this time, this one. No?
No? Another chance? Too many. Choose one.
Okay, stop. Okay. And the winner of this power bank from Commerzbank is Boyan Popov.
Boyan Popov!
Boyan Popov, първи...
And your prize is power bank.
He needs a little bit power because he's too slow, you know. So power bank. That's here's the power. So congratulations, Boyan. Честито. And applause again for Commerzbank. And now the next one comes from our silver sponsor, FFWI Agency, and it is a backpack, and it will be drawn again by Tony.
Okay. And the name is Anton Volik. Please applause for Anton Volik.
You won this back. Is this me? Okay. Thank you. Congratulations.
And please applause for
Luxoft's representatives who will come here to present their present. So your applause for Luxoft. Нещо да държа?
Hi everyone. Before I choose the winner, I will be very short. I want to say huge thank you to organizers, to volunteers. You are amazing. You rock. Thank you. Big applauses for them. I think they deserve it. So our award is a voucher for GiftTube experience for 200 level, Bulgarian level. And the winner could choose different type of adventures experience there. Please. It's a woman, Galina Yaneva.
Applause for Galina Yaneva.
There she is.
It's coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, enjoy it.
And yes, enjoy it. Applause for Luxoft. And now, please, your applause for the representatives of Axway.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Hi.
I'll be quick. Our prize is a travel voucher for 500 levels, and the winner is... What's the name? Borislav Vaptsarov.
Borislav Vaptsarov. Ето го. Благодаря.
Congratulations and have a good holiday. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
And now your applause for the representatives of Coherent Solutions. Hi, the microphone.
Hi, actually we are two. First of all, I would like to thank you all for being here. So the award from behalf of Coherent Solution is a wireless speaker. It's an extra bass, which is great. And the winner Georgi Minkov.
Georgi Minkov. Georgi Minkov, first time. Georgi Minkov. Applause for Georgi.
Congratulations. Here you are.
And the next winner?
What, isn't it working? Let's check. Is it muted? Yes, it is. Okay.
And we have another award as well. So I will give the microphone to my colleague.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to say thank you for the wonderful organization. And we have the second one prize, and it is the speaker. We already drew the winner, and the winner is Miroslav Stefanov. Is it here? Where is the Miroslav?
Miroslav?
Miroslav? Yeah? Yeah.
Are you Miroslav?
Yeah.
Da, okay.
Why are you more happy? Are you sysadmin? Congratulations. And let's hear again your applause for Coherent Solutions.
And now, big applause for Merkel.
And their representative, Mumchil, who spoke today for his first time on this stage and in front of more than 10 people. Now he will speak second time in front of more than 10 people.
Hello, guys. Before we proceed with the gifts and everything, I want to thank you, to give a quick thank you to the organizers, to the volunteers, and everybody that's here that make this possible. So thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Don't be fooled by the weather outside and the rain today. There are still a lot of good days that are yet to come. So from Mirko, we care for your health, for your well-being, and we've prepared a nice bag to accompany you on your outdoor adventures. So, without further ado, let's find the lucky winner. Yes, let me see. Dimitar Tsingov.
Applause for Dimitar Tsikov.
There he is.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Applause for
Momchil
and Mirko.
And now, applause for Tony because he will draw the next award, and it comes from Bika Services. And the prize is Udemy course voucher.
Yes, and the winner is Vladimir Legursky.
There he is.
Vladimir first time, Vladimir second time, Vladimir, okay. Next time.
Congratulations.
Merci.
And big applause for Vladimir and Bika Services.
And the next prize comes from Proxiat.
Applause for Proxiat.
And I will first. Okay.
Okay.
I had another idea. So the winner of this cool cooler bag, it's a cooler bag and it's cool. And the winner is Svetlin Ivanov.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Svetlin.
Applause for Svetlin. He looks cool with this cooler bag.
And the next prize comes from Nemecek.
Nemecek.
Please
applause for
there.
Nemecek.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, you help me?
Yes, of course.
Okay, our prize is a flight with hot air balloon. So let's see who will. Oops.
Gulshen Abbas.
Is it here? Ah, it's here. Okay.
Applause for Gushe.
Merci.
Applause.
Did you say what is the price? Oh, okay.
The price is a flight with hot air balloon.
Oh, yes. Again, applause for Nemecek.
And now, big applause for Software Group.
There, Tony.
Tony, okay. And the winner is Mikhail Tsonchev.
Mikhail Tsonchev.
Mikhail Tsonchev, first time. Mikhail Tsonchev. Mikhail Tsonchev.
There he is. So, the prize is 2 camping chairs, a case of craft beer, and a bag of potatoes. Congratulations. There are lots of camping prizes, so you can gather together and go to camp.
Yes.
And then let's hear your applause for Milestone Systems representative.
Applause for Milestone.
Milestone. Yes.
They give this
oh my God,
a folding table, probably.
Hi all, I hope you enjoyed the conference as much as we did.
Our winner is Peter Buzikov, Axway, Bulgaria.
Peter Buzikov.
Not you. A guy with a blue shirt.
Big applause for Peter.
Drive safely.
Take the prize, take the prize. Yes.
Your applause for Milestone Systems, who are supporting us from the very first edition of QA Challenge Accepted every single year. And
Now,
the next prize comes from
SiteGround.
And the winner is...
The winner is...
Radoslava Mikhailova. There she is. So, the prize is noise cancelling headphones Bose. Или Bose. 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 Yes.
This is the right...
That's how you have to take your award, your prize.
Yes. Maybe scream.
You deserve... Yeah! You deserve 2 prizes. Congratulations. Yeah, for your enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Okay. And the next prize comes from... Huh? Oh, there's one more.
Okay.
Oh.
The...
No.
Oh.
This is another prize. And it is... What is that?
Bose.
It's the same.
It's a different
speaker. Okay.
Phones.
Same but different.
Yes.
Okay, and the winner is Rusica Tsankova. Yes,
Applause for Rusica. And Rusica Tsankova, first time. Rusica Tsankova, second time. And
congratulations. Your applause for SiteGround.
And now
the next prize comes from
Poker Stars.
And again, Tony, you draw.
Okay. What's the prize?
When the person is coming and we will wait for him.
The winner is Diana Petrova. Where is the Diana Petrova?
First time. Diana Petrova. Second time. Diana Petrova. Third time. Your applause for Diana because you have second chance.
And the second winner is Jana Bancheva. I think it's Jana.
Yes, Jana Bancheva.
It's coming. Jana.
Yeah.
Big applause for Jana.
So, the prize is a poker set. Congratulations and good luck.
And the next prize is coming from
Experience. So, your applause for their representative. No representative?
Yeah, it's coming.
Hi, everybody. I will be very short. It was a great day, so big thanks to the organizers. It's such a pleasure for Xperia Bulgaria to support this event every year. So you cannot see the prize. It's a hoverboard. Whoever wins it, be careful how you ride it.
And the winner is...
Okay. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I will try. So the winner is Omar Teresa Sanchez. Congratulations.
Omar is the second time, I think. No.
Thank you. Congratulations and drive safely, please. And now there are only 2 more prizes left.
From our partners.
The other one is, the first one is this book. Okay. The first one is from our partner, Diplomat Plaza Hotel and Resort.
1 night for 2 in a luxury room with breakfast and spa included.
And the winner is, let's draw it a little bit lower. So the winner is Georgi Manuilov.
Big applause for Georgi Manuilov.
There he is. So he wins 1, night for 2. Do you have with whom to go? No, because you can find someone if you want. You have the mic?
Thank you very much. You can hit me later, okay?
Congratulations.
Big applause. And
the final one comes from JQA. And the winner is... Bozhidar Ivanov.
Bozhidar Ivanov.
So the prize is a plush, doner kebab, 2 separate prizes. Oh, so there are 2 prizes.
And the next winner is, where is the...
Buyan.
Buyan?
Bozhidar Ivanov first time.
Bozhidar Ivanov first time.
Bozhidar Ivanov second time. Bozhidar Ivanov third time. Applause for Bozhidar for not being here.
And the first Privet Plushin tuner is coming to Alexander Stalev. Applause for Alexander.
And the person who won the voucher for burger can buy this one with the with 200 burger voucher. So the second winner of this wonderful and delicious doner kebab, Mutlu Remzi. There he is. Congratulations. So, congratulations. I hope it's really tasty as it looks like. So, congratulations. Thank you, volunteers. And that were all the prizes for this year, but the next year will be more prizes, so we will be waiting for you. So your applause is again for our sponsors.
And
our gold sponsors.
InfoPools. Big applause for InfoPools.
Bosch Engineering Center, Sofia.
Zeeburger.
Flatex De Giro. Amusenet Interactive. And our silver sponsors are Nube.
They're also our launch sponsor for the 3rd year in a row.
Deaf Experts. FFW Agency. Your applause.
Commerzbank.
Luxoft.
Big applause for Luxoft.
And Endava.
Our bronze sponsors. Axway.
Applause, please. A little bit more.
Coherent Solutions. Merkel. Bigger Services. Proxiat. And Nemechek.
As well as Experian Bulgaria. Software Group. SiteGround. Poker Stars. And Milestone. Thanks to our partners and subcontractors.
Thanks to our host and Jonathan Asu Forum Sofia Tech Park.
We would also like to thank all of our volunteers, the people in the wet blue t-shirts. Please come to the stage for...
Please come.
Обща снимка
Come to the
for the
stage.
final photo. Your applause for our volunteers.
And last but not least, thank you
thank you all for coming here on QA Challenge Accepted. Deaf Challenge Accepted.
QA Challenge Accepted.
Deaf Challenge Accepted.
QA
Deaf Challenge Accepted.
QA Challenge.
Deaf Challenge.
QA.
Deaf Challenge.
QA.
Deaf Challenge. Deaf Challenge Accepted.
QA Challenge Accepted. QA.
Deaf Challenge Accepted.
QA Challenge.
Okay. Challenge accepted.